All right, everybody, we are ready. The streaming is live, and we are ready to go. Good morning. I'm going to call this work session of the Washington County School District Board of Trustees to order. And we're going to start with our roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. President Angela Taylor.
I'm here.
Okay, I think I got feedback. Vice President Caudill. Here. Trustee Calvert. Here. Trustee Church.
Here.
Trustee Nicolette. Here. Trustee Thigpen.
Here.
Student Representative Victoria. She's probably at school.
At school.
As
she should be.
And we have a quorum, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're going to stand Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is already on the screen. Beat me there. That's fantastic. And I'm going to ask, she's going to kill me for this, but I don't care. Vanjie, who does so much work to get us together, to set these meetings up and so on, I'll ask Vanjie if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Before we jump into our agenda item 1.04, which is public comment, just to make sure it's really clear on masks, we follow the rules of the House. This is not in the Washington County School District building, so it's not our rules. It's the rules of the House, just like we did at our previous work session at the Loft and here at the Nugget. The rules indicate that masks are required unless you are a fully vaccinated adult. And if you're a fully vaccinated adult, then you have the option of to wear your mask or not. So make it really, really clear. If you're a fully vaccinated adult, then you have the option to wear your mask or not. Totally up to you. We don't have a vaccination checkpoint at the door, so we're on the honor system. So if you're not wearing your mask, then we're going to thank you for being vaccinated. And it's the honor system, so trust you on that. Okay? So hopefully that's clear so everybody knows what everybody's doing from a mask standpoint. Okay. All right, then we're going to go to public comment. 1.04, JJ, I see some people, so they usually hear the comment.
Paul White.
Mr. White, welcome. Okay, wait a minute, your mic isn't on. Okay, go ahead. Nope, it's off now.
Thanks.
Okay, it's on now.
It's still about money this morning. The superintendent and board frequently complain that our district is worst in the nation because we don't have enough money. This is for the board. The fact is 9 other states in the United States fund at a level lower or equal to what we do. All 9 of them outperform us. The board, if they're serious about improving things, would reach out today to those 9 states and ask them, how do they out-educate our schools with the same or less funding?
Your mic is off.
And we don't have to stay in deficit funding. Just real quickly here, by the time I'm done in 3 minutes, you're going to know I have $55 million of potential savings. We could save, you could turn your deficit of 20 to 40 million into a surplus almost immediately. These are not theories. Other districts, as well as my own previous schools, have tried the things I'm going to tell you. Number one, you need to privatize 25 to 30% of non-instructional services, and you get a better product. You save 25 to 30%. 40 to 75% of other school districts in the nation do this. Why don't we? You get better service. You incur no lasting pension obligations. For example, if we spend $60 million on our maintenance costs, this would be the savings of right around $15 million a year to do this. The question is, well, what would those hundreds of classified employees who would need to go to work in private sector, what would they do? Well, the purpose of school is to educate children, not employ adults. That goes for the police department too. A police department of $6 million in the setting that we have here, you could save $3 million a year by private security firms. Building new schools like the $75 million one you just approved, You'd save 30 to 40% of that, which would have been about 20 million, with a no hallway design, together with eliminating athletic facilities, indoors and outside. Times have changed. Private club sports have taken over. This is what also could be saved by doing it. Teacher shortages. Cut every third position in the non-teaching district office and return these administrators to the classroom. You'd lose nothing in terms of services. You wouldn't know they were gone. Sub-shortages. Relocate your central office admins to school sites around the district. Every administrator teaches one class a day. That includes a superintendent. A non-teaching educator is an oxymoron. Further savings, you shorten the school day by removing the fluff, double shift your schools, cut 1/3 of full-time and teachers and pay the remaining ones a little more for a slightly larger day. From these three measures, $50 million a year, you could start looking into it. If you're serious, contact me. I'd be happy to tell you how you could do it.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Linda Park.
Welcome, Ms. Park.
Again, my name is Linda Park. I was the president of a school board, so I have a deep affection for what goes on in the classroom and spend a substantial part of my time either teaching or looking into what the matters are revolving the school boards. I would argue today that we need new solutions. The old system, the one we're on currently, does not address this. Growing student population, the small size of the state budget, the lost competitive edge students need to qualify for quality jobs. We're failing doing the things that used to work. We need flexibility, not the status quo. One thing I find disturbing is the $5 million payment for the social justice workbooks that have already been spent by this district, in spite of the fact that parents are up in arms against the insidious Marxist doctrine. Take much to examine what the doctrine is and where it came from.
It is really interesting when we kind of dig into the numbers here and we look at it, and I will tell you, these two wonderful, intelligent, beautiful women, they have put this presentation together. I don't know who else could do a presentation on data and dollars and make it look this good. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to them, and we're going to rock and roll for the day.
Okay, I'm gonna need you just to bring it down the stitch. It's just
I've got 3 cups of coffee.
yeah, I can tell. I'm on a half a cup. So if you can just wait for the rest of us. And you guys know I'm a fairly enthusiastic person, but I'm gonna need just a, I'm gonna need a little ramp up. Can I get a little ramp up? Give me a little ramp up, okay. Thank you, Dr. Laura.
Hello. I'm much more enthusiastic now, so thanks for the pump up. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually just going to turn most of this over to the fabulous Jennifer Harris. She has done the bulk of the work, and she really has done a nice job putting together some complex data in a way that I think makes it really actionable. So I'm excited to dig into it with you all today and think about what this means for ESSER funding as well as our recovery plans moving forward. So with that, go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you. I am excited to share this with you. I don't know if I'm quite as excited as Dr. McNeil, but I am pretty excited. So as was mentioned, I'm here to share some survey findings of a strategic plan and budget survey that we put out last month. The survey was intended to identify the priorities of our students, staff, families, and community members. We surveyed people about their priority areas, specifically those areas that are aligned to elementary, secondary, and secondary school emergency relief funding. The survey was not intended to be exhaustive. However, we did have some open comments that captured some other areas of priority, and I will share those with you. So 9,308 people actually responded to our survey, and we had a pretty good response rate. It was not quite as good as some of our earlier surveys this year, but yet a pretty strong response rate. And you could see that we also had quite a few people who represented elementary, middle, and high schools. We offered the survey both electronically, we pushed it out through staff email, but we also offered paper surveys for those with limited access. When we look at our respondent groups, we can see that the bulk came from family members of current Washoe County School District students, but we also had employees. And that middle section, 8%, I want to call out, are those people who fall into both those categories, who are family members of students, but also work for the school district. I call them out because they have special insight that we might want to pay attention to, because they are living in both worlds, right, as employees, but also as family members. When we look at responses across racial and ethnic groups, it was pretty well representative of all. However, our Hispanic respondents are underrepresented in the survey, and so I want to make note of that because that might be a group who we are missing some voices there. So here's the meat of it. This is the important part, right? So what we're looking at here is the mean ranking of funding priorities, and we have them ordered, presented here from the highest ranked, meaning the highest priority, to the lowest. And number one prioritized area was increasing instructional staff at schools. People ranked that as the highest priority, followed by providing additional supports for students who are struggling academically. And the third, increasing education technology for students and staff, and so on. At the bottom, the lowest ranked priority was improved COVID-19 mitigation strategies. So this is our cheat sheet. This is the same information. It's ranked areas, but we have it broken out here in columns by our respondent groups. So that first column is all respondents combined. That second column is that special group that I called attention to earlier on. That is that group of people who are both family members of current students and who are employees of the school district. How you read this is the gold and the red areas are those areas that differ from the overall responses. So you'll see here that employees and families are placing a higher priority on social and emotional supports compared to the overall average. That second to the last column, Washoe County School District students, they place their priorities quite a bit differently than the other groups. And I think that is worth noting. So their number one priority is supports for struggling students. They're asking for additional supports there. Their second priority worth mentioning is they're wanting more focus on social emotional supports. So in addition to those broad bucket prioritized areas, we asked for a little bit more detail on specific strategies that could be adopted to accomplish some of those priority areas. So we see here that in order to, I guess, within that priority area of recruiting, developing, and retaining staff, their number one priority area, and this is from 1 to 4, 4 being highest priority, they ranked recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers as their number one, which is not surprising, right, based off of the category. But they also asked for additional teacher allocations, specifically to reduce class sizes and to provide increased compensation for teachers. Some of the comments are summarized here, but a big theme that was noted is that additional compensation, they're requesting that because they feel that that is a way to attract more people to these positions and to retain our staff and teachers and to compensate our staff at their true value for the work that they're doing. And special educators were noted as being particularly important to our school district. Here within this area, supports for students who are struggling academically, people are wanting more enrichment, more individualized supports, and more engaging strategies to increase that student engagement and motivation into getting back to work within education. Their comments reflected that. Smaller groupings, individualized supports, a focus on motivation. Some other things that were noted that people are requesting, including more transportation so that extra learning opportunities that might be coming their way. Social and emotional wellness and safety. The focus there, again, is wanting students to be supported so that their general well-being is taken care of. And again, there were some mixed views in the comments about this area, though, that I think are important to call out. So many people commented that it is the school district's role to help support well-being and to provide social emotional supports. There are others, though, who feel that this is way outside of the district's purview, and that maybe contracting with outsiders or perhaps increasing access to external community supports might be the way to accomplish this. We asked a series of questions about extra learning opportunities and what those should look like. Most people believe, or who responded to this survey, say that the purpose should be to address gaps in learning and to address maybe some of that learning loss that may have happened for some students. These series of questions focused on the structure and how those extra learning opportunities should be delivered and what they should look like. And people could check off more than one of these. In a nutshell, this is what they said. When we look at the data together, most people want a return to in-person learning, but they describe what that looks like to be very different than how we've delivered in-person learning in the past. So
I'm going to pause you just for a minute because
Yeah.
this is the second slide I don't see on the screen. Am I missing it?
no,
No, there's just some updates that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure it's like, did I get into the wrong situation here? Or?
Yeah, I apologize. I realized
okay.
in my timing last night that I had too many slides, so I decided just to add in some summaries.
Oh,
so I
okay,
could
it's
get
all right.
through.
So that's okay. Just Because I'm following along closely. It's like, hey, I'm missing
I
it.
know, I'm so, I
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't an operator here.
It's not you, it's totally me.
I haven't had a lot of coffee yet, so it could be me.
Okay. So, but all of those slides that you do have in your packet of the graphs, this is what they're saying. So collectively, when it comes to extra learning opportunities, people do want in-person learning. 75%, in fact, say we want in-person learning. But they want that in-person learning to be to include much more, I guess, smaller groupings rather than large traditional classes. The preference is for small instructional groupings, individualized approaches, specifically individualized approaches geared towards student interests and to meet their particular learning needs. In the comments, people also asked for offerings that really impart life skills and practical knowledge. So I think I shared with some of you earlier that there were many comments that asked for their kids to be able to change tires. That was a repeated comment. They want their,
Really?
Things that we could do in the here and now in our everyday living. And then for learning to be applied, hands-on, again, practical. And then, so within the open comments, those things, financial literacy, multi-age group formats were suggested, and so on. Professional learning and collaboration, there was people want, and only staff responded to this set of questions, by the way. So staff are wanting programs and resources to support social, emotional well-being and mental health, but they also want professional learning on how to engage students. And there was some variation between school staff respondents. So administrators, teachers, and classified staff, they didn't always agree on their priorities within professional learning. And we see this as potentially an opportunity for school staff to look at their school level data and to have conversations around why there might be some of those differences. Hopefully through that conversation it will uncover the need at schools, particular to those schools, but also might help to uncover what those particular needs are and for people to come to consensus.
So will schools get that data? Will schools will get their individual data and they can reach out and say, hey, can you help me go through this and, usual deal?
Absolutely. And so schools should have access to their school level reports probably early next week. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
So again, special education came up in the comments where additional professional learning is wanted. There were other areas too, and again, we encourage the schools to look at their open comments and to dissect that further. Our last area that we went into with additional questions was around family, student, community, and school partnerships. So overwhelmingly, there is a demand for, or a want to include or involve families in their child's learning. That is a priority area amongst many people who responded to this survey. Some of the suggestions that came out on this were to increase parent-school communication, parent-teacher communication specifically was mentioned as being an area of opportunity. And then in part because of a heavier reliance on family involvement over this past year with distance learning especially. Some parents commented that they don't want their schools to rely on them to provide instruction. Of course, they see their value in supporting their child's learning, and they welcome assistance in doing so, but they don't want to be relied upon to do that because many of them feel that they don't have the expertise in the same way as teachers do. So these are just kind of in summary, some of the big points that came out of this survey. Is that, again, increasing instructional staff was the #1 priority. There is a want to focus on struggling students, particularly students with special needs were called out in open comments. There is an emphasis on student engagement and well-being, and we're not too surprised by this. Looking at some of our absenteeism data this year, it makes sense that people are recognizing this as an area where we should focus. And then that design of extra learning opportunities. Again, people would like to see smaller groups, focus on hands-on applied learning. And then that 5th one, just again in summary, is that the professional learning that staff would like to focus on sometimes vary between those school staff groups, which we see as an opportunity for deeper learning and understanding at school level. Yeah. And so that is it in a nutshell. And we are welcome to answer any questions that schools have, especially when they get their reports. And we're also happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Vice President Call?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. One thing that I've heard a lot from schools in my area, especially outlying schools, is the value they found this year in their site assigned long-term subs, because it's a sub, but it's also an extra hand if they don't need a sub that day. So when we're seeing and hearing increasing instructional staff, if that is not necessarily possible in a way to increase maybe full FTEs, long-term subs, was that reflective anywhere to where maybe site administrators expressed the value in having those this year?
There, in the open comments, there were quite a few comments that there is too heavy a reliance on subs, substitutes, but there was also a call for, within this additional instructional staff, there was a call for not just teachers, but those aides and assistants within classrooms are seen as extremely valuable and wanted and welcomed. But the comments on long-term subs were definitely more on the I don't know if negative is the right way to say it, but people are wanting less reliance on long-term subs.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, if you have a choice, you want to get teachers, more teachers, certified teachers. I just know, at least from my perspective, the schools that know from the get-go, the likelihood of us getting a sub to drive out to our school when they can stay in town and get plenty of days on the job, having those long-term subs on site this school year was a savior. I mean, we heard it yesterday in some of the schools we visited. And so I was just curious on that. But I get where don't rely on subs, I get that. But if it was between having nothing and long-term subs, they would pick long-term subs. But I'm sure if it was a choice between teachers and long-term subs, of course, you pick teachers. So I can understand that. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Cardle. Trustee Clerk Manetto, I see your light on. Yep.
It's hard to see. My experience at my schools is pretty much the same. They so desperately need those long-term subs, and I'm in Sparks proper. I'm not an outlying area at all, but I see that every school I go to, they say, we need more, but they say, what would we do without these long-term subs? So yay, long-term subs.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto. I see Emily Ellison coming forward.
Thank you. Sorry to interject. Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. I will just echo the sentiments of Trustee Manetto and Trustee Caudill. That's something that we have received very positive feedback on. I think the survey comments reflect the fact that when the guest teacher pool is sort of the go-to for everything, it becomes very strained. But absolutely, as we consider strategies to help increase our fill rates in the next school year, we are definitely looking at options for what I'm calling allocated subs at the moment, where those are folks that are regularly reporting to those buildings, really become ingrained in the culture, again, can be plugged in where needed, or provide additional supports if there's not unfilled absences to cover. So we've seen tremendous value from that this year.
I think, thank you. That's right on time. I think that does fall in line with, I was in the visit that we had, and I actually, excuse me, even before Natchez, had a couple of conversations with principals. It's just been, because it was an unexpected, helpful kind of thing this year, because we found ourselves where we found ourselves, I think, as a district. And I think administrators like having that, because then you have somebody who is a part of your culture, they're more a part of your team. So when you do have that sub, it's a smoother transition for students and so on. So I like what you're talking about. It seems like it might be that middle ground. Certainly, full-time allocation if we can.
Yeah.
Certified teacher, that's what we want. I think everybody would agree with that, but I think secondarily, it's like, once that's happened and we've done all that we can, man, if there are some of these other opportunities that might, that's kind of what I'm hearing in this. Vice President Call?
Can I just add really quickly? I think the other really unique opportunity that provides is for folks pursuing careers in education. We've talked at length about a residency model, and until we're able to get there with the Nevada System of Higher Education and licensing and all of that, the more time that future educators are spending in schools and classrooms with experienced educators, the more they're getting great experiences in preparation. And so I really envision it as part of a pathway program for developing future educators. Sorry, Trustee Caudill.
Yeah, it's a perfect segue, because I've had a few principals tell me that in many cases, their long-term subs are candidates for the alternate route to licensure program. And so it's almost like a alternate student teaching, because while they're getting that, they're a long-term sub, and principals have expressed, like, once they're licensed, like, they want to actually hire them to stay in the building. And so it's another pipeline. So they're not necessarily just maybe what you would consider a usual guest teacher. They're actually intending to become a teacher, and they're in that building every day. So I don't know if you're seeing that across the district, but some of the feedback I've received.
And I think that points to the success that we've seen in our ARL program. So historically, alternative route to licensure programs experience turnover higher than traditionally trained educators, and our program has seen significantly improved results, because many times these folks are getting really in-depth field-based experiences, if you will, in complement with the alternative route to licensure program. And so they're that much better prepared, and then we retain them. So I think it's all very much interconnected and has to play a really huge part in our strategy moving forward.
Great, that's fantastic. Anything that adds to our teachers, our teacher pool, right? Those who want to become teacher. I love reaching down and saying, hey, here's a route that we can help you get there, because we all know how challenging that is. So awesome. See, Trustee thing, I see. Oh, Trustee Church, I couldn't see your little thingy. There we go. I got you now. Go ahead.
I have a few questions not related to recruiting or substitutes, but while we're on that subject, number one, I think we just have to say anything's on the, well, first of all, today we're looking at the strategic plan. Okay, we need to hire more, do a better job of teachers and subs. So that's strategically. Tactically, how are we going to do that? And I think we have to say, first of all, anything's on the table. We have to discuss anything, innovative solutions that'll do it. You know, I've said it before, I've taught recruiting nationwide, and so one of the things we teach is innovation and thinking outside the box. So that said, I'm not an expert on the licensing aspect for teachers, but one of the subjects that's come up are the daily subs, the ones that are essentially full-time, more or less. And so maybe we need a two-tiered system. Again, anything on the table. Maybe we need to treat our long-term subs differently than the person that you just call and say, can you fill in for a day? A lot of big fire departments, for example, hire more firefighters than they need, knowing that somebody's going to call in sick, take maternity leave, et cetera. You know, paternity, whatever it is. But they know they're going to have people gone, so they actually overhire. So that's got to be on the table, too. And I understand a math teacher is not the same as a Spanish teacher. It's hard to have floaters and just say, okay, we got an opening in Spanish class, you don't speak a word. But the concept needs to be on the table. And at this point, I won't talk about recruiting too much, but I may come back to that. But I guess that's my comment on subs. I have some other comments I'll bring up later, but just, we have to look, and one final comment. I don't believe it's compensation. I believe there's other ways that we can make our teachers and subs happy in addition to or other than compensation. But I'll talk about the other stuff later.
Thanks, Trustee Church. Trustee Thigpen?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the great presentation. I think one thing that stood out for me as well is the student feedback on, mental health support and things like that. So I hope that that's something, of all the schools I've been to, there's certainly struggles with getting counselors and holding on to a social worker and things like that. And I think it's just something we have to keep in mind as we are emerging from this pandemic, and we know that there are students that have endured some levels of trauma and loneliness and feelings of despair. So I just hope that's something we can certainly keep in mind going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. One thing I want to just put out before us is these are the results of the survey, and hopefully what we'll be able to do is use some of this information, right, to inform some of the decisions as we go forward, some of the recommendations. I would imagine we would expect some of these things to show up, right, as we look at what should be a part of this next 2-year piece. So it's good to pull out the pieces that grab our attention and those key findings on that. And so those are things we want to just keep in the back of our minds as we move forward and look. So this not, to use Diane's phrase, this not deep dive time per se into any of them, right? But hey, here's some things that are there. This is what students have said. I love that you pulled out the category that's different of our employees who are parents, right? Because they do have a different perspective, and I don't know that we've really been that intentional as much about pulling them out, but I think that's very helpful as well in it. So this is to kind of give us a framework for some of those things I think we can expect to see moving forward as we go spend the rest of our time this day. Superintendent McNeil, then we'll go back to you, Trustee Church.
No, thank you very much, President Taylor, and that's exactly right. And the board will receive this same presentation next Tuesday at the work session of the budget as well, too. So that will provide the trustees some more time to, take a look at the data and then come back with your questions and comments for that survey. But this really kind of sets the table for the discussion today on the response to recovery plan. And I think you'll see, Trustee Thigpen, efforts that our leadership team have taken to really take a look at these results and dig into those goals, objectives, and measurable outcomes around social emotional learning and mental health supports. And that's really what we're working on today. This isn't an action item for the survey, but it really just kind of lays out the conversation for the trustees today as well.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Segueing away from the substitute issue, I have 2 questions. Number one, I looked in here, tell me, I might have missed it. Are people saying we need more funding, or are people saying we need to live within our means, or is that not in there? That's my first question.
From the budget survey, is this results from the budget piece of it as well? So, okay.
Yes. I'm trying to recall, and so I don't know if I'm going to be able to fully answer your question. From the comments, which again, not everybody provided comments, but there were comments Actually, I can't really fully answer that right now without going back and looking particularly at for those. Do you any?
We'd have to go back and look at the comments, and we can do that and see if that emerged as a theme. I can't think of it off the top of my head, many comments related to that, but if we do some digging, we can kind of see what the balance of responses were. And we did not ask specifically about that. I mean, do we think we should fund Washoe County School District more? And the way that these questions were phrased were, we wanted information both on the strategic plan and the funding priorities for the ESSER grants that we know are coming down the pike. And so the question was phrased, what are the strategic and funding priorities that you most prioritize, something to that effect. So that's how the questions were phrased. So people were thinking both about strategy and funding, but we did not ask specifically at what levels they think the school district should be funded. But we can look for some comments related to that if you'd like after this.
So, I know you have more questions, so did you want to, I have issues. So
On that issue, yeah.
On that, you still on more issue? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, and that's just my point. I don't see anything in here, I don't want anybody of us or the audience to think that anything in here is saying, yes, we need more funding, or no, we don't. That's not addressed. So that's, I have another comment, but I'll
Okay,
wait.
can you stay there until we loop back on that? Okay, Superintendent McNeil and then Vice President Caldwell, and then we'll get back to whatever your next question is.
Yes, and
Church.
Trustee Church, this survey, as we had talked about earlier, was really geared around the ESSER's funding and the federal stimulus funding, and it's not really geared towards our base general fund budget. It's really around the next 2 years for our response to recovery and what we're going to be using those stimulus dollars for, because we have to be very transparent and public about those dollars. And this was at one avenue that we are able to engage and get stakeholder input on those dollars.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. Vice President Caldwell?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And just to piggyback on Trustee Church, on the slide 11, opportunities, I think when I look at the opportunities slide and see a number of the things on here, small class size is gonna cost money. More staff and supports for students with special needs is gonna cost money. Mental health support and staff, increased transportation. Those things are going to cost money, and I know that we're looking at the federal funding. And I think as a district, we have to also balance that, if we do all of these things and take federal dollars to do it, I think it's going to create a lot of support in the community, but the federal dollars are going to end. And then it's, well, now what? Because obviously we don't want it to all go away. So I think unintentionally, the community is saying we want more of these supports and they are going to cost money. And for us, I think that's great because we have federal dollars. But the challenge is when the 2 years are up, that board at that time is going to face public relations challenges because taking those things away is going to be tough. So I think we have to think about that and balance those things. And there's other things on here. I think it's important that they mention focus on all students, including average learners and high achievers, not just those severely behind. I hear that at the university. Naturally, you want to put the resources and supports for students that are behind, and students that are ahead sometimes feel like, I'm here too.
What about us?
What about me? I have needs too. And so I think that's a challenge that we all face. But it's important that it's mentioned, so it's something for us to keep in mind. So thank you.
Well, I will say too, just before we jump into Trustee Church's next question is, I think Mr. Mather has been reminding us of just that along the way, that we want to make sure that these are, that we're focusing on or targeting to the extent that we can. Thank you. To the extent that we can, things that are one-time funding or funding that we can do in 2 years so that we don't find ourselves in a hole. I think that's really important. Just as we move forward, it's a good reminder of that. And I would go further. Certainly, it will be a public relations nightmare, but it would also be a big disservice to those students who are accustomed to that support, or those teachers that are accustomed to that support, or their schools that, if it's something that is built to be ongoing, but we know we don't have the money for it to be ongoing. So what I hear and as we go into this 2-year plan, is to really look at what's happening for this 2 years, and that it isn't something that sets us up for what goes forward, so.
And to follow up on that, I don't want us to like not do some of these things because we are like, what are we going to do in 2 years? We need to spend this money and we need to spend it on supporting our students. But as a board, we have to think in both sides of our brains, basically. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do later? And do it at the exact same time, because we have to spend the money and we have to spend it on students, and generally student supports is going to be a really good thing. And then we have to think about future. And, you know, I know that Mark Mathers will be a part of that conversation, and he's smiling over there because it'll be a fun conversation. So thank you.
All right, I have one more comment before we get back to you, Trustee Church. Superintendent McNeil?
2 words that our team and the board is going to be becoming very familiar with are funding cliff. Funding cliff. And so that is nomenclature for, you know, these dollars are going to be running out. And so we need to be very aware of that. You know, we do have the ability to have a tidings amendment, which is a cost extension for some of these dollars over those years, but there will come a time where there will be a funding cliff, and so for the board to be recognizing that as well.
I think points well made. Very much so. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I just still caution against inferring that people want more spending or more taxes or more, spending. We had an excellent speaker this morning, a gentleman I've known for years that we frequently disagree with, butt heads, but he presents excellent ideas, and I respect his input. And for example, the speaker this morning is exactly point on this. He said we don't need more money in the long term. We need to look at everything being on the table for what we can cut, et cetera. So again, I'm not agreeing with everything he said, but I'm pointing out that I don't see anything in here that says maybe we can cut something else, maybe we can live within our means. And obviously, I understand we have extra federal dollars from CARES, et cetera, but I just caution that I don't see anything in here that says, more money. And that's all I have on that. I do have another question on a different subject.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So the question is, and again, I don't see it in here, maybe it's intentional. Did we get any feedback if the public is happy with us? In other words, yeah, great, we need more students, but maybe we get an A instead of an A+, or are we getting an F? Was there any feedback in there of how they perceive we're doing currently?
No, the focus of this survey was, again, the strategic plan and the budget, so we tried to, it was already a fairly long survey, so we wanted to keep it to those 2 topics since we know we have to do this planning. That said, as we've noted in the bridge plan, we're going to do an updated survey about staff work stress, perceptions of the school district, and that's going to be going out next week to the random sample of staff that we select. So we will be getting some feedback. As we do every year, we ask that series of questions about how people feel about the district and whether they think we're moving in the right direction. So there will be that update probably next year once we receive that data back.
One thing I will say, just for all of us, I'll put my PhD research hat on for a minute. We have to be careful about looking to infer from some data something we didn't ask, right? And whether that's, and that, hey, how you like us now, so to speak. We didn't ask, so we can't say, hey, no one said we're doing poorly. Whoa, we didn't ask. Right? Same thing. No one said you're spending too much money or you're not spending enough. We didn't ask. And so I think it's really important to not infer any of those things. From a research standpoint, then that would be unreliable data.
Well done. Yes, absolutely. But we will be getting that data.
I earned that thing. Gosh, dang it, I earned that thing.
You can do my job. Next time you can present the results.
Yeah, no, it's easy. Coffee started to kick in. I realized which real, which that's totally unrealistic. However, I do think it's important, though, just that we recognize, let's not look for something we didn't ask. So, and that, ooh, yay, we don't have it, or ooh, yay, it's there, because it won't be. But if when we ask what we need to ask, then we can certainly infer some findings from there with the help of, that's what you 2 do.
And I'll just make one last note that the grants that we're looking at, the ESSERS grants, do require a lot of feedback from the community at various points throughout the funding. So about every 6 months, we need to do some sort of check-in with our stakeholders about the use of those dollars. So there will be more feedback coming down the pike as we start spending some of this money coming towards us.
All right, fantastic. Now we're going to thank you. Anything else on the survey from the mighty assessment minds we have in front of us. All right, not at all. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Job well done. It really is informative. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Now we're going to jump into the strategic plan piece. So why don't we take a quick little bio break, because this is going to be a big chunk, right? Quick little bio break. And then, so let's say 10 minutes. Okay, my computer clock says 10, so we'll go 10 after, and then we'll jump in and start getting to the strategic plan. Thanks, everybody. A lot to get done today. All right, so we're going to go ahead with our, that was just for, oh, we didn't have any public comment on that piece, did we, JJ? I didn't think so. There was no vote anyway, but. Yep, we're still on 2.01. We're just going to continue, and now we're jumping into the strategic plan portion of 2.01, and there will be several motions for us to consider, is my understanding, recommendations from staff as we move along. So, Superintendent McNeil?
Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board. So as we start down this pathway, what we would like to ask for the board today is what we are going to be going over is our response to recovery 2-year strategic plan. As you all now know, in the year, this school year, 2021, we have our bridge plan, and that stemmed off of our Washoe County School District Envision 2020 plan, which we know officially came to an end at the end of last year. So we have our bridge plan that is in place right now. This response during recovery plan is in direct relation to what our school district is going through right now during the age of COVID, and how we are going to come out of it and provide supports, importantly, to our students and to our staff. And so one of the first things that we'll be talking about throughout the day is our updated pathway, which you see on the front sheet here. And we really staff felt that it was important to continue these discussions and updates on measurable outcomes to the board on a regular basis. So that would be something that we would recommend going into the next 2 school years, is that the board is continually updated on measurable outcomes. How are we doing on our strategic plan? And it's not just a one-day event, it is throughout the year, so that the trustees and the public are continually updated around measurable outcomes on our strategic plan. We felt that that was really important for the board to get those regular updates. And so what you see there is just some updated metrics on when we would be presenting that information to the board. And so if we can go to the next slide, JJ. So back in May of 2010, I want to reorient the board on the adopted vision, mission, and core beliefs of the trustees. And to take a look, we did not have any recommended changes to our vision and mission. We felt that these were very well articulated as far as the board's priorities and where our district sees it going as far as the vision and the mission. However, we did have some recommended on the core beliefs, and that was directly related to the response to recovery and really around updating some vocabulary there. So I'm going to have just the board take just a couple of minutes to take a look. These are the core beliefs that the board adopted back in 2010. And our recommended changes, we no longer really refer to it as professional development. We talk about professional learning. In all of our coursework, whether it's relegated to our teachers, our administrators, our support staff, we really talk about professional learning rather than professional development. So we wanted to update that language. And then obviously, as a national model in the Washoe County School District around social emotional learning, we really wanted to integrate that into our core beliefs. We feel that is embedded within our core culture right now within our school district. So we wanted to call that out. So student, academic, and social emotional learning require family, student, school, and community engagement. And then importantly, at the end of that, we added a new core belief for the board to contemplate across the academic, social, emotional, and mental health impacts as a response to recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we wanted to bring these forward to the board, for the board to have that discussion, and then we would ask, as we move throughout, we will go back into the goals right after this, but we wanted the board to take a look at this, and that would be something that we would recommend for action. Discussion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McNeil. So what the first thing before us today as a board, as we look forward to, again, we already agreed as a board, approved as a board, that we would do a 2-year recovery strategic plan. And so then the work began for staff to begin the work on that. Really important to a strategic plan is community input. That's a next thing, that's the next agenda item. We'll get to that wherever it is that we land during our discussion time today. And the recommendation from staff before us is an update. So this is really an updated, not the full because when you do a strategic plan, as you know, we want it to be a full, it takes a 1-year process. You want all across the stakeholders, everyone to get a full chance to deep dive into it. And that was due last year. Then we had COVID, so we did a bridge. And then now, in terms of going forward, that after the results, the impact, I should say, of COVID, in addition to, and there's some funding things, as we've just talked about, that goes along with that. Taking a 2-year snapshot was what staff recommended. The superintendent recommended to us, and we approved a couple of months ago, and then asked them to go to work and come back. And this is the comeback from that, if you will. So as a start, then they're recommending changes to the core beliefs that are also a part of the strategic plan, and we see them before us. They are 2, you can see them, hopefully, though they're on the slide too. We should have them before us on our computers as well. 2 changes. Really kind of more like updates that more accurately reflects the language. It doesn't necessarily change the work as much as it does the language, in my opinion, from those first 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. McNeil. And then the third bullet was the one that really focuses this plan for the next 2 years. So feedback, questions, comments, feedback. Eventually, we want to get to a motion on here. This is, again, on the we believe, the core values the core beliefs, I should say. Very different core beliefs. As we go into this. So it's open for discussion. Kind of did a little recap. I see your light, Clerk Manello. You want to jump in?
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes.
I was going to say you did turn that light on, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
I just
okay.
have probably a really silly question.
okay.
So our last core beliefs, the new one, which is a fine one. So at the end of the 2 years, that will be revisited because hopefully we're not going to have pandemic recovery forever and ever.
Oh, don't say that. Yeah, the whole idea, this is just a 2-year. Again, in an ideal situation, in the last year of this, we'll be actually doing the full, comprehensive, community-wide, Diane, your term, deep dive into, I'm going to see how many times I can get that in today. Because it really should take that kind of full involvement when you really do a comprehensive strategic plan. Again, we agreed that this one won't be the comprehensive one to that extent, but be focused on the recovery. So this whole thing, right, could be up, and certainly I would expect that one will certainly be gone, but the whole thing from a deeper dive, if you will, if that answers that. Dr. McNeil?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And we're going to go through the next agenda item on your agenda. We'll be going into the communications plan for this strategic plan. But you would probably want to start, whether it's going to be a 3-year, 5-year strategic plan coming out of that. That is a huge lift for a school district. And so our recommendation would be that you would probably want to start that conversation in the 22-23, at the very beginning of the 22-23 school year, so that you get all of the stakeholder input as you move forward. But yes, to answer your question and to confirm what you said, Dr. Taylor, we would recommend that you would be taking that one off to your new strategic plan, yes.
Yeah, if not, then it's worse than we thought. Just like yeah. All right, Trustee Church?
Good morning, thank you. So, I'm very concerned, and don't want to be led down a path that I don't understand. Social emotional learning, I have no idea, so I just Googled it, and some of it refers to social skills, how you get along with other people, mental health, I'm 100% behind that. But then some of the Googling referred to social justice and issues that are best discussed. Matter of fact, I think we're going to be discussing it at a future agenda. So I absolutely need some direction and definition and probably incorporate it into the strategic plan to tell the public and myself, what are we talking about with social emotional learning?
Okay, so how about, I'm gonna just ask the superintendent to talk about when it says SEL, right? Also referred to as SEL, right? What does that mean for us? There's a lot out there, but what does it mean for us in this district? I mean, that, to me, that what's relevant is not what somebody else said, but what does it mean for us in this district?
No, thank you, Dr. Taylor, and thank you for the question, Trustee Church and Dr. LaMarca. I'll start you off. So we've actually been a social emotional district for several years. We have done a lot of extensive work. We actually have adopted standards around social emotional learning at the state level. So this is not just relegated to Washoe County. There are actually social emotional learning standards. But Dr. LaMarca will give you a little bit more information as far as what we do actually within our school district.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Dr. LaMarca? I don't think your light's on over there. I mean, your personal light is on. Let me make that clear for the record.
Thank you for that. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. Paul LaMarca. As Dr. McNeil indicated, the school district entered into a collaborative relationship. Actually, it was one of, I think, 6 at the time, selected by Castle 10 years ago. So this is not new work to us. And in fact, social emotional learning was part of the 2010 strategic plan, the update in 2015. The real focus is the development of skills for students, staff as well, around self-awareness, social awareness, responsible decision-making, relationship building, conflict resolution, self-management. We do believe that it is a term that better characterizes what we do than character education. Character education is really a little bit more directed toward teaching and requiring morals, and that's not really something that we've been doing. The district, many years back, working with Castle, that's the collaborative, I'm not going to be able to say what the acronym is, but it's a national group. It's the leading think tank. Through that group, we adopted curriculum that is taught at the elementary level, different set of curriculum taught at the secondary level. We've updated that several times in the past several years. I think most recently we added a curriculum called Sanford Harmony at the elementary level. Many of our schools are teaching that. Let me think what else I should add. It is related to equity work. It very much is related to equity work, as self-awareness, social awareness, self-management are related to equity work. It's not distinct from that. These are integrated things that contribute to building a climate that optimizes student learning. Is there maybe a specific question I could respond to?
I'm going to go to Trustee Church, if I may, just before you will. I know there's those 5 tenets. Maybe go say, I don't remember, you hit 3 of them just now. I know there are 2. Will you go hit those 5 to give at least an overarching, and there are these 5 tenets, if you will, of SEL. That might help,
Right.
and then we'll go back to Trustee Church and make sure to see where he's at.
There's self-awareness, social awareness, responsible decision-making, relationship building, and self-management.
Can you give us a line for each of those 5?
A line for each of those?
Yes, self-awareness is this. In terms of, in our district, what does that mean for, just a quick little, and it may not be quick, I get it.
You're testing to see if I have the competencies?
Yes,
That's
I'm
actually
actually-
a really good question.
And in
because
fact, yes, that will be, I'm going to ask her to reflect this in your evaluation as well, so.
Oh, geez. Well, so self-awareness would have something to do with what you said about my light being on. Am I aware that my light is on? So am I able to describe who I am? Am I aware of who I am in terms of identity? What I bring, what I don't bring, what my strengths are, what my weaknesses might be. But it's just self-reflection, which is an important skill, not only for children, but for adults. Social awareness is sort of the flip side of that. Do I take the time to know who you are? Do I appreciate who you are? And if I can do that, then I can engage with you in conversation that's related to responsible decision making. So am I aware enough of myself, aware enough of others, to when I am confronted with choices, I can responsibly make decisions. Relationship building is clearly very much a part of those same things, but it is not stepping on people. It is building a relationship first. This is something that we expect of all of our teachers in order to effectively teach. And then self-management. Self-management is what is good for me. So it is related to what I know about myself, what I want to accomplish, but also what I know about others and social awareness. And so am I able to manage the choices I make that support what I want to accomplish, but also support what you want to accomplish? There's so much more that could be said about this. I'm a social psychologist. I would probably prefer to use different terms to describe these competencies, but these are the competencies within the castle wheel of social emotional learning.
Without going into an SEO workshop, right, I just wanted to kind of give an overview. And I actually was about to make a note before you even asked that question, Trustee Church, that because it's such a big part of our district, it may be an opportunity at some point when we have a work session that we put a little piece so that the board can learn a little bit more, just because we have so many new board members, right? And we know generally, but it may be, right, I was going to make a note of that. But anyway, you beat me to it. So Trustee Church, other questions for Dr. LaMarca?
Thank you. Yes, and I was trying to research it online at what we have at the school district. Everything you've said sounds wonderful. I just don't want to find out later that when constituents start emailing me, as we've been getting, that it's not something I don't understand. So I'm going to be blunt. Does the term social justice have anything to do with SEL?
Yes.
Does, for example, there was a proposal that talked about white privilege or white male privilege. Would that have anything to do with SEL?
No.
So tell me how social justice would be part.
In order to answer that question, I would probably need to know your definition of social justice.
We had a proposal that was supposed to be on the May 25th agenda that got pushed back. So I was allowed to review the documentation on that. And so that's an actual agenda item we can't discuss today. I see the lawyer's probably already twitching a little bit over there, so we don't go off script. But social justice is used throughout that term, starting at kindergarten on. And again, I could have quote after quote after quote, but it includes white privilege. It includes the term BIPOC, which I'm not positive. I don't want to say it and be wrong. It talks about disadvantaged communities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know it. You were there. We were in the meeting together. So I think that clear.
So in terms of the part of the linkage between social emotional learning and social justice would probably be better to say a linkage between social emotional learning and equitable practices. So part of getting to know other people is to appreciate who they are, their identity, in order to build relationship so that you can engage with them. So as far as that relates to social justice, yes, there is a linkage between the two. What I would suggest is that when we talk about Tier 1 practices across the school district related to school climate, social emotional learning, equitable and culturally responsive practices, they are all part of that tier.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. I see you, Vice President Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. LaMarca, for the clarification. And I would agree with you. I do not think that it's the district's responsibility or role to teach values and morals. That should be left to families. So I'm good with that. I'm glad. I think one thing you could help us or help me clarify is that there are some state requirements around this. And so I'm curious on what the state requirements are for K-12 education in Nevada. You don't have to go into a huge deal, but maybe help us understand
You mean for SEL?
SEL, what's coming down from the state that is through NDE and the legislature that we have to do. I think that is helpful for me to know on what of this is required and versus what is something that this district can have control over.
Or is it enough to say, please correct me if I'm wrong, is it enough to say that the state requires SEL? Because that's a part of what this is part of what we're doing required for the state. Do they get into the detail of it, or is it they require that we do some instruction in SEL? Can it?
I'm going to try to make this a brief answer, partly because I prefer to, as you suggested, maybe have another opportunity where Trish Schaefer and the team could come and we could talk more fully about this. There are a few terms that are related to this. As you know, there's a lot of mandates around bullying. So several years back, and this was several years after Washoe County School District had already entered into this sort of realm of social emotional learning, the State Department of Education created a new office called the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning Environments. That's the group that also oversees all the bullying legislation and does require some mandates for the school district in terms of how we treat children. They have adopted at the state level standards around social emotional learning. Those standards are modeled off of what Washoe County School District created with Castle. So in that sense, Washoe County has been a leader in this area nationally, but also within the state. The state has an emphasis and an expectation that we're teaching the whole child, and as part of that, social emotional learning is critical. They are invested in the learning environments being appropriate, inclusive, equitable, just as we are. They do not dictate the number of minutes that you will spend teaching SEL in a particular school day, to my knowledge.
No, that's helpful. So it's more of an umbrella, and we're required to stay under the umbrella and then follow the mandates, which is as it should be. You know, give us the umbrella and let us operate under the umbrella versus do this, and if it doesn't work for you, then tough. So I'm good.
Right, give us the guardrails.
Yeah,
and that's what I thought it was. Do they
guardrails,
say
perfect.
do it and give us the guardrails? Yeah. Okay.
I'll also add that we have not dictated as a school district how a teacher teaches social emotional learning. We have not dictated how many minutes will be spent. We do provide some recommendation. The hope is there is some explicit attention, but it's also integrated within teaching. We feel it's part of highly effective instructional practice.
Okay, thank you, Dr. LaMarca. I see Clerk Manetto, and then we'll go back to you, Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. And having taught ESL in the last 5 years, I would totally agree. This helps with not just the kids, but the teachers too. You know, just breathe. And basically that's kind of some of it's. And so I think, thank you. It's great.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto. It's good to get a teacher's perspective, being in the classroom and having taught SEL. So awesome. Your lights off, Trustee Church, and then I think Trustee Thigpen.
Yeah, again, I'm still not totally clear. I'm going to, couple quotes from the meeting, and just tell me if those are, I'll do 3 or 4 quotes.
I'm sorry, from which meeting?
From, not a formal meeting, from a private meeting that was held where we looked at some of the potential comments or potential education. I don't know how to phrase it. It was held a few days ago. Wasn't a formal meeting.
It was our meeting?
No, ma'am.
Oh, a meeting you were at?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
It was the meeting where we were called in and given 2 hours to review
the curriculum review.
Curriculum
Well, that's
review.
not a meeting. That's not, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I got you. I just wanted to see
All
what
right, but
we were talking about. Okay, go ahead.
We met, so by whatever.
All right.
Okay.
It's okay.
Grade 5. Quote, many of the white men who fought in the Revolution and wrote the Constitution enslaved people and stole land from their native nations, end quote. Grade 5. Much of the history has been covered up and overlooked. This is an extremely important example of the consequences of systematic racism. Bear with me one sec while I go page up. And going back to first grade, grade 2, actually, grade 2. Why might people in a privileged culture want those in an oppressed culture to be less valued? Grade 2, systematic racism. So are those part of SEL?
That's the ELA curriculum, am I correct?
Pardon?
That's the ELA, that's the proposed, that came from the proposed ELA curriculum.
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay.
My response would be twofold. One, I was not at the meeting you're talking about, but two, as I understand it, those are direct quotes from the social justice supplemental materials as part of benchmark. That is not part of our SEL curriculum.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to, is that's part of that. And those might not be, I'm not saying those are bad things to bring up, but I think that should be a part of that discussion.
That's why I'm confused whether that was part of SEL.
Yeah, no, that's not, you're mixing it, you're making, and they're really not. I mean, there's a connection in a way, but that's why I said we want to ask about what is SEL here, right? Because part of what I think part of what's happening, this is my own personal thing, is we can Google and research and find all kinds of stuff that can tell us all kinds of stuff, pro and con, good and bad. All that's wonderful, but what it really comes right down to is what are we doing here? What is being proposed to be done here? How are we making things happen here, or what? And that's why I really want to kind of put us to that piece.
Yeah. I just
right?
want to know what I'm voting for.
No, it's nothing wrong with that, but that's not what you're voting for. Just so you know, right? That's a different meeting. Right? Okay. I think we're good. Any other? Okay, is that? Oh, yes, right. I'm sorry. These little thingies, I can't really see.
I know.
Okay, Trustee Thigpen, but I needed to remember that, and then we'll go to a Vice President Caldwell.
I'm just
gonna try
prepared
to
to-
Then I'm gonna try to get us to a question, so we got a lot to do today.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Oh, okay. Were you Trustee Caldwell? Did you have a comment before the
Yeah,
motion?
I think I might be able to, I think I understand what Trustee Church is saying. I might be able to get the question just into just one quick question, is if the ELA curriculum is approved, does it impact SEL? I think that's what really he's getting at, and so I'm just curious on, and if the answer is no, then great.
They're two different, so you have an English language arts curriculum, supplemental curriculum, which you all will be voting on, and then we have social emotional learning curriculum, which is
Okay.
already in place. Two
So, yeah,
separate-
so they're not, so they are truly separate, and so I think that's fine. I think that's where it was, so how are they impacting each other? So, they're separate deals. Okay.
Okay, I think we're good, Dr. Parks. I think we're good with that. Thank you. Good. Okay, Trustee Thigpen, we'll go to you for a motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I motion that the Board of Trustees approves the updated core beliefs of the strategic plan.
Motion on the floor from Trustee Thigpen. Is there a second? Second. Yeah, I got two of them. We'll give it to Clerk Minetto, being the former teacher. Okay, any further discussion? If
Just
your
a
light's on, I can't see it. Your mic's down a little bit lower. There we go.
Just a quick comment. I'm not comfortable voting for that unless I see a definition of SEL.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is 6-1. 6-1. So let me, gotta do what I do after motion. Don't know why I do it, but I do. I think a president before me did it, so I just kept doing it. All right, so then we're gonna go ahead back to Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board. So now we're moving on to our core principles, our response to recovery, opening of schools, and what our staff has taken as our guiding principles as we move through this work. So this is staff-related, and we did add, continue to provide safe in-person instruction, maximize in-person instructional time, sustain the safe operation of schools, and address the academic, social, emotional, and mental health impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we felt very strongly that this new principle was added as we walk into the next 2 years for our response to recovery plan. So if we can move forward.
Okay, we good? You need a motion on that, or we're good?
This is just for staff.
Just for, that's for staff. Oh, you said that. Thank you.
And so as we move into goals 1 through 5, our summary of goals. So we are not recommending at this point in time any change in our goals. So as you all know, with our strategic plan, we have 5 goals. Goal 1 is around academic achievement and how we are going to be responding to our academic needs within our classrooms and schools. Goal 2 is really around human capital, and we'll dive into those issues or areas today. Goal 3 is around family engagement and community engagement. Goal 4 is around transparency and efficient operations. And then Goal 5 is really around safety and mental health supports within our schools. So again, we do not have any changes. We are recommending a status quo on those 5 particular goals.
And just as a reminder to my colleagues, those are the goals. Under each goals, there are initiatives, there are objectives, and then initiatives, and that gets down into a little bit more detail of those. So,
and great segue into our next slide. So we really wanted to kind of have an orientation as far as how we number within our strategic plan, because sometimes I think, sometimes I even get confused as far as, what is it that these numbers really mean? And so just to orient, so you have a goal. And goal number 1, this is just an example, to ensure annual student academic growth. I won't read through that entire goal, but that is goal 1. You then move into an objective. So how are you going to accomplish goal 1? And so we have a few objectives under goal 1. So for example, objective 1.1 would be provide and continuously improve rigorous and relevant curriculum, instruction, assessment practice for all students. You then have a third layer, and that's where we come up with our measurable outcomes. So one of those measurable outcomes under objective 1.1 is measurable outcome 1.1.1, and that is increase in graduation rates on an annual basis. And so one of the things that we would like to take a look at is, instead of calling it an initiative, I think we've all heard of the common term of initiative fatigue. I think it's better, and it actually talks about, when we're talking about metrics, this is what we want to do. This is a measurable outcome. So you have a goal, you have an objective, and you have a measurable outcome. And so this kind of sets the table for what we're going to be talking about today within each one of our overarching goals. And so with that, we get into goal number 1, and we have each goal will have a goal owner. Goal 1 has several goal owners. We call this our academic leadership team. And that's with our Deputy Superintendent, Debbie Beiersdorf, Dr. Paula Marca, Dr. Parks, Joe Ernst, and Dr. Laura Davidson. So they will be walking us through Goal 1 and what our recommendations would be around Goal 1. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. LaMarca.
And I will turn it over to Dr. Davidson, as I believe she's doing the first part of it.
And I'll turn it, no, it's me. So we all know this has been a strange year for data. You've seen our data presentations throughout the year. There isn't a district nationally that is likely seeing gigantic improvements. As we've noted over and over, our assessments, it's been challenging to assess students. Our core credit attainment is down, chronic absenteeism is up in ways that are wildly different than we've seen previously. We know the pandemic has impacted students in ways that we never predicted. So in terms of setting measurable objectives around some of these measures, it's a really difficult year to do it, and no one has great approaches to doing it. So we're also just a few months away from having baseline data that's going to tell us what this year really looked like. So we're going to be getting SBAC scores in just a few months. We'll have core credit attainment for the year. We'll have chronic absenteeism. We'll have suspensions. Everything will be available in a couple of months. And because this was such an odd year for data, we decided for the bulk of these metrics to just reestablish baseline in the fall. And you've seen we've updated how we're going to present them. So we're going to group elementary and middle school together at the start of the year, and then once we have graduation data and all of the high school metrics, we'll present all of those together in January. So that timeline makes a lot more sense. So for a lot of these, we have decided just to reset our baseline, so we have a sense of what we're going to be looking at, since we will have concrete data in just a couple of months. So with that, objective 1.1 here, the only real edit we made to that is that we wanted to specifically specifically call out academic recovery. So we changed it to with a focus on academic recovery to increase learning outcomes for all students. And then you can see for each of the metrics, 1.1, 1.1.2, et cetera, we largely just decided to reestablish that baseline data for 2021, and then we have some sense of what the targets will look like. So we're starting in 2022 with 3 percentage point increase based on whatever we end up with this year. And the reason for that is that we know we're getting a big influx of money coming towards us with the ESSERS grants. We're also going to be back in person. So we think that first year, it's likely that we'll have a bit of a bump in graduation rates. Again, we don't know exactly what our graduation rate's going to look like this year, so we'd rather just wait and see what happens before we set that specific percentage. And then every year after that is a 2 percentage point gain. And sort of the way that we look at target setting like this is we want existence proof, right? Like we'd all like to say that we'd want to see a 6 percentage point increase in graduation rates, but very few districts in the country can make that large of a gain in a single year, particularly when our graduation rates are already fairly high, so we don't have as much low-hanging fruit left. So that's sort of where those targets get set. And same for SBAC, again, reestablished baseline after we get our data back here in just a couple of months. So, and then the only other edit we made here is we thought the 9th grade course failure data, that was duplicative of core credit attainment by 10th grade. So we just removed that so that you're not getting as many metrics reported to you, and it's kind of included in that 10th grade core credit attainment metric.
We can certainly pause at this point. Trustee Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. So I see for 1.1.1, 1.1.2, 1.1.3, there are percentage gains. How did we come up with those?
So we have a process in our department where we typically we look at 3-year averages and see what types of gains are expected, especially given the context around it. So we never want to set a target that's just completely unattainable because we're setting ourselves up for success, but we want to set something rigorous. As you've seen for probably the last couple of years, 2 percentage point increase is something that we've seen happen in our district. A 3 percentage point gain is not something we've seen as frequently, but it's a rigorous target, and we know particularly if our graduation rate ends up a little bit lower this year, we want to shoot higher, especially if we're seeing our graduation rate dip a little bit. And again, we tend to set higher targets for years where we know there's going to be a big shift. So we know we're going to get a lot of this money. We're going to have an amazing summer school program happening this summer, so we're really hopeful that that influx of dollars and support is going to help give us that bigger boost in that first year. So again, we tend to look at 3-year averages, existence proof, like what have we been able to do before, what have other districts been able to do to set something that's attainable but also rigorous.
Thank you. I'm good with 1.1.1. I think for the other two, at least from since I joined the board, I think there's this, I don't know how to put this, I think sometimes we try to be really safe, and I personally would like to challenge the district to set the goals high and not be afraid to miss them. I mean, let's just say we want 3 and we get 3, but if we set it at 5 and get 4, we missed, but we did better. And because I know on a piece of paper it doesn't look good if it shows metric not achieved or not successfully attained. I would rather us miss high targets than meet low targets. And I know that the math standard has been something that I've struggled with. I want us to set that tone district-wide that we're going to expect more and we're not afraid to miss it. But if you aim high and miss, you're better off than aiming low and hitting it. That's just my perspective. And so I think that we should really talk about these gains because I think they're great if we hit them, but are they high enough? And I think that's something that we should really, really dig into. And maybe this is not the time, maybe it's the next strategic plan. But I think as a system, we should put that challenge out there, and I think we'll meet it. I think we just have to put it out there.
And I'm all for rigorous targets. The 3 percentage point gain actually is a fairly rigorous target, especially we have, fully admit, been flat, especially for ELA the last few years. So even seeing a 3 percentage point gain, I think we'd all be pretty happy with that. The one challenge with setting higher targets is if you don't meet it, and we're seeing this in the graduation one actually, if you don't meet it the first year, then you're even further behind for the next year. So then, maybe you're 5 percentage points high, and then there's just no way. Then it's sort of demoralizing because it's hard to reach that target. And then the other challenge, just the way we think about these two, is we have targets set for each population group. So we know some of our population groups need to increase by 6 percentage points or 7 percentage points. So if you set one for the district at 3 percentage points, then you're also going to need to set, 10 percentage point gains for special population groups, which also is just a challenge. So I could see playing around with the numbers a little bit. The 3 is based on rolling averages and looking at what's been done in other districts, been done here. But those are just considerations to think about when setting those rigorous targets.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson. You follow up, okay? Trustee Church?
Good morning, thank you. And by the way, my apologies earlier for misstating who was at the meeting. I apologize. With masks on, I got it mixed up. So my one question, is it possible to add a statement on the graduation rates to say something to the effect of without changing standards? Or, in other words, I'm getting a lot of feedback from constituents that we can meet any graduation rate we want if we simply lower the standards.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
I'll just note, the requirements to receive a standard diploma or higher are kind of always the same, so if students meet that, then they get it. But certainly, I think we're always challenging our students to meet those rigorous standards. And, we've had great gains or improvements in this area with 50% of our students not just getting a standard diploma, but actually getting an honors, advanced, or CCR diploma. So, those standards are still there, but I hear your point on that.
One thing I will say, just to add to that may be helpful, is we don't change the standards, the state does. So we don't get to change the standard. There's certainly something to be said for, hey, we can change it and make anything, and I certainly get that. But what it takes to get a bilingual certification or a CTE certification or an honors diploma or a regular, we don't set any of that. So we can't change the standards. So I'm not sure, and maybe that message isn't out there. Right? Maybe people think that we can do that, and maybe that's where the disconnect is. But just knowing we don't get to change the standards. So, right, that's not within our control.
Yeah, maybe you can address that, because I'm new on the board, about 4 months, 5 months, but constituents were saying that a few years ago we stopped doing the graduation testing.
That was state. That was that was the high school proficiency exam. That was the state change, but instead they went to end of course exams. And again, state though, it wasn't something that we did. And one thing, and I've had that conversation before, because it's kind of sent the message, hey, they're lowering standards and so on. So therefore the number kind of went up, right? And the thing that was interesting to me is when high school proficiency went in place, right, and the number went down, no one said, oh, well, it went down because of high school proficiency. It went one way, but not the other. And it's state set by the state. But the state did change that. They switched to end of course exams. So it's not that they don't have to test. They just test differently.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good for someone who doesn't work in this. I just been around here long enough to know that, because I lived through that change in a lot of questions in the community. So other I see it. Okay, Dr. Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to read the definition that we're laying our decisions on academic growth: to ensure annual student academic growth through a system of curriculum instruction and assessment that is aligned, rigorous, relevant. Instruction will be designed to meet the needs of every child in our diverse student population. Absolutely, that's our obligation, that's our responsibility, and certainly that's what we should be doing. When I look at the goals, the objectives, one question that comes to my mind is, well, first I hear a lot of voices in my head, and the voices are saying, why are we 40 whatever in the nation. How can we raise our standing, lower our standing? Does this 3% help move that barometer? Can we then continue to work toward success that helps us attain a better standing? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are happy with the current proficiency rates that we have. I mean, none of us as parents would be happy if our child weren't proficient on any of these exams. I absolutely want to see our data change. I think particularly when we look at that flat, especially in third grade, flat ELA proficiency rates for a number of years with all that influx of money, I mean, that's demoralizing. We want to set better standards for all our students and make sure that we're meeting those standards. The 3 percentage point gain, again, is just based on what has been doable, and even, again, seeing that 3 percentage point gain, I would love to see that given that we've been flat for the last 3 years. So seeing a 3 percentage point gain with as many students as we have taking that exam would actually be, a sizable movement of students towards proficiency. I'm excited this year we're going to be getting growth data back again, so we'll be able to see, yes, we know we have a lot of these students who are at a level 1 on SBAC, and they have a ways to go to reach proficiency. So for the first time in the last couple of years, we're going to be getting that growth data back to see that even if they're not meeting standard right now, or at least are they on their way to approaching standard. So I think once we have some of that data as well, we'll have a better sense of where we can land with proficiency, which is again why I'm encouraging us to just reset baseline once we receive that data back in just a couple of months here, and have a better sense with that growth data combined if we're on track at least to moving more students towards proficiency.
Thank you, Dr. Laura. I asked Dr. McNeil to check in as well, but if I might add just a little piece, I think what you were trying to get to, Dr. Nicolette, is not as much as where we are proficiency-wise, because that certainly is of concern, and this helps to move our proficiency, but I think you're talking about that overall, Washoe County is that kind of thing, or no, it's not us, it's the state, we're really 30%. I think that's the overall thing am I getting it right?
Absolutely. Let me just say that my personal definition of proficiency, and I know we're relegated to that term. I could be proficient in the kitchen, but my food is not edible. So that's a word that's really fuzzy for me.
But I hear you, and I think that is important, because this does speak to those proficiency levels that we all want to not be so flat, but to begin to move up. But I thought your question was going in a different direction. So I asked Dr. McNeil to talk a little bit about those ratings, because that comes out all the time. I mean, that accusation or concern, depending, right, on how it's said, quite frankly, comes out all the time. And then there's some data, nowhere 35, nowhere 41, whatever, right? So can you help us with that some?
No, absolutely, and I appreciate that, Dr. Nicolette, as far as, trying to understand what those data points are saying. And, there's, whether we're 35th or 40th, a lot of those are at the state level. And just as a reminder to the public, there are 13,500 school districts in this country, 13,500. And so I think the information, when you say that we're 40th or 35th, if we were 35th and 40th and out of 13,500 school districts, we would be doing really well. That's not what we're saying here. And so a lot of those metrics that are being reported out there in the community are at the state level. And a lot of times it's actually around the per pupil funding where the state of Nevada is coming out at. And so, our staff is not talking about staying at a standing, point. We want to make sure that our schools are set up for success, as Dr. Davidson was saying, but just to get that point out that there are 13,500 school districts within the country, and so to make that point. So just wanted to make that clarification.
May I add a quick comment? And Dr. Davidson referred to this. When she referred to the idea of an existence proof, She's referring to the highest performing school districts nationwide. So it isn't, when she says that, she's not saying that, by and large, districts grow by 3 percentage points every year. It's the highest performing school districts. If we were able to hit 3% gains 3 years in a row, we would be elite nationally. That's my professional opinion.
Thank you for that, Dr. LaMarca. It's part of it is, I think it's for all of us. We hear it and we get concerned about it because constituents ask us about it. So I think those things are really helpful. That piece of data, I think, is helpful that we're setting those things because the question has been asked, regardless of how it's been asked, is what are we doing to change where we are? One is having a better understanding for state data versus school district data, which is not widely known or shared or whatever, because what always comes out in the paper is Nevada's 48th again. You guys are 40. That's the state, right? So there's a lot of confusion in terms of that. And then I think the other part of what are we doing? We're setting those goals for growth, and that becomes down to the details more, and at a rigorous level, and we're getting reporting on it on a regular basis. I actually love the fact that instead of initiatives, they're called measurable. Because that shows we are measuring. We're not just saying, oh, we have a 3% growth goal. Isn't that great? We'd be elite. But then let's see how we're doing. Right? It means nothing if we don't. What gets measured gets done, right? It does nothing if we don't measure it and then check back. So I appreciate that. Vice President Caldwell and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. And I appreciate the comment that if we were hitting a 3% growth every year, we would be among some of the best school districts in the country. That helps with context. And I also, because when you hear 3%, it's kind of like, okay, that's not very high. But I also understand that within that 3%, there are demographics. And I think as a district, we should always make it our priority that all demographics improve. Because then we'll get the 3% if everyone's moving in the right direction. If some are going this way, others are going this way, then you stay flat. And I think another thing for me that is helpful and might be helpful to the board to get a handle on, and we talk about proficiency, is every grade level tested for that? If we're struggling with proficiency in the older grade levels, let's maybe focus more on the younger grades, because if they're proficient to start in elementary, they're more likely to be proficient in middle school and high school versus it's high school, what do we do? And then that will help us get the 3% more consistent and then I think portrait of a graduate and you're starting at kindergarten is going to help because everyone's working towards the same thing, no one thinks about high school graduation until you get to high school. For some kids, it's a little late in the game to start thinking about that. I think that's helpful too. So I think for me, in my brain, when I hear 3, it's like 3. I can't do 5. But in the 3, there's other things. And I think if we see that and if we talk about that, we'll hit the 3 if we do all the other little things that are behind the mask of a 3, using masks. So I hope that makes sense. So it helped me kind of process. But those are the things that aren't in Goal 1. They're a part of Goal 1, and maybe it's in the weeds, but those weeds help us understand and then communicate out about what we're doing. So that's helpful for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Caldwell. Trustee Church.
Thank you. Good morning again. I do have to comment on and weigh in on the comments about how the state scores versus the school district scores here at Washoe County. There's a gentleman out there, he considers himself my watchdog. He's my nemesis, so to speak, but we do have a good relationship, and we've argued stats back and forth. And we're doing poorly at Washoe County, whether we're 33rd or 45th, et cetera. And as I've looked through the stats, and I've got them right in front of me, we're not doing well. And that's Washoe County School District, not doing well. Maybe we're doing a tad better than the state, but we're not doing well. And per pupil funding, we're not 49th. We're probably worst case scenario 45th, best case scenario around 33rd. Pretty similar stats with how we do as a school district. And the thing that concerns me, it's a state, it's not us. Every single stat we look at is not good, with a few exceptions, almost every single stat. So I just want to put on the record, we can argue stats all day long, but I've got them for the school district, and we have a lot of room for improvement.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Sure. Superintendent McNeil?
No, we appreciate that, Trustee Church, and, we've said it several times that we're a continually improving school district, and that's our philosophy, and that's what we continue to do. I'm exceptionally proud as a superintendent from what we've been able to do. Since I was installed as the superintendent, we've made a lot of growth. Do we have a lot of areas to improve? Absolutely, and not just around academics as well, too. But, we appreciate that feedback, and like I said, we're always striving to do better. And I think our teachers and our administrators, our support staff, and I'll also say our students, they've been through a lot over the last several months. And so that's what this whole strategic plan is about, on how we're going to be responding to that. And to Dr. Davidson's and Dr. LaMarca's points, we want to be rigorous, and we also want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be successful.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. You're coming back to you, Trustee Church?
Yeah, just first of all, I want to say some positive things. Under the superintendent's leadership, we did improve our ACT scores. I understand and I'm not sure the right word, but the higher achieving degrees are well above the state average. And when, like the media and others have said, well, how come we're not doing well? We are faced with a very transient population in Washoe County, a high degree of immigrants with language issues that we're dealing with very well at the school district, but that's a challenge, for example, Utah doesn't have to the degree that we have it. So, yeah, I will say those things in defense of our school district, but, we have challenges, we'll deal with them, but I will say that. So I'm not a total negative on that. I recognize some of those challenges and how we have improved. Those ACT scores, by the way, I think we're 18.2 for the school district, still placed, if we were a state, places us behind Mississippi for 49th. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Should we go ahead? Back to you, Dr. Davidson, or? Yeah? Okay.
I think, I'm all good on 1.1, and I think someone else is doing 1.2.
That would be me. And 1.2 is kind of the mirror image of 1.1. In some ways, if you think of 1.1 is overall increases, 1.2 is really focused around student population increases and narrowing achievement gaps. I believe you're all looking at the presentation. So when you see red language, that's the changes that we've made, and you see some of the strike-throughs. So we've added, while directing resources to ensure optimal conditions for learning, we changed the word opportunity to achievement, just to be consistent with 1.1, which was around achievement gains. We added key tenets of professional learning communities as one of a number of strategies in order to close these gaps, and that is because of a focus that we are placing on professional learning communities. Also, we made some changes to the subpopulations that we're reporting against, and the board had already made these changes, but we've made them visible here for you. So we are reporting out on students who are homeless, students living in transition, students in foster care, and also as a requirement, and for the right reasons, all of our efforts are directed at students who've been disproportionately impacted by COVID. As Dr. Davidson said, after establishing baseline, then they will do, meaning the accountability department will do its magic in setting specific targets for each of the subpopulations. And again, to her point, that doesn't mean 3% for every group. Some groups it's going to be far more than 3%. Other groups it might not have to be 3%. We report out against the same metrics, smarter balance assessments, the 4-year graduation rate, and also AP and IB and dual credit performance with respect to closing achievement gaps. We also talk about disproportionality measures later on, and we'll get to that in Goal 5. Those are very much related, but that's the focus here with 1.2. That's all for 1.2. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer.
Okay. I see Dr. Nicolette. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca.
Yes, thank you. To me, the the goal, the goal, the objective is spot on. What I worry about is when I think about measurable outcomes, there's a lot in there. And I personally, for understanding, for the work that's going to have to happen, for explaining things, to really identify measurable outcomes and make it discrete, I'd like to see that split out a little bit, because there's a lot in there. That's my thought.
When we report out on this, when we have historically, and I believe when you were on the board before we did some of this, we report in table form so that, and metrics are set very specifically for each group, but we report out on table form, so you'll see the breakdown for every group, their proficiency rate, where they were last year, where they are this year, where they're projected to be based on our goals. That's not articulated in these words here, but that is how we display those results.
Okay, yes, and to that, when I look at the biggest concept in here, not the contextual portions, I look at the directing resources. That's huge. And so I can imagine that the table you reference, I know you can do it, you guys, you work magic. That's one heck of a big table. And to try and make sense of the resources that were directed to those discrete areas, I think it could be confusing to the typical reader. And I'd like it to be really clear, because that's, to me, this is the heart of a lot of our work.
I think I understand what you're saying, and we obviously are open to language changes. I think one thing worth sharing with the board is these metrics are what I would call relatively gross. They're global. They are 30,000-foot metrics. They enable you to know that we are moving in the right direction, the direction that we're aiming for. Did we meet it? Did we not? What are we going to do differently? So as you look and you kind of deconstruct this objective, you're right. We're talking about directing resources towards culturally responsive practices. We're talking about directing resources towards professional learning communities. We're talking about directing resources towards, multi-tiered systems of support, social emotional learning. So within the district, within our offices, we also use leading indicators to know that our efforts, that are day-to-day efforts, are working, making a difference. In order for us to share all that data with you, we would need workshop type time, and I don't know that it would be especially useful for you. But we do use lots of measures to know whether or not we're achieving our aims, and are they contributing to these outcomes. So when we don't hit these, and when we've reported in the past around successes and barriers, that's really what we're getting at with successes and barriers. So when we've talked about successes, we'll talk about, for example, the number of teachers who received a particular professional development or embedded it within their lesson planning in the following professional development as a leading indicator. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. Superintendent McNeil?
No, and I truly appreciate Dr. Lamarca's discussion around that. And, a lot of these terms will need to be defined, and so whether that's a definitional page or something that we can add, within the strategic plan, because resources, you could have hard resources, right? Like as a teacher, you could have other types of resources as far as a device. And so when we say deploying resources, that could be, on a wide range of types of things. But to put that into a outward-facing document, as far as what those particular resources, it would be several hundred pages. And so, I'm thinking that maybe a definitional page, when we put this all together, may help as far as what the definition of resources could be, because it really is around that. And as Dr. Davidson presented the survey results earlier, some of those resources may be additional staff in a school in order to help support small group instruction. That's just one example. It may be educational technology deployed throughout our school district. It may be counselors and social workers to help with mental health supports.
Yes, I saw you saying, okay, so I was going to say, your microphone's up, thank you, which helps me with these little thingies. Most of the time, I'm like, don't put your microphone up, but I need it today, so that helps me, thank you. Vice President Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm on a proficiency kick today. And so how does achievement gaps impact proficiency rates? I think it's helpful for us because it is tied on if achievement gaps close, I would think the proficiency goals are easier to attain.
And that's what we mean when we say smarter balanced median standard rate. That's another term for proficiency. So for these, whereas in 1.1.2, we're setting proficiency rates for the entire district. Here, we would be reporting the targets that we set for each special population group that's listed in 1.2 against the district. So what we want to do is raise everyone and raise some faster is what those tables look like.
Yeah, so if we are able to successfully start closing achievement gaps, meeting the goals in 1.1.2 and 1.1.3 are probably more attainable because we're raising up those that need to be raised up.
Exactly.
So they are very connected, and so it's all, so if we're looking, so I know some of us, like me, we talk about test scores and proficiency rates, a lot of these other things, it all impacts it. And so if we want to raise proficiency rates, a lot of these, it's easy to say, let's raise proficiency rates, but a lot of these other little things are how you raise proficiency rates. And so I think it's just a conversation we have to keep having over and over again, and that it all is tied together. So thank you.
Definitely, and if I might add, that's, in my opinion, that's why the work in equity is important, because some of the groups that have larger gaps need a little extra attention, whether it's EL students, whether it's poor students, whether it's transient students or homeless students or whatever, they need an extra support or an extra intervention or an extra something that maybe your gen ed student might not need, but that's the way you attack the gap is you say, where's this extra little area here that we might be missing that might make a big difference?
Just one
Yes,
other,
Vice President
just one
Collins.
other comment I'll make really quick, and this is all great conversation. And as a district, that's where we really got to put our focus on. We also remember from the survey data, it was, their high achievers need supports too. Mm-hmm. And so as a district, it's a balance that we talk about. We're going to raise proficiency rates because we have to, where are we struggling, and raise them up. But those that are already here, it's like, well, if they go up too, then the proficiency rates, and so I think
Everybody climbs.
Yeah, so I think we just have to have this conversation, just keep it in the back of our mind, because those that maybe feel that way are watching. It's like, it's great, but what about me? What about my child? And so,
Well, I think that the work that we did with GT speaks towards acknowledging that that's a special group as well. Different needs, right? But that's also equity when they get their needs. Now, it doesn't give us the same result from an achievement gap standpoint, but they have other things. So this 1.2 is just about achievement gaps. And so that's why that conversation is targeted here. So, but no, everybody rises. Everybody rises. That's the whole idea. Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay.
All right. Good morning.
It's good morning.
We're going to just dive right in.
Please do.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Parks.
So in 1.3, I refer us back to our vision. And part of that vision is that we are going to graduate students that are ready for a college experience or a highly skilled career. So our measurable objectives there's 3 of them. And I would also point out that these relate heavily to our promise of a graduate that we're going to be working on. So in 1.3.1, we want to look at our 21 performance and establish a baseline for our career readiness and career and college diplomas. In 1.3.2, we are going to be focusing on the percentage of students enrolling in and completing a pathway of study in our career and technical education programs by the end of their senior year. And in 1.3.3, again, based on 21 performance, we want to look at our 8th grade students that are ready for high school, and that's defined by core credit attainment as well as proficiency or above on our Smarter Balance assessments. The strike-throughs, they're related to what Joe's going to talk to us about. As we looked at our strategic plan and with our move to North Star as our distance learning model, we felt like we'd be much more focused by having a new objective around our distance learning model. And those strike-throughs were related to kind of mid-pandemic thinking, where we were thinking we might be doing distance learning everywhere, but we've pivoted. There we go. So if there are any questions regarding our focus on graduating our students college or highly skilled career ready, I'd be glad to take those.
Yeah, what I'd like to, I see Vice President Caldwell. Thank you so much. And what I'd like to do is, as we go through this, we'll take some questions or comments. My goal, speaking of goals, is to get through goal 2 before lunch, because I'm doing the time check. We still have a lot to cover, and so let's just focus it as much as we can. I certainly want to have the discussion as necessary, but let's focus as much as we can and be a little bit more intentional. So we'll start with Vice President Caldwell, and then we go over here to Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. For me, I know we talk a lot about ACT scores, and I won't get on my soapbox, but ACT is a measure for college, and not everyone goes to college. And I remember at a CTE presentation, we talked about how there are certain exams, depending on the CTE pathway, that students take. And correct me if I'm wrong on that. Have we thought about any metrics around those type of assessments to measure career readiness? Not just maybe a certain diploma, because maybe a student doesn't get that diploma, but they are career ready. Has that been a discussion in our district?
I'm phoning a friend.
I see. Deputy Byersdorf, good morning. You're here with us. Good morning. Good to hear
Trustees.
from you.
I am. Thank you. So I think, Trustee Cottle, you're talking about the ACT work keys assessments, and that's part of the, that can be part of the ACT assessment. The census assessment that we give to our juniors each year does not include the work keys. Pre-pandemic, we were starting work along with TMCC and at the state level as well with the CTE department at Nevada Department of Education to take a look at the work keys to see how we could implement them into our schools. There's additional costs for the work keys as well, but I know, of course there is. But that is something I would say, we do have students that take the work keys, but I would say something right now that's more at the initial kind of conversation level. And as of right now, it's not required as part of that census testing that we do with our juniors.
No, I appreciate that, and I hope maybe one day as a state we get to a point where the ACTs for those that are pursuing college and a different test are for those pursuing career, because then we get a true measure of readiness on what's next. And obviously we can't control that, but I think as a district, anything we can do to measure career readiness, we have plenty that measures college readiness, but they all don't go to college. Where are they going? How do we measure their readiness? And right now I think that's missing, and it's not just us, it's missing as a state. It's probably missing as a country, and that's not something we can solve today, but just curious, so thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you, Trustee Cottle. I totally understand what you're saying, and I hope it happens too, because we have different pathways, and we have not quite embraced that yet as to how to assess readiness. There are components, but we're not quite there. My question is in the 1.3, providing continuously improve the pathway to college and career readiness through an aligned pre-K and 16 system. I get the aligned, and I know we're working on that. What I don't see, though, is some kind of measurable outcome to assess that. It's like we start all of a sudden 8th grade through, which one is it? The last one, 3.3, 8th grade, and then we pretty much have high school. We really don't address that commitment to pre-K and through 7th grade, and how we're going to assess that we're aligning this pathway for that continuum.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. I think our thinking is that if you refer back to 1.1 as well as 1.2, that our kind of SBAC focus in grades 3 through 8 is focused on exactly that we're creating a pathway, keeping in mind that we want to focus on proficiency and above. And so I think that is our intention, is that it's already there in metrics 1.1 and 1.2, the focus on the outcomes, where we have SBAC data that aligns to kind of the 8th grade metric of being ready for high school, as well as our ultimate, college and career readiness focus.
So when we have the opportunity to review measured outcomes, we'll be able to see that connectivity in what you just described.
I support that. In my thinking, I hear exactly where you're coming from, that you want to see a natural progression, that the indicators of, and we talked about this several times, that in the elementary schools are very good news for what we're sending to the middle schools, for what we're sending to the high schools, and that as we talk about that pathway to highly skilled careers and college readiness, we can look at it as a flow that we're improving all along the way. So that was part of the reason why we suggested that we come to you in chunks, where we're looking at kind of a K-8 focus, where we'll be able to report out in those SBAC indicators, and then also all the high school pieces will be together. So we were intentionally thinking of creating a better focus on that pathway.
Thank you very much, and let me just put the plug in for pre-K and that continuum. I know that's hard to assess because it's a little bit different of a group of kiddos, but that connectivity, because Washoe County School District is doing, I believe, such a wonderful job with our early childhood education programming, to bring them in and show that beautiful flow, I think will be insightful.
Yeah, and I would add, we're coming to you on Tuesday for our kindergarten update, and pre-K is a part of that. And real quick, through our focus on professional learning communities, those foundational pieces in kindergarten and pre-K, we are monitoring those through professional learning communities.
And I'll just add super quick, Dr. Nicolette, we also are going to touch very briefly on here, something that I know Trustee Cottle is very passionate about, our promise of a graduate, and that's talking about from the pre-K all the way up to our North Star as far as graduation. And the one thing I'll just caution us about is, we talk a lot about outcomes, but we also don't want to take an assessment that is used to help guide instruction for our teachers and unnecessarily turn that into a high stakes assessment. So we're always very cognizant of that as well, too.
Okay, thanks, Vice President Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Just got one quick question. What are we doing in middle school for career readiness and even access for those high school opportunities?
I would encourage anybody to add to this as well. What you see at the middle school level, for one, I'd point out that during summer school, we have a big focus, and this is because we joined our community, that they came and said, hey, we have this great opportunity and we want to focus on career readiness. And so they're going to be giving virtual presentations during summer school about careers that are available in our community. But I also know that many of our middle schools have the same career type focus opportunities that they'll do at their schools. And then specific to our career and technical education, each year the department puts on an opportunity for all 8th graders to come and visit. They had to do it virtually this year, but it's for them to be able to select where they would like to focus their high school, and that on that career technical education pathway. So those are some of the things that we do at the middle school level.
I think that was a handoff.
Yeah. I got the eye there. And I would add to well, it's a little bit more than a year now, I guess, the most recent reauthorization of the Perkins Grant. One of the requirements of that is that we are pushing more career readiness skills, opportunities in the high schools and beyond into middle school, down into 7th grade as well. So.
No, that's great. That's a big part of this, so thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's keep it pushing.
Turning it over to my colleague, Mr. Ernst.
Okay, thank you, Troy. All right, good morning, everybody. What we wanted to talk about here with a new objective added to our response to recovery plan was implementing a sustained distance learning model that provides a full Washoe County School District education for students who engage better in online environment. So we certainly have had a good opportunity this year to understand the impact of distance learning. We've seen a number of models that have been implemented, and we also have come to recognize some of the advantages of a very stable online learning platform, of which we've had North Star this school year. And previous to this year, we've had North Star. So really what we wanted to do is look at continuing to grow North Star in a productive way as our distance learning model. So if you go into 1.4.1, what we're looking, and you'll see that these metrics and these measurable outcomes are consistent with other measurable outcomes within Goal 1. But really we look at the number of students meeting or exceeding standards as measured by SBAC levels, and so you'll see a consistency there back with Goal 1.1.1. If you look at 1.4.2, we're looking at our core credit attainment in 10th grade. We know that that's a real stable marker for our kids when they are on their pathway to graduation. 1.4.3, we continue to use graduation rates to measure the productivity of the students that are at North Star, of which is a very strong graduation rate. 1.4.4 is this year with some of our distance learning models, we have come to understand more about chronic absenteeism, and we want to make sure that our students' attendance is strong. We know that when we attend school regularly, we have a far better chance to achieve at the levels that we would like. The absenteeism, the chronic absenteeism at North Star, given the platform, is a little bit different in terms of the students that attend school every day, but again, a very strong measure of making sure our students are coming to school every day, attending that 4 to 6 hours each day, and then making sure that they're doing their work steadily as they work with their flexible schedules. So that kind of takes us through goal 1.4. So open to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. Next year, the school district is opening, I believe, 3 hubs for North Star. How do you envision these hubs supporting these goals?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Really, you're talking about access for students. And so we have Riggins right now as the main campus, but these satellites will allow students to go to school. There's a number of advantages when they go to school. They'll be able to have more direct teacher support around the academic content, and they'll also be able to interact with other students who might be also attending on that day. So I think just from a physical location standpoint, it makes it easier for students and families to get the necessary support that they need to be successful with that online learning.
No, I appreciate that. And then one last question. Pre-COVID, North Star was Pearson work, some distance learning. This year was a Zoom environment. Does the district feel the model of Pearson, almost at your own pace, more independent learning, will that model sustain what we're looking for in our metrics for online learning? Or do we think we might have to adjust a little bit because we'll have hubs, we're going to have more enrollment, and just the distance learning, I guess, outward facing to the community is very different today than it was with just North Star pre-COVID. So if you could just address that.
Sure. So we'll continue to use the Pearson product as the primary curriculum over at North Star. I do think each of the measurable outcomes are attainable through the North Star curriculum. So I think it's very consistent kind of with what we're doing otherwise. I think right now what we're seeing too, as we monitor our enrollment rates at North Star, currently we're in the neighborhood of approximately 600 students, maybe a little bit more than that. And so I think there is, from a community standpoint, some desire to get back to in-person learning, to get back to schools as we have known them. And then this will offer us a very stable product, a stable curriculum, a stable learning platform, and it has some really good professional development that is given to teachers so that they can best support online learning.
Great, thank you. I just have one more question on this, just came to me. Staff recruitment, retention for distance learning. What intentional steps is the district taking to ensure that the teachers in these positions are ready and willing to accept what is necessary in this type of environment to ensure we're meeting these metrics?
Again, another great question. Thank you, Trustee Cottle. I think it starts with making sure that allocations are there for the school so that we can make sure that we are beginning to hire teachers in a timely manner. Last year, with some of the growth at North Star and some of the unprecedented circumstances, allocations at that point and the way that North Star grew so quickly in the summer, that ended up raising a few challenges. This year, we've been able to give them an adequate number of allocations so that they can hire right now early in the process. It also matches what we have as kind of the registration date to make sure you're kind of registered for the class in later in May. And then what happens is the teachers can participate in professional development throughout the summer so that they feel good working either at the Riggins campus or the hub campuses in terms of supporting students.
Great, so thank you. So what I hear you saying is that there is an intentional recruitment by North Star staff to ensure that the teachers that are hired for those positions are in a position to be able to be successful in this model to ensure that the students are growing. Because I know as a board, we will hear about it if we just don't have good fits in those roles, and that will create students flocking back to the buildings out of North Star probably before we would want them to, which kind of throws things into chaos. So, but I appreciate you answering the questions.
You bet.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I was very impressed to hear 600 out of 62,000 students, only 600 at North Star.
Neighborhood.
So I hope I have a great question, too. Only one. If the kids are failing, if they're going to distance learning, they're failing, do we have the authority, or would we, or is there a plan to say, bring your rear end back to school and sit it in a chair?
Thank you, Trustee Church. That's a great question as well. Really what we do is we start by trying to make sure that the families understand the profile of a successful learner at North Star. And so North Star really walks families through what is going to help your child thrive. This is kind of some of the attributes for them as students that's going to allow them to do well in this program. So you have a lot of intentionality early on in the process. If students end up not being as successful as we want, there's going to be a number of academic interventions with the real commitment to trying to keep them at North Star. We really want to be able to support them that way. Of course, as we do in education, we always work case by case, situation by situation with families and students to always try to do what we can do as a large system to best support them in school.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, case by case, I think you answered it, and I hope you appreciate my humor.
I will say this. You got to smile at me, so. But I will say, but we can't make them do it. To get right to your question, we can't say, parent, put your kid in. We can't do that. Nope. And I know that was your question,
Yeah,
so the
why
answer
not?
is no.
We can't?
I don't think we can make them send their kid to, can we? I think that's a choice for a family. We can. I think we can strongly encourage them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I look at it too, you know, when we have discussions around retention, right? It always helps to make sure that the family is very supportive of what that decision is. Ultimately, it's a principal's decision and a teacher's decision as far as retention, and it's just the same thing as Mr. Ernst was talking about. It's a case-by-case basis, and you really have to take time to work with the family. There are certain student profiles who we have found this year work exceptionally well in a virtual environment, and they do very, very well. There are other students that have struggled tremendously, and that's when that deep conversation comes with the family. But we always want to make sure that our families feel very comfortable with the learning model that their child is in.
I mean, my fear is that they'll use it as an excuse for truancy, that the word gets out, hey, just sign up for this and don't go. So that's my concern.
Yeah. Well, we've had North Star School for a while, right? So it's they've dealt with that, if that is an opportunity, right, if you will. Okay. All right. Let's keep moving. You guys, I have a goal. Let's move. 1.5, another new one.
Okay, I'm going to take that.
You have a measurable objective.
Yes, I stand corrected, Dr. Parks. I stand corrected, sir. Thank you.
So, Dr. Taylor, so I'm gonna play cleanup here for the very first goal, and on behalf of all the members of the academic leadership team, and I would be remiss if I also didn't recognize the work of Ben Hayes. Ben Hayes was very, very passionate about the work of promise of a graduate, and that is what we feel very strongly bringing forward to you today. It's had different names, portrait, picture, et cetera, but we've all decided that we'd like to propose promise of a graduate. So, and back to your question earlier on, Dr. Nicolette, PK, pre-K, all the way through. I think a lot of that would land in this work as well. So what does it look like? What is our promise to our community that when a student from Washoe graduates from Washoe County School District, we'll be starting those here in just a few weeks, what is the promise to our community? Are they college ready? Are they career ready? Are they ready to make the decisions that will face them when they graduate? Have we done everything we can to give our students the option on what they will go on to, how they will fly once they leave Washoe County School District? So this is a new proposed objective to begin planning for the design and implementation of Washoe County School District's Promise of a Graduate. And the team has identified two I'm going to forget, sorry, two measurable outcomes. So we're still trying to get initiative out of our heads.
New term.
Two, and the first one being beginning to identify the actual criteria that we would include, so such as college and career readiness, and identifying ideal characteristics of a WCSD graduate. And the second one there is we need to establish a timeline, because this work, the design and implementation of this very important work, which we very much see helping to guide future strategic plans, the resources that we deliver, a lot of the decisions that we make have to be landed again on that portrait or promise of a graduate work. So that's 1.5, and we're really, really happy to bring that to you today.
All right. I think that's great. I think that's a great addition. Really, I think that's a great addition. Comments, questions on 1.5? No? Okay, fantastic. Okay, so now that's goal number 1. And so what we'd like to do, this is staff request, and it certainly makes sense, is to look at motions, if it's the pleasure of the board. We want to take these, we want to consider these goal by goal. We've had a chance to walk through them, and so if it's the pleasure of the board, I'd like to entertain the motion to approve goal 1 as reviewed. Dr. Nicolette.
Trustee Nicolette here. I move that goal number 1, let me get the name of it. Sorry. Academic growth and its corresponding objectives be approved.
We'll take that. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, motion on the floor by Dr. Nicolette, second by Vice President Caldwell. JJ, you're not waving the yellow card, so that means there's no public comment. Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous, and we are on goal number 2, and we have 14 minutes, so let's go, people. Did I do what? Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, it is 6-0. Did I say 7-0? It is unanimous. Oh. It's still unanimous. No, but point made. Thank you so much. To make it's unanimous 6-0. Trustee Calvert needed to go to work, so. All right, thank you so much. Good thing you're here. We'll go ahead to goal number 2. This is highly effective personnel, and this is the only thing standing between us and lunch. I'm just saying.
I was just about to say, no pressure. 14 minutes and lunch is looming, so I will talk fast. But this is an important goal, so. Okay, so I'm Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about Goal 2. This is our personnel goal, right? This is about our employees and our people who make the magic happen. You'll see as we get into the details that the recommended measurable outcomes are really a mixture of metrics that focus on HR and organizational performance, and I'll talk about that distinction in just a moment. You'll also see, well, you probably won't experience this until we begin to report out on measurable outcomes, but we had a really rich conversation at the leadership team level about the way that we report on goals, particularly these goals. And I shared with my colleagues that, while we own and house a lot of this data, the human resources impact or kind of scope of influence in terms of the outcomes is limited in some areas. And so when we think about like retention, for example, moving forward, you'll see that some of my colleagues in academics will join me in reporting out on those metrics, because the efforts or the things that we do to impact retention really extend beyond human resources. And I think we can do a more effective job in telling the story of what we're doing in that space. So the strategic plan in Goal 2 was previously comprised of 3 objectives that were focused on hiring, professional learning, and retention and engagement. You'll see in the recommendations that we've also updated these objectives to include a focus on employee health and wellness and succession planning. And within each of the 5 proposed objectives, we've added additional measurable objectives for a total of 20 data points that we will monitor and report on annually, again related to personnel. Objective 2.1 is really focused on attracting and hiring highly effective personnel. There were some words in there before about retaining, and you'll see that I've changed the language a little bit in 2.3 so that 2.1 becomes reflective of hiring activities and 2.3 reflective of retention. 2.1.1 was previously focused on measuring the number of unfilled positions on the first day of each school year, which is an important metric, but it's just a snapshot in time. Really, that metric told you how effective human resources was in identifying people to fill positions. I'd like to recommend that the new 2.1.1 be decreasing the number of certified positions that are unfilled each year. So as opposed to a snapshot of the first day, we would be looking over the course of the year at positions that were never filled, which I think tells a more accurate story about what's happening in the classroom. I'm just going to keep talking and I'll watch for lights so you all stop when I see
You're
them.
doing, I'll watch for them as well, so this
Okay.
is good.
All right, perfect.
No, I mean, I'm pushing us, but, because I know us, I need to. But we certainly, if people have, I said us, I didn't say I know you guys, I said us. All right, but if people have questions, we want to ask them. Trustee Church, I see you have one?
Very, very quick, because lunch is coming, but this is strategic. I think I approve of everything. The devil's in the details. I've covered this at other meetings, so I won't beat a dead horse.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church.
Thank you. 2.1.2 is a new objective that we would baseline in 2021, and that is related to increasing the number of applicants for paraprofessional, bus driver, nutrition services, and housekeeping positions. These are 4 critical areas that you have heard and will continue to hear a lot about the struggles that we have in filling these positions, and so I think that this is an important metric for us to continue to monitor. I mentioned earlier that you'll see a mixture of HR performance metrics and organizational performance metrics. This is a great example of an HR performance metric. This tells you how effectively we are doing our jobs in recruiting individuals into our education pathway. 2.1.3 is just renumbered given the addition and changes that are proposed, but that continues to focus on increasing the diversity of our workforce, which we know is an important objective, both for student learning outcomes and for the health of our organization. I moved the former 2.1.3 to 2.6, so we'll talk about that in just a moment. I think that that goal is really reflective of succession planning and career pathways that we'll talk about in the new 2.6, and I do believe that it is important to continue monitoring the percentage of ARL participants that are on the special education track, given the important role that the ARL program plays in our talent pipeline or talent pathway, and also the difficulty that we have finding special education educators.
Okay, I do see a light. Vice President Caldwell?
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks, Emily. So 2.1.4, you discuss the ARL candidates specifically on special education. If you could just address why the omission of overall ARL candidates in the plan?
Yeah, so when you think about our ARL program, we are focused exclusively on hard-to-fill areas. So we don't certify teachers outside, right? Like, we're not producing additional social studies teachers. There's plenty of those coming from traditional teacher prep. And so we really have to strike a balance within those hard-to-fill areas between candidates and available positions. Because one thing that I don't want to have happen is that our program develops a reputation for, people investing a lot of time and then not being able to find work, because it is a substantial investment. And so as we continue to monitor kind of what our needs are, special education really is where our most substantial need is.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Thank you, Emily. So we're to 2.1. Looks like we're good on 2.1, so we'll go on to 2.2.
Okay, great. 2.2, so we're continuing our focus on professional learning. And in the past, many of our goals have really been more focused on the system of professional learning. So about 7 years ago, we embarked on implementing an electronic human capital management system, right? So that's just an electronic platform for evaluations and professional learning. And our goals were really reflective of where we were in that implementation at the time. time. So previously, we've reported on things like the percentage of staff that are engaging in professional learning through that platform. We've focused on things like the number of course owners sending out completion surveys, and we will continue to do that. You can see that we've struck 2.2.1 because I think that consistently people have embraced this. A lot of our staff in the high 90s are participating in professional learning opportunities through the MyPGS platform. I don't think we need to measure that anymore. We do need to continue to reinforce to course owners that we need those surveys to go out so that we can gather good feedback as we start to transition to trying to measure the impact of professional learning. So not that just that it's happening, but that it's quality and that we're seeing those practices carry forward to the classroom. So 2.2.1 is just renumbered. We'll continue to focus on course owners sending those surveys. And then the next 3 goals are focused again on quality. So increasing the percentage of staff who report high levels of perceived value from opportunities. And that, of course, can be measured through survey. 2.2.3 is increasing the percentage of licensed staff observed implementing professional learning practices. So this will be our first foray into some kind of qualitative research to understand how professional learning is transitioning into the classroom. And then 2.2.4, increasing the number of guest teachers that are participating in professional learning opportunities. We really are taking a deep look at how we leverage our guest teacher workforce and how we can utilize guest teachers to continue learning and continue to impact the classroom. And so we really feel like building a compensation structure potentially around professional learning can continue to drive, not only our efforts on quantity, we got to keep focusing on recruiting, but quality. And I think that really aligns with some of the career pathways that we've been talking about as well. So again, you'll see that these goals really reflect a more systemic, kind of whole person approach to thinking about human resources.
Thank you, Emily. That's 2.2. I really like those on these. I mean, I like the just thinking and changing the direction a little bit. I think it's solid. Okay, 2.3.
Okay, great. So this is focused on retention, continually increasing retention and engagement of highly effective personnel. There were a lot of uses of the words engagement in the previous sentence, so I just simplified the language. We're going to continue to monitor teacher retention over the first 5 years of employment. That's an important metric. That's, they either experience early success and stick with the profession or they bail if not. So we got to continue to focus on that. 2.3.2 is about measuring employee retention across all employee groups. And then 2.3.3 is a little bit different way to look at guest teacher retention. It's very difficult for us to monitor retention in the typical way that we would because guest teachers can work when and if they want. And so when we think about guest teacher engagement, I think that looking at average number of days worked is an important metric that we can begin to monitor because if they're not engaged, they're not working, right? And we know that we have a very large percentage of our guest teachers that work less than 10 days each year. And if we could increase that, that would substantially improve our fill rates. And so I'm excited to begin monitoring this and see, what we can do that's effective in moving the needle. And then finally, we have 2.3.4, which is improving employee workplace satisfaction as measured utilizing employee survey results. And that is a goal that was previously reflected under Goal 5 that makes a lot more sense, I think, here in the retention and engagement metrics.
Absolutely. Okay, looks like we're good. We'll go 2.4.
All right.
Thank you, Emily.
So I had previously suggested a specific objective around guest teachers, and as I began to kind of process and work with my team on this, on these recommendations, we all decided that what we were trying to accomplish around guest teachers, increasing the number of them, increasing their engagement, would really be better reflected by having measurable objectives in in other areas versus having its own objective here. And so we recommend that we actually don't have that 2.4 objective. And I actually messed up the numbering here too, so we'll have to fix the numbering. But so under 2.5, which will become the new 2.4, that's the new objective focused on comprehensive employee health and wellness benefits program. We know that social and emotional wellness is important for our students, and it's also important for our employees, right? It's difficult to facilitate that for students if we are not emotionally and health physically well. So we will continue to monitor employees engaging in our wellness program and in wellness challenges. We are working really hard to build a culture around employee wellness. And then we have added a metric 2.5.3, increase the promotion of and utilization of the employee assistance program in support of employee wellness. It is important to clarify that it is not my goal to drive people to the employee assistance program. However, should they need it, we would like employees to know that it's available. And really, the EAP is so much more than just counseling services. There are a lot of offerings provided that can just make life a little bit easier. So for example, if you are looking to replace your roof and you need someone to call around and get quotes for you, they can help with that kind of thing, just making life a little bit easier. So we're going to do a campaign around our employee assistance program to make sure that employees know the benefits that are available to them and the ways that we're trying to help lighten the load a little bit, so to speak. And then 2.5.4 is focused on decreasing the number of claims for emergency care for non-emergent conditions. We have had a really, knock on wood, extraordinary year in terms of claims. We had very difficult years prior to COVID. We had a substantial number of large claims. And so when we think about the costs to our benefits plan, one of the things that we as healthcare consumers can do is really make sure that we're seeking care from the right places. And, sometimes employees don't attend to preventative medicine, and then things that weren't emergencies become emergencies. Or they find themselves in a situation where they head to urgent care when maybe virtual care would be more appropriate, or they head to the emergency room when maybe urgent care would be more appropriate. So this is really a goal focused on helping our employees become better consumers of healthcare so that we can keep our costs low and make sure that we're providing a comprehensive benefits program.
Okay, that sounds great. Anything on 2.5, which is really 2.4? All right. We're sliding in home.
All right. I'm doing good on time. 2.6, continue to build and expand leadership pathway opportunities in support of leadership succession planning. This is critical. We shared with you during the board meeting last week that we have a retirement tsunami headed our way. And so that first goal is just renumbered from a previous goal. We really do believe in our education support professionals and guest teachers moving into classroom positions. That leads to great outcomes for kids. 2.6.2 is focused on increasing the number of new candidates that we add to our school leadership hiring pools each year. 2.6.3 is focused on expanding the number of non-academic internship opportunities that we have. So we have a strong pipeline of student teaching opportunities that get people into classrooms, but in operations areas, my department, Mark's department, Pete's department, we really need to have an internship program that helps to build bench strength for leadership positions in those areas as well. And then the final goal there is increase the number of employees participating in leadership pathway professional learning opportunities. My department is very focused right now on creating competencies for key leadership positions. So if we think about the school principal position, for example, what are the things, the competencies that are necessary to be really successful in that role? And if you aspire to be a principal, for example, how do you gain those competencies? The first step in that process is to look at the extensive course catalog that we offer in terms of professional learning opportunities and identify which of those courses are most closely connected to those competencies, tag those courses as leadership pathway courses, and then we'll monitor the number of employees participating in leadership pathway courses, again, to continue to build capacity and competency as we think about succession planning.
That's good, Emily. I will ask a question on this one. Is there a way as you do that, and I love it, I think it's fantastic, is there a way that as you do that, we can take a look at increasing the percentage or numbers of people in the pathway from diverse backgrounds? However it is that we describe diversity, right? Because part of it is we want to get, you see what I mean? We want people to be qualified, right, and to be prepared.
Yep.
Right, so give me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I just need to think about how we would link that, right? Because that information is definitely information that we want to keep pretty isolated, right? We want to make sure that people know that information is not being taken into consideration in hiring decisions.
Right.
However, we do want to make sure that we're continuing to impact the diversity. So we will continue to report on the diversity in, what is it,
Early on.
yeah, 2.1.3.
2.1, yeah.
Can
you give that some thought?
Yeah,
Can you give
I
that
want
some
to think
thought
a little
play
bit
with
about
that?
how we'll report that when we
Right.
report on this metric.
Okay. That works for me. Yes, Vice President Caudill?
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks, Emily. Has the district or your office thought about some sort of way to possibly put out a survey to our staff just to get an idea of, is this something you aspire to? And then if so, here's almost like a link, and you almost get those people into a group and you send them those opportunities. Because we might have a teacher who's second year on the job. It's like, yeah, that's something I'm interested in. Let's roll. I mean, let's start building those competencies. And you might not be in a position to be hired for a little bit, but there's never too early to start building that. And you would get a bigger group of people early that have expressed interest. And on the flip side, it's like, wow, nobody's interested in our whole district, then you realize the scope of the problem is even greater than maybe what you thought. And every year you continue to put that out there, and people may start to keep signing up. We may have great candidates out there, but they're just not there yet, and we don't know them yet.
Yeah.
And so has that
That
been?
speaks to recruiting for the pathway.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the conversations that we've had so far have really been about kind of advertising, if you will, our shift to focusing on competencies and then aligning to professional learning opportunities. And then we talked about kind of a year 2 plan, which, and I don't know if we would land on a survey or what, but really it's about starting to create some kind of collegial cohorts. And so along that line, right, like who's interested in leadership, and then where are you in that journey, right? Because you might have a handful of second-year teachers that are thinking principalship that relate to each other and their experiences in a very different way than a 20-year veteran teacher who's like, yeah, now I'm on the principal pathway. So we haven't nailed down specifically how we want to get to those folks, but absolutely we want to make sure that, a lot of people get on the leadership pathway because somebody taps them on the shoulder and says, you'd be great. And we want to make sure that we're not missing people who just haven't been identified. We want to have an opportunity for people to self-identify.
No, that's great, because there's an issue, obviously, with mass retirement coming. But if we know there's a lot of people in this district that aspire to this, we can start building those tools. The problem is a problem, but really there's a clear solution to the problem versus, wow, there's nobody in our district interested, which I know it's not the case.
Yeah.
But like you said, who are they, where are they, and how do we get them plugged in, even at an early part of their careers? It's never too early to start aspiring to leadership. You don't have to be a teacher for 20 years and, it's time to start thinking about it. Think about it now.
Absolutely.
Right, well, thank you, Trustee Caudill.
I was just going to say, I think we also have to think about the fact that they may aspire to leadership but not building leadership. And so there's absolutely a very real and valid and important place for teacher leadership within the building, within grade levels, within the educational community. And so even if somebody doesn't aspire to the principalship or the assistant principalship, there is a ton of professional learning opportunities and ways to build leadership capacity that can still have tremendous influence in the building.
All right, thank you very much. It's really about recruiting and identifying those people, which is kind of still connected to how do we identify those who we haven't had in the pool. So same type of thing.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're looking at goal 2.5. We're looking at, first of all, any other questions on 2.6, which is really 2.5? All right, so now we're looking for, if it's the pleasure of the board, for a motion to accept goal 2 with the considerations from a conversation that we've had. I think that gives you clear enough direction from the board, if that's the pleasure. JJ, I don't see you waving at me, so I don't think there's public comment on it? Okay, because you do a really good job of waving that yellow card. All right, is it a pleasure of the board, again, looking for a motion to approve goal number 2 with the considerations as discussed?
So moved.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice President Call. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Thigpen. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion's carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous at 6-0, Trustee Call. All right. Thank you, Emily. Good job.
Thank you.
And really, really good updates on this, too. Really good updates. Love that you didn't just, go through the motions on it. All right, so now it's 10 after. Why don't we take a 20-minute lunch? We have to go next door, right? Is that right here? Lunch is right next door. We take a 20-minute lunch because we have more than half the strategic plan left, and we need a good hour and a half so we can talk about the process for evaluating the superintendent. Okay, so we'll be focused and moving again right after lunch. So, all right, thanks, everybody. We're on recess. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to jump right in. We're on goal number 3. And Dr. Lamarca loves us so much, he continues to be in front of us. And now you have a new friend. We have Michelle Anderson, who is our director of a really long title that ends in engagement. So let's go ahead and get started. We'll jump in, and our goal here is we want to have a good hour and a half as we can to talk about the superintendent evaluation process, because we know that's really important. So let's get going. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, President Taylor, trustees, Dr. McNeil for having us, Michelle Anderson for the record, since I haven't presented so far this morning. So we'll jump right in with goal number 3. Obviously, no changes to the goal, and this really encompasses quite a bit for us. So for 3.1, we have rewritten it and expanded it to really make it, I would say, more descriptive. To strengthen inclusive two-way communication and community engagement in order to foster that authentic relationship and recover trust for the school district. The measurables we previously had, of course, during the pandemic, I don't think you could ever increase the number of virtual events that we had during this unprecedented year. So we wanted to do something that was obviously meaningful as we're doing this 2-year roadmap. So build and expand our social media and engagement reach by 5%. I think all of us know we have no idea what engagement platforms are going to pop up over the course of the next 2 years. And if there is a great opportunity and we're really finding that our families and our communities members are on that platform, then let's make sure that we start including that. And then obviously we're having the new website. There's going to be some engagement opportunities with maybe what's already built in, and there could be some additional add-ons. So making sure that we're increasing that. I've heard proactive from so many of you on from the trustees and obviously at direction of the superintendent. And so we're going to create quarterly proactive media informational tours and events. So for example, if CTE is having something fantastic in the classroom and we can get those reporters out to help tell that story, because we know we can't invite all 62,000 students and their families to come see that. Let's have them come out and actually have some hands-on experience, get to see firsthand the great work that's being done. Geothermal, we know a lot of our schools, and I'll give, Hug High, the new Hug High School. There's some great opportunities for some tours up at the construction site, so starting to get those. We have discussed this before, and it obviously shouldn't just be the superintendent. So we have great experts at obviously the chief level, our area superintendents, sometimes it's our principals, obviously the trustees, having those community conversations on important topics. And then lastly, but definitely important, I think we all know we want to make sure we're informing our own internal employees. So enhancing that communication for district employees, we're talking about an employee intranet. So they can get the information that they need in a really easy way, and that way they are kept informed.
Looks like we're good with 3.1. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Dr. Lamarca.
So with 3.2, there wasn't a lot of change to the objective itself. We changed the word increase to build and expand, and of course, those relationships with families should be focused around student learning. Not much change to 3.2.1 either, except that because of this crazy year, we're going to have to reestablish baseline for the index that we use. The index is influenced by the surveys, the climate surveys, and also by use of the Infinite Campus, and both of those are way up because of increased communication. So it's not a fair representation going forward. We'll be reestablishing baseline for 3.2.1. We eliminated what was 3.2.2. We've added a new indicator. As you know, we have some family resource centers in different locations, and that is a critical way of engaging families at times. And so we want a minimum of 75% of those families who sit with us and we work with to make progress towards a particular stabilization goal that they define. Not that we define, but what they define. The last thing is strengthening the connectedness of families and districts by increasing the number of contacts through telephone calls and home visits. That's 3.2 in a nutshell.
Okay, looks like we're good with 3.2. We'll go ahead on to 3.3.
Well, 3.3, very little changes, and just one addition that obviously having previously heard some feedback from the trustees. So we want to strengthen that trustee community partnerships, and so we just added that word to it. And then for the last one, I think a lot of you had spoke about this in some previous meetings and in some conversation. We want to increase our trustee visibility on all of our district communication platforms, when we have set that by December. And what I mean by that is, when we were talking about the website, you guys had mentioned having that GIS map where people can easily find what trustee represents their area, and so including that in the website. We used to have a Twitter account that had the Board of Trustees, that was for specifically the Board of Trustees, and that has not been something that we've engaged. So when you guys are out at your school visits, after those school visits, sharing that information. You guys are attending community events and making sure we have that. And then I think with the rebranding of the website, there is some great opportunity for people to easily find information about the trustees. And so as we rebrand that also helps us on that communication front, so that it's not difficult to find who their trustee that represents their area.
Okay, looks like we're still moving. That's 3.3.
Excuse me. 3.4, this is a new objective that has been added. Build the capacity among students, families, and staff to meaningfully solicit, encourage, engage, and embrace the voices of students and families. Really, this is focused around some of the professional development efforts in the family school partnership area. 3.4.1 is really looking at staff that indicate they've implemented strategies to increase family engagement based on the professional development that they've received in that area. As you are aware, we have Parent University, in which we provide courses in partnership with our schools for families. We want to increase the participation in Parent University courses, especially among our historically marginalized populations. And then, more and more, and I think for all the right reasons, we're involving students, we're encouraging their voice, and we want to see how much we can increase their visibility and their voice in the decision-making processes across all of what we do.
Fantastic. Good 3.4. Okay, on the 3.5?
3.5 is actually up to 3.1, so we really just wordsmith that and put that to 3.1, so it doesn't really exist, if that makes sense. And then 3.6 is actually 3.5.
Okay.
So we are increasing the confidence in and sustained support for Washoe County School District schools as a preferred choice among families. And when I say that, I think all of us, obviously you wouldn't be on the board, we wouldn't be working at the school district if we weren't all advocates for public education, and we really need to get that. What does that mean? What services do we provide to the families? We know that sometimes public education isn't great with, and I sometimes hate the term marketing, but really communicating to our community of what services we provide in as if we are doing a compare and contrast with other types of educational institutions that are out there. Obviously, transportation and your magnet programs and your nutrition. So that's what this is really building around that. So the first one is to develop a marketing campaign focused on attracting and retaining students. And really just getting that information out, telling our story, sharing what we do. 3.6.2 is create a marketing and communications toolkit for our schools and department leaders to help them market schools and programs. Some of the tactics we had talked about is when families are moving into this area, and we know they're moving in droves to our area, and they want to come see a school, schools have so much on their plate right now. Let's make it easier for them. So giving them a toolkit that if they're going to have a school tour, maybe it's a student that's able to help provide some information when the new family comes to the community of what's out there, providing them some talking points, providing them just that framework and something that's easy for them to share that information
Question,
out.
comment on that?
Yes, sir, Trustee.
I know you're reading, so I wanted to interrupt.
No, it's okay. No, I'm glad you did. Thank you. Excuse me. Go ahead.
I have some concerns with 3.61. Are we going to be spending money to run a campaign to attract people?
My department does have some marketing tools in it. We have Market North Star. I think, as we all know, we never look at students as dollar figures. But when we have students that are in our school, there definitely is funding that goes with that. And so if we're able to entice or encourage or present information out to community members about why you should enroll in the district, absolutely. There are social media, for example, we do put sometimes fund dollars in that to make sure that those ads are sponsored. Are we looking at a robust branding, like say how visitors authorities or things like that? Absolutely not. That is not the intention. It is really is there opportunities for some commercial ads, some radio ads? Is there, and I don't know the answer to this, is there grant funding that helps with that? Is there sponsorship? Is there partnerships within the community? I know previously when I was here, we worked a lot of times with the local news stations. We worked with PBS, and there were some opportunities that were free, but that still did that marketing and communication efforts. So we haven't delved into the tactics yet, because obviously we needed to have the discussion with the board as to what that looks like. But no, obviously the majority of money should be going into the classrooms and should be going into education. But we also need to make sure we're mindful of we have to be competitive as a public education institution. Coming from Arizona, where they're a school choice, you absolutely have to continue to retain your student, with obviously communications and being transparent, but also making sure you're highlighting your programs.
Yeah, I struggle with this because, again, money for the 3 R's, so to speak, but I just kind of go, if somebody wants to send their kid to private school or homeschool or whatever, why are we interfering with that decision? But that said, I struggle with it. I'm not taking a position, but we did vote on correct me if I'm wrong, fellow trustees, a marketing company that actually was doing that for us, and it was basically no cost because as people came back, we got more funding. And then on the 3.62, we're booming, the population's booming. Our enrollment's down 2,000, perhaps because of COVID. But even before that, our enrollment isn't going up consistent with the population. It seems we're getting retirees or people that are childless or whatever, but I have the stats, but it's not going up fast. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go.
I just-
You want to respond, and then I'm going to go to
Yeah.
Dr. McNeil, and then we'll go to Clerk Minetto. So you go first.
Absolutely. So I know, like I said, I'm just taking my most recent experiences. We had new housing development in the Phoenix area. Again, it was booming as well. We were making sure that we had a comprehensive package. a folder, if you will, that had information on it for those incoming families and those new developments so that they knew, because sometimes when you move into a community, you have no idea what schools are out there, whether it's a charter school, whether it's a public education, whether it's a private school. So we just need to make sure that we're making sure we put our name out there. And the reason why I say I don't care for the term marketing, I think there sometimes is that salesman kind of idea that comes with marketing, and really what it is about is it's that communication and engagement portion of that.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Dr. McNeil and then Clerk Minetto.
No, and I can appreciate that sentiment, Trustee Church. And I think, I think public education, as Michelle was talking about, we really need to do a better job on telling our story and telling, why Washoe County School District is an option for our families, and that's really what it is. It's an option for our families. We know that charters are expanding across the state, and that's an option for families. But I feel very strongly as the superintendent, we're doing some really good things in our school district. And as Michelle was talking about earlier, getting that story out there more, because we talked about this in our own leadership team. We have 8,500 ambassadors. And that's all of us in this room, and that's all of our employees. And we need to do a really nice job on telling what it is to be Washoe County School District. So that's what we're talking about.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Clerk Minetto.
Thank you. Do you have a budget?
I do have a
Okay.
budget.
That's my simple question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Minetto. Okay, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'd like to just chime in, as this is kind of what I do for a living in my day job. I like to say to clients, if you build it, it doesn't necessarily mean they will come. So just because we have schools that are open doesn't mean that the community is aware of all the options that Washoe County School District has to offer. So we do have to be competitive, and I know of charter schools, they have their own communication and advertising budgets, and it's a communication tool. We have to be able to get the word out of all of the options that Washoe County School District has to offer, especially to the new people that do move here, and a lot of them are families. I know from speaking professionally, advertising is one of the things that's usually cut the most. But it's necessary because it is a very valuable and underutilized communications tool, whether it's radio or digital outreach or things like that. It's trying to find people where they're at in the process of choosing what school works for them, whether that's a charter school, Washoe County School District, private school. We just need to at least show up as an option.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Vice President Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam President. Just two quick recommendations. One, I think as a board, we have to be more intentional about connecting everything that we're doing with why it matters for family students, so that there's a direct connection, because sometimes it looks disconnected. And two, I briefly remember this coming up in my very first couple months on the board, but forming stronger relationships with the Realtors Association, so that when they're selling homes to families with kids, a part of the packet that they are giving those families includes something from the Washoe County School District. And not just the Washoe County School District, but even specific information on the zoned schools, because it gives the principals and the staff members an opportunity to show that family what's happening in those schools, because the families will go look it up themselves, and having that personal touch and that connection to start is very strong. The more that we can put in the hands of families, the better, because if they have to go look for it themselves, they may find other options, or they may not really know what's happening. That will really help us, and that partnership's important. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. The only thing I would add to that is some of the conversation that we've had earlier. One, you have a budget, right? So that's right. We don't spend your budget. That's your budget between you and the suit. And then secondly, I think it's important that those information kits can be utilized as Vice President Carlos said, so the information is in the hands of families. And the third thing, and I actually am going to pull this from something Trustee Church said earlier, is, if you just get on and Google, the areas where we know we have to grow, you don't have to look for those very hard. But the areas that contrast, there are some areas that we're making some improvement in. So there are some areas where we're growing in. That's the stuff that people aren't going to click 4 or 5 times to get down, because you have to click that far to get to that stuff, right? And so if we have something that's available that says, yes, we know that stuff's there too. Okay, great, we're working on that. But man, here's some things, some ways where we're really moving the ball down the field. People aren't going to know that if we don't tell them. The other stuff is easy to find. We got to go with this. So.
Absolutely, and I completely agree. So, and then the next one actually leads into the website, but it can't be just that they're coming to our website to find the information. We need to get to them to provide them that information. And really it is, like I said, it is being competitive, but it is telling our story. It is making sure, because we do know there's a lot of families who can't afford to go to a private school and they can't afford to go to a charter school. And we need to be making sure we're serving them and we're serving our high achievers, or the families that are at a different socioeconomic standpoint, and making sure all of our families have that information, or potential families.
And I will add, there are families that can afford to, but they like public education.
Exactly.
So that's 3 point, and that's the conversation on 3.6. Anything more on 3.6? Okay, great. Let's move on. Let's keep on going.
3.7 is actually now going to be 3.6.
Which is actually 3.6, right? I forgot.
And
orange is the new
even
black. Black is the new white.
Right.
All that stuff, right?
Well, and to further complicate it, it was going to be the new 5.3, but instead it fits here. And that's actually, to Trustee Cottle's earlier point, Vice President Cottle's, all these things ultimately relate to graduation and our promise to a graduate. This one is through deliberate, family-centered, and culturally responsive practices aimed at building connections and relationships, foster a community-wide sense of school belongingness. And the measurable outcomes for this, we're shifting a couple of the survey indicators that we used to report as part of school climate here. That's around engagement and around positive relationships with school community. That's the extent of this
That's the new 3.7, which is really 3.6. Anything on that one? Okay.
That's the goal.
That's goal 3. That's goal 3. So if there are any further discussion, certainly we can have it here. I don't see JJ waving her hand, so there is no public comment on this one. Otherwise, I am looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board. I'm looking to, okay, we have, okay, all right.
I don't think that, I might need to remove this.
Vice President Cottle, and then we'll go to Trustee Thigpen.
Yeah, I move the Board of Trustees approves Goal 3 and all of the objectives.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Okay, so I see several seconds. We'll go to Dr. Nicolette, because I don't think we've gotten her on the record quite yet. Any further discussion on Goal 3? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous at 6-0. I'll do that just for you, Trustee Caller. You know that? All right, thank you to you guys got up and got gone. Okay, thanks. All right. Moving right along. Well, come on, let's go, finance guys. Let's go. Jeff's bringing his own chair. I'm not sure. Oh, because Lauren's coming. Okay. This is a BYOC presentation right here. Okay. All right, we do have goal for business and finance operations, and before us, we'll just go with our CFO, Mark Mathers, Lauren, the grant writer extraordinaire. Lauren Oren is here, and then Jeff Boswell, our director of budget. So, floor is yours.
So, thank you very much, trustees, president, vice president, superintendent. I think we've already talked a lot about financial issues, which warms my heart that we have already begun those conversations. I guess I'm controlling this? Yep. So we start off with objective 4.1 and the metrics there, and we are keeping those the same. These were actually new metrics we developed for the bridge plan. We'd like to keep those the same. And really, as kind of a little bit further background, there's always an interplay between the general fund of an agency and the grants they have. But obviously with ESSER funding now, that interplay and that overlap and that interaction is so much more important. And so, it's tempting, I think, for an agency to look at all that ESSER funding and think, oh, great, we can shift stuff from the general fund over there and no problem. And we've already talked about that funding cliff and what would happen if we didn't maintain a fiscal discipline in the general fund and make sure that we're on a sustainable path with our general fund. So with 4.1, that's really the point. We want to continue to have a balanced general fund budget. As we've talked before, one of the kind of core beliefs or foundations for the ESSER funding is that we try to minimize the shift of any general fund costs to ESSER funding so that we leave ESSER funding available for academic recovery and the social and emotional supports kids need. So 4.1 just basically, again, supports all of that. And then later on that same page, a lot of that strikeouts is just we're editing to a new objective we had kind of been developing. So you can see that new objective 4.2 on the next page. And for the new objective 4.2 is, again, to ensure that the general fund budget and multi-year federal stimulus funding plans work together to ensure availability and access to resources while maximizing their impact. So again, we don't want to rely upon federal stimulus funding to fund what we will need to do after the next 2 or 3 years, but they need to work together. And so with that, I think I'll turn it over to Jeff Bozzo, our Budget Director, to talk about 4.2.1.
Thanks, Mark. For the record, Jeff Bozzo, Budget Director. So item 4.2.1 here is the development of a 4-year financial plan for the general fund to plan for the partial and or full implementation of the people-centered funding plan, and also use enrollment projections for the future as part of that plan too, to make sure we can, again, maintain a structurally balanced budget and balance all that with stimulus funding. And we'll hand it off to Lauren for item 4.2.2.
I'm just going to jump in for a minute on 4.2.1. I think it's really important, that last part that you said, to maintain a structurally balanced budget. We continue to hear, oh, deficit, 40 million, 50 million, 20 million. We've been in deficit for 10 years. And we know that we balanced the budget, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when after 5 years of cutting $60 million, we finally got to and it's painful, right? Very, very painful. As part of the board that started that, and the board that we've worked through that these last few years, those who've been on the board, it's a very painful process. We have a structurally balanced budget, and I've had that for the last several years. I'm saying it specifically, you just mentioned, I want to go on the record. That is out there, that is not the case. It is the case. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor.
Thank you. For the record, Laura Nolan, Director of Grants. So I'll be talking about 4.2.2 through 4.2.6, and this all has to deal with the federal stimulus money that we are getting, commonly known as either ESSER 2 or ESSER 3 grants. The fund, so 4.2.2, the grants department will be 100% in compliance of all federal stimulus fund application deadlines, performance evaluation, and other data collected. I don't foresee any problem with our department doing that. We have a very strong record of being in compliance in all grants that we receive. 4.2.3, we will ensure that all federal stimulus applications will have a sustainability plan for programming after federal stimulus funds have expired, and this speaks to the funding cliff. So with ESSER 3 or ESSER 2, we're receiving about $34 million, and with ESSER 3, we will be receiving about $77 million. So it's very important that together with Mark's team, the grants team, that we help lead our school district in understanding what the sustainability needs to be with these funds, and make sure that we have a plan so that at the end of this funding that ends 2024, that we're not left with a lot of positions that we can't carry through the general fund. 4.2.4, Grants Department will have 100% of compliance and fiscal reporting with any federal funds that receive. There's a lot of hefty federal compliance in terms of fiscal, and we're very good. Our department's very strong at making sure that's all completed. And then 4.2.5, the Grants Department will have at least a 97% spend down of all federal stimulus funds. I would like to say 100%, but sometimes things happen when we have grants that we can't foresee, where we have to return some of the money, but we're really hoping that it will be way less than 3% of all those funds. And then 4.2.6, comply with all the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 requirements as far as communication goes, especially with the ESSER 3 funds. There's a heavy component on how we communicate with the public. For instance, by Monday, Nevada Department of Ed has to give all the LEAs our ESSER 3 money, and then we have 30 days from then to post our strategic plan. Every 6 months, we need to redo a survey and ask the community how we're doing on spending and update those plans. So there's a very heavy component to what we have to do with those ESSER 3 funds. And that's all I have for grants.
That's actually very good. I didn't know about the 6-month reporting
Yeah.
annual asking. So there are a lot of strings.
Yes.
Right, a lot of strings in terms of being compliant. One thing I will make it a point, because I was asked this, is there is no string that has anything to do with teaching critical race theory.
Right.
I know, Lauren, you're looking at me like, what? Right, no, but I was asked that question. If you're getting federal money, and this because if you guys don't teach this, you'll lose your federal money. No.
No.
No. Okay, just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Yes.
Okay, and then certainly correct me if I'm wrong.
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. That's important. Okay, yes, Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all. So I'm trying to find it. The 4-year financial plan, I think it's a great step for us. Not just for the board, for the district and the community, because every 2 years, boards change, and if there's something in place that shows the future of where we're going, I think that is very helpful for trustees. That doesn't mean things can't change. It's not locked in, but as you know, Mark, we've talked about so many times, every 2 years, our entire system almost is in flux, because what's going to happen, and this is a forward-thinking model, and I do think that's really good for us as the state develops this new funding formula, and we know how that works. It'll strengthen the 4-year plan, which I think is a really positive step for our district. So that's something I'm a big fan of. Thank you.
And I'll just jump in. Thank you for the comments, and this is really important. This isn't a hollow financial exercise. This is going to be something we use to model different scenarios, different kind of contingencies, if you will, but it'll also serve as kind of that glide path for the next 4 years as we transition away from ESSER funding. This will allow us to kind of model how we transition folks who may be employed through ESSER dollars to the general fund, and so forth. So it's going to be a really important effort that'll involve multiple offices and departments, and that we'll obviously share with the board. So I appreciate your support for this concept, because it really is important.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Trustee Church?
Just a quick question, please. Do you think this would be an appropriate place to incorporate what we already have in some of our policies, a sentence to the effect of the district will actively address and investigate any complaints of waste, fraud, and abuse? Would that be appropriate in here?
Well, so again, Mark Mather, CFO, that is an existing policy, an existing practice of our internal audits office. I hadn't thought about including that here. That's something we always are mindful of and always pay attention to. It's hard to kind of develop a metric on that, right?
Just my thought is, this is what the public sees, and we want them to know that we are actively involved in preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. I just don't know. I'm opening it for discussion.
I thought you were leaning in, but no. Okay, you have one, Vice President Call?
Yeah, I think what, for the strategic plan and metrics, I would say if it were included, our metric would be to have zero issues, because we don't want to have a metric that says, well, 5, and it's like 5. And so we would want 0, because that would almost be like we're expecting it, so just accept this is what our goals are and our objectives, and this is how we're going to measure. So I think it's good it's in policy, and I think it's good that that policy is being strengthened as we speak through the process. So if we were to include it, I would say our metric should be 0, because that might be a hard one to explain on why we put any number there other than 0, if that makes any sense.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Yeah, Clerk Manetto?
I feel that our policy kind of covers that and is kind of all-inclusive in that. We've worked hard on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto. Okay. Anything else on objective, that's 4 point, where we go, we just went through 4.5? 4.2. Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah, I skipped nutrition services and the whole thing. Sorry, Pete, I skipped Pete's whole situation. 4.2. 4.2.
Going once, going twice?
No, okay. Dr. Nicolette, I see your light. Dr. Nicolette?
All right, thank you. I don't want you to think I'm being remiss on a very, very important topic, goals and objectives for almost $1 billion. But I have learned very quickly that I have a lot of faith and trust in your work, and I'm watching as closely as possible, and I appreciate what you do, and so I don't have any questions, and I don't want you to think it's not because I don't care. I have a lot of trust and faith.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Seeing no, I don't see JJ waving a yellow card, so if it's the pleasure of the board, I'm looking for a motion at this time. Oh, yeah, we're just halfway through. I said, Pete, I'm trying to get you out of here, man, clearly. Okay, well, thank you to the financial team, right? Budget and the CFO and Olin, Lauren, just the job that you do with grants, amazing. Thank you so much. We are so blessed to have you. All right, looks like you might need another chair or two. You might want to adopt the BYOC model that Jeff has introduced. Oh, look at this. Look, Pete doesn't care. He's just sitting down. He doesn't care at all, man. Pete's like, hey.
So good afternoon, Pete Etcher, Chief Operating Officer. So we're going to be doing some quick shuffling with department heads to kind of go through 4.3 to 4.6. So we'll go quickly, though.
No, okay. Thank you so much. Let's continue. It's on. It's on.
You should think that as many of these that I've been to, I
was
should
going
know
to
how
say it's
to
your
turn
first
on a
meeting.
microphone.
First meeting.
I know. For the record, Rick Martin, Director of Transportation. Good afternoon to you all, to the board, and President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil. Going over our objectives, first it's to provide safe and on-time delivery of students while focusing on workforce stability. So that's changed a bit from what it was. Obviously, on the workforce stability, we added those metrics as opposed to what we had in the past. 4.3.1, provide consistent on-time delivery of students. Our goal is 96.5%. We've been pretty close to that throughout the years, and we're going to continue to maintain that. Obviously, in the past, I've explained there's no national standard for what on-time delivery is. So we have an on-time standard of 5 minutes before any active event. So get there before school, before the end of school, those types of things. 4.3.2, maintain and strive to increase transportation safety, 1.29 accidents per 100,000 miles. Now, keep in mind, we do roughly 500 million miles of transportation annually. So when you're looking at that, that comes to about 65, and we call them incidents and accidents, and we mark everything as an accident, even if it's a mirror tap between two buses, or a bus slowly rolls into another bus at a loading zone, or that, that's rare that happens, but it does happen from time to time. So anything like that, there's a number of those that we mark as incidents for retraining for the driver and documentation for our records. But in overall, about 89% of that 1.29 is incidents like that, and not actual severe accidents or something of that end. So we are pretty good in that aspect from safety, but the number does look a little high. Our goal is to get to the 1.29. Reduce, this is a new metric, 4.3.3, reduce annual driver allocation vacancies from about 15%, which is where we're currently at and have been annually for a little while, to about 5%. And as you can see the number there, it's 45 roughly drivers, open driver allocations on a daily basis, versus 15 annual average driver allocation vacancies on a daily basis. So that's our goal, and that's we're working with many different ideas to get to that point. Reduce annual average absenteeism rates for drivers and transportation aides. And again, that's 11% currently on an annual basis on a daily rate, and get it down to 5%. So we average about 38 call-offs and long-term LOAs on a daily basis, in addition to our open vacancies. So trying to work to reduce those issues, come up with opportunities there. And that's what our opportunities are that we're looking for with these metric changes.
Thank you, Rick. Superintendent McNeil?
No, thank you very much, Rick. And I'll just add, one of the benefits of the Council of Great City Schools is that they allow us to benchmarks against other large urban districts. And so many of these outcomes, many of these measurable outcomes are actually based on what we call key performance indicators, KPIs, from the Council of Great City Schools.
That's fantastic. I was going to ask you what's national average, so that covers that. That's good. Good to know. Trustee Church?
Real quick comment. I'm very good with strategic goals. I'll beat my shoe on the table again. We definitely need to do a better job of recruiting and retention.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Anything else in transportation? No? Okay, we're gonna move forward. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
4.4, Mr. Searcy.
Hi, good afternoon. Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities. We'll dive right in. The Facilities Department covers all of our facilities, of course, the maintenance, the upkeep, and the capital construction. So trying to break that purview down simplistically, we talk often about our Facility Condition Index scores, or FICUS rating. This speaks primarily to our ability and effectiveness to repair and maintain our existing facilities. So you see that 4.4.1 metric. This is the same metric that we've tracked for the last several years. This is a district-wide composite score or rating of 0.16, and we're continually looking to move that downward, really in the 0.10 range is closer to the, most optimal, cost-effective area. We've moved that, I believe, down from 0.18 over the last several years. Moving it in the right direction is where we want to track our effectiveness in repairing and maintaining our existing facilities district-wide. Also, facility utilization. So when we talk about our capital construction program, sometimes that's repairing existing schools or revitalizing them. Sometimes that's building new schools in areas where there's overcrowding. Sometimes that's even just rezoning our students in to best utilize our existing facilities. So we are choosing to continue. This is the 4.4.2, a continuation of the same metric that we've tracked the last several years. Decrease overcrowded schools is maybe the most problematic aspect of facility utilization. Through building new schools or rezoning and redistributing some of the students within our existing facility assets, certainly a school that is over capacity is detrimental to the effectiveness inside that school, and we're looking to reduce that number from 14. We've made great progress over the last several years. As you guys are well aware, we've got quite a capital construction program going on right now, and are confident as we deliver on that program to be able to reduce that number still further. So because there are still 14 schools over 100% capacity at this time across our district, we are still recommending to track that number and maintain that as a key objective for our department. So then lastly, the sort of the housekeeping aspect of our department in facilities pertains to the cleanliness, healthiness, and well-maintained aspects of our facilities, more from a custodial standpoint. So not your capital projects, not your maintenance workers repairing existing facilities, but the routine maintenance that our custodial crews provide, as well as the continual daily housekeeping services. That's, of course, an important objective of our department. But really, as you've heard across all aspects of our district, we have moved recently in the wrong direction when it comes to staffing vacancies and our ability to maintain a fully staffed team across our district. And we've chosen to measure this or track it in terms of substitute hours requested. We track custodial vacancy requests through ASOP, just as we do substitute teachers. A principal or dean can, request whether it's another custodian working overtime to come and support a facility due to an absence of a regular custodian. Those hours have risen in past years and have largely gone filled through use of overtime. And we see that as problematic for a variety of reasons, and as such want to recommend a new metric rather than a cleanliness score, rather a reduction in total number of hours requested. Baseline 42,000 hours, that's roughly 29 full-time positions essentially that are going unfilled either through sick leave or other absences, or just our inability to maintain a full-time staff member in those funded positions. We want to move that in the right direction through a variety of endeavors that we've talked about today and will continue to talk about. So that's kind of the quick summary of what we're proposing. More staying the course, but the new change really on 4.4.3, a renewed emphasis on staffing levels in our housekeeping custodial ranks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Searcy. I see Trustee Nicolette and then Trustee Church.
Thank you. It's just an informational question because I see custodial and I so get that. I often think that the custodian is like the priceless employee in any school. How about the outside, the grounds? Where does that fall, like mowing the lawn and those kinds of things that you even forget are happening on a daily basis? Where does that fit in here?
Well, it's shared basically between your site custodians and some support from central services maintenance. At your elementary schools, most of that work is going to be on the shoulders of the custodians. At your middle schools and high schools, we have dedicated groundskeeper positions oftentimes, and then at our central services maintenance staff have what we call mobile grounds, and so they'll travel from site to site and often do some of the bigger, more intensive works. But that is another area where as staffing levels suffer and health and hygiene levels become prioritized within the building, simple landscaping maintenance actions that are part of the responsibility of the SFC or the head custodian at the schools suffers. And that affects the entire school community. That curb appeal, that sense of pride, all of those things, and ultimately costs us more money in deferred maintenance.
Thank you. The custodian is like the jack of all trades. I mean, truly, because in my mind, they're doing all of that beautiful stuff, repairing stuff, and the relationships with the students and the families and the employees. And yeah, let's work hard to make sure we have who we need.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. More comments than questions, but I want to be fair to the people that are watching as well as the trustees that are here. Using the district's own CAF here from 2020, it shows occupancy of elementary schools at 83%, middle schools at 82%, high schools at 84%. Those figures were before the 2,000 student reduction that we faced with COVID. Those figures do not include the 2 middle schools that are already open. Those figures do not include the number of schools that are in progress, such as the New Hug High, et cetera. So while we may be over capacity in some, especially elementary schools, I just want to make that clear to trustees, to the public, that we're not overcrowded in general. And some of that might be resolved with zoning changes rather than more money. And again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I want to express my concern with the runaway costs of building and how we address that. And I believe the district has decided they're going to have a deep dive, if I may steal from Dr. Nicolette, into building costs and building and this whole subject. So I just don't know, maybe if this is, I guess we have to approve something today, but we're actually going to deep dive into this in the future, but yet we're going to approve a strategic plan today. So I guess we have to do what we have to do. But I wanted to bring those to the attention. The final comment that I have in my notes, we're building new schools. Now we have to address where we're going to find the funding to put teachers and staff into those schools. So I just want to express my concern and clarify the record on those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. What I'll direct you to under Facilities Management 4.1, 0.2, and 0.3, none of those are related directly to some of those concerns that you have. So this is not about the capital funding, this is not about the overall capital projects program. This is about these 3 measurables in this particular area. So that's what we'll be voting on as you make your voting decisions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. The one that really got me was the 14 schools over maximum capacity. I think we as trustees and the public need to understand that's not necessarily because all the schools are overcrowded. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
No, sure, yep. Not at all. Anything else? Okay, we'll go ahead and thank you, Mr. Searcy. Okay, we'll continue to play musical chairs, chiefs, directors, and all of that. And our constant is Pete.
Leonka just got off a flight. It was delayed, and so she just got here. So
well, welcome.
Her,
thank you for flying in for this.
Okay.
Thank you for flying in to be here for this. Thank you. Just for this.
Did not want to miss it. Leonka Solis, Director of Nutrition Services, for the record. Good afternoon, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. So for nutrition services, for our response to recovery, our number 1 objective was to provide nutritious meals to our students while continuing to focus on financial recovery and staffing stability. And we plan to do this through continual assessment of our operational processes and through some strategic investments to, continue to drive our ability to expand meal access to our students. So when we go down and kind of look at break down each objective, for 4.5.1, we said to surpass our pre-COVID meal participation targets. And if you can recall, for those of you who were here last year when we went through this, our targets were 25% breakfast participation, which is roughly a little over 16,000 breakfasts per day. And our pre-COVID lunch targets were 42% participation, which is about 26,000 meals per day. So moving forward, we'd like to see a 2% increase at breakfast, moving that 16,000 to about 17.5 per day, 17,500 breakfasts per day, and moving lunch from 26,000 to 28,000 meals per day, which would put us at a 3% gain, 45% lunch participation. And then for 4.5.2, our next target was to return the Nutrition Services Fund balance to the February 2020 level. So as you can recall, in March when COVID hit, our Nutrition Services Fund balance started to take a hit month over month as we saw our revenues go down, but our main expense of labor, our labor expense was still there, and all of our overhead, quite frankly, was still there too. We were able to mediate some food cost, but those other expenses were still there, and so we saw the fund balance take a hit. So we definitely, when we talk about recovery, that was definitely one that needed to be included to get us back to that level. And then 4.5.3 was, again, as with the rest of the operations team, really taking a hard look at our staffing and, focusing on recruitment and retention. So our target here is to maintain 95% or greater staffing target levels. And the way we're doing that in nutrition services, we're really looking at overall positions. So, we have, let's say we have 375 positions within nutrition services. Some of those are full-time, some of them are part-time. But regardless of the number of hours, they're a body that we need, whether it's to prep or to run a point of sale or to help with cleanup and end-of-the-day paperwork. And so we're really looking at maintaining at least 95% of those 375 positions. And for us, what that means is about 20 or less vacancies at any given time.
I'll just add one quick thing. I know this has been quite the roller coaster of a year in nutrition services. So on the June 8th agenda that will be coming to you, we will be doing the Aramark contract renewal. And as part of that presentation, we will kind of go through the finances of this last year and how this roller coaster is actually, fortunately, ended on a high note. So much better than where we were back early this year or end of last year. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be open for any questions at all of nutrition services. I think your light's on, right, Dr. Nicolette?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. What can I say? Food is like so amazingly important, and thanks for all that you do. I know it's been a challenge. And maybe this is a better question for the June meeting, but I am wondering when you put together, these goals and objectives, the objectives specifically, knowing that next year is free lunches and breakfast and lunch, tell me what strategies you use to think about your objectives, knowing that for one more year, which will probably then end, you're building these objectives, knowing that. What went through your mind?
Well, first and foremost, it was that I feel like we'll be able to definitely hit our target to return our fund balance up, because not with the universal free program, we're also going to receive some higher reimbursements. And what that's going to allow us to do, and I didn't dive too deep into it here, besides kind of talking about it on the first sentence, the main objective there, but is to make some real strategic investments in our program. And so, beyond, the enormous opportunity that we're going to have to provide more meals to our students, the meals that we're going to be able to provide are going to drive some revenue, which will allow us to make some investments in technology. Hopefully, we're looking at some, different technology, both back of the house in our central kitchen, as well as out in the schools with, menu boards and some point of sale investments. And then also some equipment investments, again, large and small in our central kitchen, as well as out in the schools. So we have a tremendous opportunity there. So that, we took a lot of time and planning in that, making sure those efforts were going in. As far as, who's actually going to show up for the meals, right? That's where we have work to do. Quite frankly, I've shared this with some members of the board that have been here a while. When I first came on board, I have experience coming from another district where we went full universal free and just thought the meals were going to skyrocket, when it was free. And, you see some big shifts in some schools, and in others you just don't. And so, our task and our team, Nutrition Services, what I've tasked my team with is to go out there and figure out how to drive those meals, right? Next year, hopefully we'll be able to have some of those student advisory committee meetings again, get face-to-face with our students. So we're really excited about that and try to bridge some of those gaps. But so it is sometimes a guessing game. I mean, we can look at some past history from our schools where we have universal free already and see where it may go. And we have a little bit of data as well from this year that we pulled from.
Real quick, again, Pete Etchart, COO. I hope that, maybe we can have that conversation later, but hopefully we can all be advocates for continuing this universal free. I know yesterday I had a conversation with a national advocate and kind of think tank group, and I know Leonka has talked to him before, and I'm really advocating that for the universal free to continue, and I know there's discussions on that. I mean, I've said that from the day I stepped into this position. I've always felt that we should be giving students meals just like we give them a textbook or anything else, that this is such an important part of their day for their education to be able to learn to have that food available to them, and how many students have food security issues, that I hope we can all advocate for this to continue. I think there's a lot that can be said about the reimbursement rate. I think that I'm not even sure how expensive this really would be for the federal government to continue this. We're one of those strange districts that's caught in the middle. Most major school districts are free for all students just because of their demographics. We're kind of stuck in the middle. And I just wonder, because of the reduced amount of labor we would have at point of sales and other such things, is really how much this would actually cost the government. So I want to hopefully continue that fight to see if this will continue. I think it's the best for our district and definitely for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Etchart. Okay, others, I'm watching our time. We're good? We're okay? Are you?
Well, just real quick, I just want to
jump
catch
in?
on to what Pete was saying, and this is actually a discussion that we've had at the Council of Great City Schools as far as that continuation of the free programming for students, and the Council of Great City Schools does advocate for that too. And I would be remiss, I was in a school the other day, Leonka, and I told the little one, because they really love the orange chicken, and so I told them that I would tell you that they want to keep the orange chicken, so.
Let the record reflect that the superintendent is advocating for free meals for everyone and for more orange chicken. I'm going to get that on the record. Okay, Leonka, thank you for flying in for the report. She flew in, but just as a reminder, she's leaving us. Boo. I want that on the record too. That wasn't for you, Dr. Chris. But we're going to IT, 4.5. I mean 4.6. This is a real 4.6. This is the real 4.6, right? Board of Trustees, I'm going to save you because it wasn't on the mic, so you will get Board of Trustees is what
I
you
always
meant.
forget the mic.
That's what you meant, Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Board of Trustees.
Yes.
I'm Dr. McNeil. I'm Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer. I'm here to talk about 4.6. We are, our contribution or our submission to the strategic planning process is to begin the implementation of our own strategic technology plan, which was passed in two pieces over the last year. We have to look at it historically, there has been a lack of a sustained strategic or a computer refresh program, and so we're very happy for the opportunities that will be presented because of it. We've transitioned to a centralized technology renewal program for students and classroom teachers alike. We have set an ambitious 5-year schedule, which calls for an annual renewal target of 20% of the teacher laptops per year. And then we've got a complicated formula for how we will renew the student laptops. We won't go 1-to-1 on student laptops because of financial constraints and academic choices that we're making. We're going 8 devices for every 10 students, or at an 80% pace, and we will renew 20% of that 80% per year if you follow that math. So with an understanding of building technology needs and balanced by what we know of what's going on in the market right now with computer chip shortages that are affecting all types of markets, and there is also pandemic-related inflationary pressures on the computer manufacturers for what we used to be able to expect at a certain price level. We know that because of the shortage of computers and the big influx of refresh monies and all school districts chasing computers, we see an upward trend in an inflationary pressure on computers. We are setting our goal to renew, and we're going to restate that, 20% of the devices year over year. So we are pressuring our manufacturers and our supply vendors in order to meet those goals in consideration of our fiscal constraints. We think that because of the significance of our purchasing year over year, that we have that opportunity to put that kind of pressure on our external partners. So that's 4.6.1. 4.6.2 talks about an idea that was targeted during our own strategic technology plan. One of the areas of opportunity or improvement was our desktop or our user support. And as it shows in the slide, we've had an increase of some 54,000 devices over the previous 5 years. So despite our unchanged desktop or user support staffing and this tremendous increase in devices, our goal is to maintain our 14-day turnaround ticket closure rate with our user services division.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Turner.
Yeah, I know.
That's 4.6. Any questions, comments on 4.6 for Dr. Turner? Okay, just thank you for the amazing job you've done during this year.
Thank you.
I mean, I can't imagine. We got you in here right, and you just jumped in the fire, but the whole nation was burning, the whole world was burning, but you jumped in, and it really helped us a lot to those changes in your leadership and the technology, and I think really made a difference for our students in particular.
I appreciate that. I've enjoyed it all. I'm very service-oriented, so it's been my pleasure.
Sick man. Enjoyed it. Sick man. Right? Who enjoys the pandemic, right? All right, anything, we've gone through all 4.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We've had questions and comments along the way. I don't see a yellow card waving, so no public comments. Trustee Church?
Just clarification, if we do vote on this, we're not voting yes or no on free meals.
No, that's not being asked of us. Okay? All right, anything else? Okay, it's pleasure of the board. I'm looking forward looking for a motion. Trustee Thigpen?
So moved.
Is there a second? You're looking at me like I'm not going to do it. Who flew a second? Thank you, Clerk Minetto. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we accept goal 4, 4.1 through 4.6. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous, 6-0. All right, and I see our next two. See how Chief did? He just ran into position. That's what I'm talking about, Chief. All right, goal 5. We have this, and we still have the superintendent evaluation, so we may have to do a little overtime, people, so we can.
And the communications plan.
Oh, yeah, and the communications plan for this, huh? Okay.
We can be brief.
All right. Thank you so much. Goal 5, Dr. LaMarca, and then Chief Trevino.
So with objective 5.1, there's really no change to the objective itself. Like some of the earlier metrics, 5.1.1, 5.1.2, we'll have to wait to reestablish baseline in order to set some of the targets, both around decreasing chronic absenteeism as well as disproportionality targets. Some of those are highlighted in red under disproportionality, just to draw your attention to them. They're not really changes. We've been reporting on them in the past. And then with 5.3, the survey that we have regularly reported relative to Goal 5, as stated earlier, 2 of the indicators have been moved to Goal 3. 2 will remain as part of 5.1.3. We have added one measurable outcome. As you will recall, or may not, we had a mandate to start providing restorative practices training for all schools based on the last legislative session, and that's continuing, and so we will be measuring the extent to which we're increasing training by school going forward. That's 5.1.
Okay, thank you, Dr. LaMarca. 5.1, questions, comments? We see them there, Trustee Church?
You saw me coming.
Yep, I saw you reaching.
Question for 5.1.2. I have no idea can you explain disproportionality? And I'm a little troubled that it kind of assumes that we're being disproportionate in what we're doing, and that needs to be fixed. So can you explain it?
Sure. Disproportionality is there's a difference between the proportion with a particular outcome and the proportion within the population. So for example, if 50% of our population is made up of males, then you'd expect among those being suspended that 50% of those would be males. Disproportionality might mean that instead we see 65% of those who are being suspended are males. So in reducing disproportionality, you are trying to match the proportion relative to an outcome with the proportion relative to a population.
I'm just so uncomfortable with that. It's just contrary to common sense. So we're going to have to suspend more females so we can get even with the statistics. It just, I don't know if there's any other comment from my trustees, but I'm just.
Well, maybe I can help, because that's not what it means.
It's not often I'm speechless, but I'm speechless.
No, that's good. But that isn't what it means. What it means is to look at the principles and practices to make sure that's not leading to the disproportionate outcome. That doesn't mean, we can't suspend this guy because we're too far out of line in this behavior. Or, you know what, we're gonna take this girl. It's not really something we should suspend for, but you gotta get those numbers right. That's not what that. That's not what that means. What that means is we're going to look and see, is there anything in the practices or principles that's leading to that disproportionality? That's what that means. It means you're taking a look and making sure that there aren't some things that are built in. And I want to respond to, and you may be able to, maybe Dr. LaMarca can as well. It's not an assumption. There's data. So it's not an assumption that there's disproportionality in any of the areas. It's looking at what those outcomes are and then saying, it looks like we may have a problem here. And then you look at how that aligns with national data as well. So that might, you said you have a little something for trustees. That's what I can throw out to you.
Well, we have the word reduce. Could we change the word reduce to analyze or something like that? It says reduce the disproportionate. That assumes that we're doing something wrong.
Well, I think the data says we're doing something wrong.
The data suggests that. I guess what my comment would be this. If you take something like graduation rate and you want to increase graduation rate, there are unintended consequences to having that kind of a metric. You could cheat the system in order to increase graduation rate. So when we say reduce disproportionality, you're right. One of the ways you could do it is just suspend a whole bunch of people who are underrepresented. But that would be an unintended consequence. It's not what we're after. So yes, it's in part analysis, but it is making sure that some of the practices that we put in place reduce the kind of biases that are creeping in and affecting those outcomes.
I reject that we have a bias. I reject that. I just, no. There's too many factors in this to assume that our staff are being biased. I support our staff, and, I want to back them if they make a decision to suspend somebody based on behavior, not based on whether they're male or female or Hispanic or what other. I'm a Spanish speaker. I understand the challenges that when you don't speak the language and you come into here, and maybe that makes you more likely to drop out or more likely to have issues. But to just say, we're being disproportionate and it's our fault, I reject it.
Okay. Other comments? Only other thing I would say is our data, as well as national data, shows that when you have two people, say somebody of color, somebody not, just as an example, right? Because this is what I happen to know off the top of my head, because I remember you weren't here when we had a presentation on that previous board, right? For the same infraction, African Americans are disproportionately suspended more for the same infraction. So that means obviously there's something we need to take a look at. That's the kind of data that leads to this kind of a metric, if you will, because the data says same infraction, different outcomes. We should probably take a look at that. Did I get that right?
You did, very definitely. And it's not, and I use suspension as an example. There's other outcomes as well. There's access to advanced coursework. There is disproportionate identification with some groups into special education. That is a problem. There's disproportionate representation within EL. That's a problem. So it is a matter of looking very carefully at the data and seeing how we can change that. There is a goal overall to reduce suspensions as well.
Okay. Dr. Nicolette?
And I'm not sure where the law is, but I'm fairly certain that there's going to be some law at the end of this session that will address suspensions and et cetera, and we don't know what that is yet. But I'm giving some deep thought into what Trustee Church is saying, and I wonder if we could just reverse it, because I understand that there's some disproportionality across ages, stages, gender, et cetera. So what if we use the word analyze instead of reduce, because I understand that we maybe should be assuming that there's some disproportionality in our practices, or we see data that shows that. But I kind of do like starting the question with analyze, and then at the end, yada, 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 for disproportionality. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm really not trying to change the intentionality. What I'm trying to do is take a different look at how we're going to view the situation. Simply analyze measures for all those red words for disproportionality. It's just a thought, because as Trustee Church was talking, I thought reduce. And then he was talking about, our staff who are maybe contributing to what we see as disproportionality without true intentionality. I think it sounds maybe kinder, and yet still we can move forward with figuring out what we need to do to equitize this.
I appreciate the comments, and of course, it's the board's place to modify this language, and we will support whatever the board directs us to do through the superintendent. I would just draw to your attention that this is sort of the reverse of closing achievement gaps. So part of the reason why we have achievement gaps is because we have differential access to programming, we have differential access to instructional time. So instruction matters. A child needs to be in class engaged. The more they're suspended, for example, the less they're being instructed. If something is leading to those suspensions, other than just the raw behavior in question, that's a problem that we have to address. So we hear you, and if you guys prefer that, we will do what the board directs us to do. But we need to make sure everyone has equitable access to educational programming if we hope to close achievement gaps.
The only thing I would say on that, thank you, is that this implies analysis, which I think is the point that you're saying this is implying that the data has indicated the disproportionality, and that's what Trustee Church is saying. He's uncomfortable with the implication that we know it's there, and you're saying, how about the analysis? As a trustee and as a research person, we can't measure analysis. Everything on here needs to be measurable. These are measurable outcomes. So we cannot measure, ooh, do we analyze? We can't measure that, right? So to me, that gets more into the application. That gets more into the how than the why. And that's in my mind. Everything on here should be measurable. So we as a board can come back and say, how are we doing? Right? And if we can't analyze it, then it shouldn't be on here. It should be addressed in some other place, but not here. Right? That's my 2 cents. I see Trustee Caldwell, then I see the superintendent, then I go back to Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. That was a lot of what I was going to say. We just want to make sure whatever we put in here can be measured, because there will be a time where the data is brought back to the board, and if it can't be measured, what's going to be brought back to us will be confusing, and then I'm sure the comments will be said of, what is this? How are we here? I think Trustee Church's concerns are valid. I think it's in the how. And so I do think that taking those things into consideration, and to maybe bring back to the board how this metric is going to be done. Because right now it's just we would like disproportionality measures reduced. We all do. How you do that is where problems can come up, and we want to make sure we do it the right way. And if we do it the right way and we do reduce it, we've done good. And I think, as Dr. Markey, you mentioned, that if we do it the wrong way, yeah, we got there, but then it's not good. And so I think we got into the how, and I think the concerns are valid. And but if we can't measure it, we should just take it out, because staff will struggle to bring us back something when we ask for it in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. Superintendent?
No, thank you, President Taylor. And, and it's an important discussion. And this is, just as we've talked about having valid and reliable measures on other outcomes, whether it's SBAC, whether it's the ACT, this is an important data point for our district. And it's something that we have to confront, and it's something that we have to talk about. And so having it in the board strategic plan, I feel as a superintendent, is something that we need to take a look at. And I go back to what Trustee Taylor was talking about, is that in order to have an outcome, you have to have it measured. So staff is analyzing the data. That's how we actually came up with the metric, because we analyzed the data for several years. And I want to pick up on something Dr. LaMarca because I think it's important. This should not be looked at as something as negative. We want to get to a place where we don't have to have this metric any longer, that disproportionality does not exist in our school district.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Superintendent. Trustee Church?
Please don't make me go through this entire thing, but just look, if you will, at 5.1 and 5.2. 5.1, provide and continuously improve a climate, blah, blah, blah. 5.2, provide and continuously implement. None of those are measurable. So I think we can put it in there without it having to be measurable if we just had a goal to improve, and I'm prepared to make a motion. And basically the motion's going to say to analyze and address versus reduce.
Okay, if you want to make a motion, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to amend 5.1.2, disproportionality, to remove the word reduce and replace it with the words analyze and address.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second that objective 5.1.2 be changed to say not reduce disproportionality, but to analyze and address disproportionality. Okay, now it's open for discussion. Okay, Trustee Thigpen?
Yes, I'd like to ask Dr. LaMarca if that wording change would affect the intention and outcome of this.
That's a good question. And let me draw attention to a couple quick things. The how is stated in the objective itself, and we are talking about the measurable outcome. I guess what I would say, and I'm going to phone a friend and ask Dr. McNeil to comment. For me, address is going to mean reduce, because by addressing it, What you're asking me to do is analyze it, and if it's there, address it. And to address it would mean for it to change. And I certainly wouldn't want it to increase, so I would want it to decrease. So if by address, you're asking us to do the actions such as equitable practice, providing materials along those lines, social emotional learning, yeah, I could live with that personally.
Okay, thank you for that.
I would say this just in response to Trustee Church's comment around 5.1 and 5.2. Those are objective. Those are not intended to be the measurable piece. The 5.2 point something, that's the measurable piece. So therein lies the difference. That's why everything does have to be measurable in the third 5.1.3. You can go through the whole, like you said, you can go through the whole plan, and the goal point whatever is not going to be measurable because it isn't supposed to be. So you're absolutely right. What we're looking for in terms of the measurables is the detail piece of it, which is why it's called measurable. It's not the initiatives anymore, it's the measurable piece. So that, I don't know if that helps you or confused you, but that's the intention of the objective is not to be measurable. The intention of the measurables is to be measurable, if that makes sense.
Try that again.
Okay, if you look at, let's just take what we're like objective 5.1. Let's take the example, right, that our colleague shared. Provide and continuously improve, yada, yada, yada. That is not measurable, right? It is not intended to be measurable. The piece of 5.1 is not, like the goal 5 is not measurable, okay? The objective under goal 5 is not measurable. What we called initiative is now we're calling it something. That's where the measurable piece comes in. That's the metric. The metric is not the objective. The metric is the how under the objective. And what Trustee Church is saying is that, hey, if you look through this document, there are a lot of basically objectives that are not measurable. And what I'm saying is that's not the intention of the objective. That's not the measurable part. The measurable part is what we used to call initiative, and now it's underneath it. It's the 5.1 point, that third one, that's the measurable piece, not the second piece. So what I'm saying is Trustee Church is absolutely right. And the 0.1 or the 0.2 or the point whatever, he's absolutely right. It isn't measurable, but it's not supposed to be. That's not what they report back to us on. They report back to us on the third thing. Yep, it's called what do we call it now? Measurable? Outcome. Measurable outcome. It's called a measurable outcome because it's the measurable outcome.
I guess, I'm sorry, I'm not next.
No. Okay, well, if you want to respond to this piece, why don't you go ahead, Trustee Church, and then we go to Vice President Call.
I guess we're getting hung up in, does it have to be measurable? You know, it's a goal. The goal is to address and analyze and address. Isn't that a goal? I mean...
No, the goal is number 5.
Well, you know what I'm saying, but does any of this have to positively have a quantifiable thing to be a goal?
Well, if not, how do we know if we're doing it?
Well, again, we're just setting a goal that we analyze and address.
Okay.
And then they come back and they go, yeah, we analyzed and addressed. I mean, I don't know. We're hung up in the weeds.
Okay. Well, I do think we're in the weeds. I'll agree with that one. Vice President Call.
Thank you, Madam President. I think what would help too is we have to just fast forward to the meeting where the district will bring us back this information, and what I think satisfies it being addressed. Trustee Church may disagree, Trustee Thickman may disagree, and now all of a sudden in the meeting we don't know if the metric was met or not because we are split on if it was addressed. You can make the argument that we've identified there was a problem, the superintendent told the principals we have a problem, and say that it was addressed. Nothing happened, it was addressed though. And so by saying reduce, it's reduce. If it doesn't get reduced, it's not met. But address can mean a lot of things, and it can really mean something that is just nothing was done. It's just, an email went out. And so, but I do think where the concerns are coming from is the how. And I do think that staff have heard our concerns on the how. And we can address the how at a different meeting. We can address the how when the metric comes back. But I think where this can go off the rails is the how. I think we're all in agreement we want to reduce it. But to Trustee Church's point, how you do that can cause some serious issues if you do it wrong just to meet the metric. And so if we need to add language to address the how, I guess we could. We haven't done that in any of the others, but I'm concerned that when we get to that meeting where we're actually going through the results, we could have disagreement on it, was it even addressed or not?
Yeah.
And some could say yes, some could say no, the superintendent could say something different, the trustees, and all of a sudden it's like, now we're confused on this metric altogether.
Well, let me say this, and I see you, Trustee Church. Let me say this, and maybe this might, if we looked at, maybe this might be a friendly amendment that you may, that might be able to get us there. See if it does, right? If we said reduce, not reduce, if we said analyze, because it seems like, I think that's where Trustee Church is hung up more than on the how, quite frankly, is how do we know it's there? That's what I'm hearing from Trustee Church and then from Dr. Dye is how, so what if we said analyze and if necessary reduce? What if we did something like that? And then that way it's very clear that the analysis happens first. And if the analysis indicates that there is a problem, then we will reduce it, and that's what we measure.
You just read my mind. I don't know how we do that.
That's kind of scary.
I'll make a
That's just a friendly, if you're okay, if you accept that friendly amendment.
Absolutely, either the word if necessary or as applicable, reduce, either way, but yes. if-
Okay, you accept it friendly. Do you accept it friendly, Dr. Ian? Okay, so I think, are you with us, JJ? Okay, so let me restate as the friendly amendment comes up, and then the how it gets addressed, as you say, when it comes back to us, right? So it looks like, okay, so now my computer just timed out. Gosh dang it. Hold, please.
I can do it.
Can you do it? Come on, Trustee Church.
Change 5.1.2 to say analyze and if necessary, reduce.
Okay, so what we're looking for, so then if I may, then the motion is that we approve goal 5 with the amendment to 5.1.2. Oh, we haven't? Oh, never mind. So we're still, I'm sorry, my bad. So we're just back to your change on 5.1.2. So the most 5.1.2, just as he said, that it be amended to say analyze and if necessary reduce the disproportionality, yada, yada, yada. That's what's on the floor. Okay, we've discussed it. I think we're good with that. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Motion is carried. Let the record show a 6-0, which is unanimous. All right, so I think we're good there and we're moving on. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, trustees, Superintendent McNeil. My name is Jason Trevino. I'm the Chief of Police for the School District Police Department. Thanks for having me here this afternoon. I'm going to cover 5.2 through 5.2.2. We looked at it and we didn't have any changes from the presentation that I gave at the DeMonte Ranch board meeting, which was pretty recently. So it should be pretty fresh in your guys' mind. Just a couple things I wanted to highlight as far as 5.2.1 goes, maintain or exceed compliance with all state requirements for school safety. There are a couple of bills going through the process right now that will impact school safety and requirements for school districts. And I would say a large majority of those are driven by us in the Washington County School District to try and make some of the existing law more usable for not only us, but other emergency responders in our valley. So those are moving through, and then obviously as they're approved, we will then add any of those changes to our plans going to 5.2.2. That comprehensive plan will be updated as necessary to reflect any legal requirements from the Nevada revised statutes, and then we would implement that plan annually across the district.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Any comments on that? That's pretty straightforward. You win the award for being the fastest. All right. Thank you, Chief. We're good with duly noted that the record show. All right, then we're going to go on to the new. Now it was 5.5. Now it's 5.3. Thank you, Chief.
So 5.3, provide a safe learning environment built upon principles of equity, inclusion, and access for all students, staff, and community members. The two metrics or the two measurable outcomes that would be used to measure our response to this objective is basically increasing the number of staff members receiving equity and diversity training. We want to point out we've been doing that for 10 years. And then the second indicator is based on the action plan that we brought to you that was associated with the anti-racism resolution. And simply, we intend to report to you on a quarterly basis relative to progress in carrying out that action plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. LaMarca. Questions, comments? Okay. All right. Vice President Call?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Let me see. 531 confuses me a little bit, only because at least I thought that the district was pretty firm on something like this is required for staff. And so if it's required, at least I would assume it would be 100% or pretty close to 100%, unless I'm thinking about something else.
Equity 101 has been required for all new hires, but it was not required for all existing teachers. And we do have large numbers of staff that have been trained over the last several years, but our intent is to train every staff member.
Am I talking about something different?
No, if I may, it's required, but it isn't required annually, right? So
Oh.
it's a matter of continuing until we get to everybody, if that helps.
So it's optional, and so the metric is to increase the number that do it annually.
Yeah, I don't know if it's optional. I don't get that impression. I get the impression, though, that they haven't gotten to all 8,500 people.
Oh.
So as new people come in, they get it as a part of their onboarding, I guess, if you will. Am I making this up, or?
No, we give the equity training to, I believe, and I don't know if it's either Paul or Emily, but we do give that for our new hires, correct? I mean, I know our bus drivers take that as well, too.
Okay.
It was a condition of licensure for new hires, but it was not added as a condition of licensure for existing hires at the time. I believe, and Emily might be able to clarify, I believe that was passed in the 2017 session. It might have been the 2015 session.
It was 2015, and the only reason I remember that is because it was right after I joined the board.
Okay.
And so since then, there's been a process of getting staff members through it, but they're not all the way through it yet.
So the metric is on the district's end, getting staff members through it, not necessarily essentially getting more staff to do it based on their own decision.
Help me out.
I'm confused on this one, because I thought it was just something everybody had to do, so.
They do, but they haven't done it yet. Not everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we have a long ways to go to get all 8,500 employees trained. And so that's what we're trying to
Okay.
establish here.
So if the intent is to get everyone in because it's something that's required, should it even be in here? Because if we're saying it's required, we're going to do it. So as a board member, I would think it's going to be 100% at some point, unless we're saying, give it an end date. The goal is to be 100% by this date. I guess I'm just confused why it's in here if it's something that has to be done.
Well, so let me speak to it as far as a resource allocation issue. Anytime we're talking about a particular training, we only have, a certain number of people that are able to do the training. So let's just say that for the next 3 years, we were only able to get, I'm just making up a number, 2% of our employees trained. And the board may wonder, why are you only getting 2% of our staff trained on an annual basis? What's the hang up on that?
Take 50 years.
Right, and I think that's part of it, is if that's not going fast enough, then does the board allocate more research, whatever the case may be? I would say, I think diversity training is important, and I think if it's the things that are most important to us as a district, as set by us as a board, should show up in this document.
I'm good with that. Even with that said, the metric's unclear on how it's going to be done, because like in other metrics it was increased by 3%. It just says establish a baseline and establish annual increases.
Because there's no baseline yet. That's what they're saying. There hasn't been a baseline, and now they're saying, okay, establish a baseline. Then once there's a baseline, then there would be by such and such a percent. Am I reading that one?
So that's why there's no annual increase number, because there's no baseline?
Yeah, because they don't have a base. That's my understanding.
Yes,
That's how I read that.
that is correct.
Okay.
And we can commit to you, I mean, you can direct us and we can commit to you that once we establish baseline, we will provide you with annual goals, and then you can adjust those if they are annual, objectives, and you can adjust those as you see fit.
I think this is a great example of what you're saying as to why it's in here, because there hasn't been a baseline with goals for annual. So it's been happening, but we're not really watching how it's happening. This means we got to watch how the diversity training is happening. Yeah, it's accountability piece. So what you're saying, what you're asking for, that's exactly what this does, is what you're asking for. If that covers that. Okay, I see Trustee Minetto, and then we're going to go to Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. So it's required for the new guys coming in. It's not required for the established ones, which I took it when I was teaching, and I've taken it since. Are we going to ever say, but we're going to require this for everybody? I mean, it'll be years down the road because we only have so many trainers. It's just a question.
That's a really good question, and here's why I would say. I feel as if we're agreeing everyone needs it. There is literature relative to diversity training that says mandating it is not the optimal way to enter into this sort of training. So it is a kind of a catch-22. If you force people to do something they don't want to do it, that can be a problem. But we want every individual in the district, teacher, administrator, staff member, trained in equity and diversity.
And I have to tell you, the first time I took it because I needed the credit. But when I took it, it was like, this is the most meaningful training I've ever had in the district in all the years that I taught. It was so self-reflective. It was a really good training.
I appreciate that, because we would argue that this is critical to effective instructional practice. It's not separate from, and I know there's been some dialogue around that. It is part of being an effective teacher.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Minetto. Dr. LaMarca, Trustee Church?
I have a few questions. I'll go one by one and say, number one, it's, I believe May 28th, I'm going to be attending the diversity class. I very much look forward to it. And I've had some wonderful diversity classes in my military and police career. And same kind of thing. Sometimes you go in with a real negative attitude, and then you realize how beneficial it is. So I guess the devil's in the details. So question number one, I keep hearing all employees, janitors, teachers, substitutes, bus drivers, everybody, and that's That's costly.
It is costly, and it's a good investment. Oftentimes, the bus driver is the first person a student sees on the way to school. It could be the site facility coordinator who makes that connection with the child that keeps them engaged in the building. So yeah, we would argue that every staff member within a building has something to give to students, and we would hope that they would receive this training.
Question number two, contract employees such as maybe janitors, nutritional, et cetera.
I think you just spoke to that, right?
Yeah, all.
Question number three, in Spanish?
We do try to provide translation services for all of our trainings. So yes, that's harder than it sounds, but it is something we attempt to do.
That's good.
Question number four, or five, math wasn't my best subject.
You need that training.
I need that training. Could it or would it be open to the public to in case they want to know what we're teaching?
I think that would be a budget question. I think that we do need to do a better job engaging our community along some of these lines. I think some of the training that you'll see, some of it's posted on our website. It's very directed and contextualized around the learning environment. I think if we were to engage with our community along these lines, we might need to make some shifts, but we would love that opportunity.
And I guess my comment might be space available if there's room in the, so it doesn't cost us anything, but it's certainly a good PR aspect so they know. And again, I get the emails all the time on what we're teaching, be it share or this or whatever, and more often than not, it's not totally accurate. Looking through my notes, the equity plan and the training, we have 3 new trustees. Do we get to weigh in on what that is, in case we disagree?
My recollection of the board meeting that involved this board, not the previous board. I understand the previous board passed the resolution, but we brought the action plan to this board as an informational item this fiscal or this calendar year. And I believe that my understanding is that is a.
It was an action item. This board unanimously approved in February. This board unanimously approved the action plan. The resolution was October 27th, and I believe it was February. I believe it was February, maybe late January, but I believe it was February that this board actually approved the action plan, which is where we got to bringing back and the ELA curriculum. That was a part of the motion to approve it, because you remember it was Vice President Cottle who made the amendment to the motion to approve it, saying that, yeah, but bring this back to the board. And then then the amendment was accepted, and then the action plan itself was approved by us unanimously.
Well, let me address that. I've read that. I'm pretty positive I know what we're talking about. I've watched that video over and over and over, and it was extremely confusing, but I can tell you what wasn't confusing. We voted to accept. The word was accept. And now we get into the definition, when I voted for it, that I accept, much like I accept a subpoena or a medical diagnosis, doesn't mean I have to agree or approve. But that's, just for the record, the word was accept.
Right, but you got the explanation on that from legal, that according
I got the explanation.
According to Robert's Rules of Orders, that's what accept means.
Well, I don't want to argue it now, but let's just, because that's water under the bridge. But just so people say that I approved it, I accepted it. So I guess the next question, let's say I go to the diversity training. This is probably for the board president. If I go to the diversity and I go, I don't like this, I have every right to ask that it be put on the agenda, and then with a second, it could go on the agenda.
Well, I guess I would say that, but I would actually say if you have 2 trustees can put anything on the agenda, as you know. So any trustee can ask for whatever they want. So certainly, absolutely, right? And for the record, that has never not been the case. Okay? But I will say this, my recommendation would be, if you have a concern about the training, to first take it to the superintendent. That would be the appropriate way first, because it's done by staff, and then go from there. But certainly, 2 trustees can put anything they want to on the agenda.
And it's never been the case that one trustee is not?
It has never, ever, since I have been on the board, it has never, ever, no, I'm being facetious now, but no, seriously, it has always taken 2 trustees. It's not new.
Oh.
People keep saying it's been new. It has never, ever, it has always taken 2 trustees.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you said 1.
Nope.
Okay. And then I guess the next question, I think it's the final one. The equity.
Okay, we're getting, that question we can't go further on. I'm just getting kicked under the table from legal.
No.
Okay, I got you. It looks like he's going back to
5.3.2.
Yeah.
So the equity action plan, can you explain that, what that is, and when that was implemented?
Yes, I can. So it sounds like in February, the board acted to accept the action plan. I thought it was an informational item. Excuse me for that, and thank you for that correction. So it specifies several different areas of action. One is around governance. That's your work. As part of that, you will recall we intend to report out to you on a quarterly basis on several different outcomes. There is a section in there on curriculum. That is where diversifying the curriculum, bringing in anti-racism into the curriculum is outlined. I might be using the wrong language, but the ELA benchmark would be part of that piece. There's a section around HR and professional development. I think embedded within there, you see some of the action items around equity champions, as well as Brave Space. And then there's a miscellaneous section, which I don't have the action plan in front of me, so I don't want to speak to that. But so there's 4 general areas. There's probably about 20 different or more action steps, and we intend to follow that and report out to you Some of the action steps are yes, no's, did you get it done? We checked those off, we got them done, it's finished. But some of them are ongoing, continuous improvement measures.
And what I will say on that anti-racism action plan, right? The equity action plan that came. There's a piece of it that will come back to the board, right? It's the K-5 ELA curriculum that is not a part of the action plan as of yet, because it's going to be proposed and it's being proposed and brought to the board, and new date June 8th, I believe it's June 8th, right? June 8th. So that part has not been that's not established yet, right? The rest of the action plan, I think, went through without too much fanfare. We had good discussion about it, but that piece that seems to be getting the most attention has not yet been approved by the board. So if we approve today this piece that includes that, it's the action plan without that piece, because that has not been included as of yet. That make that clear? Okay. Yes, Vice President Cottle?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on one thing that was said. I don't think there's anything wrong with if it's the costs are okay and it's able to be done to offer to parents the ability to go through Equity 101. That might be a big lift for staff, but what I do think can be done is to put out what is actually being presented for the community, like on our website, so that they might not be able to go through it because of costs or whatever, but here is the course online, and maybe even offer it as an online thing through Parent University to say, here's what's being done for parents to actually review themselves. I think that's something that, down the road can be something that I mean, I could be wrong, shouldn't be fairly taxing to at least make it available. Doing it's another thing, making it available.
Well, I would say this. Why don't we go through the class first? I mean, we've gone through it before, but we have some new trustees that have not. If I put on my hat and the diversity training as my company does, it looks very different. But if you're doing it for practitioners in the field that we work in, right, it's a different class than if you're doing it for parents. And so it may be a matter of this is what's in the staff for. Here's some bullet points, or here's some principles behind what's that might be that would be a fairly easy thing, I would expect. Of course, Tiffany would have to be here and weigh in on that, who's the director of that. But to actually say let's put the parent class, that's a whole different undertaking. It's a whole different class. But I do think that it may be easier, and you probably know more about this too, Dr. LaMarca, because you're more intimately involved with the equity and diversity class that we're all going to participate in next week, to say, hey, here's some training that this is Equity 101, here's the training, this is what it includes. I think that would be fairly easy.
Very definitely. We can be transparent on that. We can work with the community. They can look at our resources. We can post more things on the web. I do think Parent University is a very good mechanism for some of what you're saying. What I'll remind you is Equity 101 is actually a 15-hour training. So what you're getting next week is sort of abbreviated Equity 101. To that point, not too many parents are probably going to sign on to 15-hour courses. But we probably could very easily work with Delisa Crane and the Parent University folks and abbreviate courses down to chunks, hour at a time, over time, and provide that to the community.
Okay, that might be something long-term to work on. Okay, remember, this is a 2-year plan right here. This is 2-year. All right, yes, Trustee Church.
Now, you brought up something. The janitor has to go to a 15-hour class on diversity?
The custodian? Is that what you're asking about, the custodian?
I'm sorry, whatever politically correct term it is.
No, just yet. No, that's not about that. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Well, you're saying everybody?
We would like all staff members to receive Equity 101 training, yes.
15 hour, 2 days?
The current course is 15 hours, yes.
Okay, and then I'm struggling because when we come to a vote, I don't want to get burned on this. I want to know what I'm voting on. I'm not voting here to accept the Equity Action Plan. It already exists.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, it does already exist.
So,
but let me help you on this piece. The Equity Action Plan already exists. Whether it was 7-zip and you didn't really know what was going on, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
All right, because it already exists. What is not approved, so if it gets approved, then it becomes a part of the equity action plan. If it doesn't, it isn't. Does that make sense?
Well, and actually, that wasn't so much it.
Oh.
So if I vote on this, yes, let's say I vote affirmatively, or the other trustees, so we all know, somebody can't come back and say, you voted to support the equity action plan. No, I voted to provide quarterly reports on the implementation. Does that make sense?
That's my understanding. Am I
5.3.
getting it wrong? Is that?
No, that's what we're suggesting, is that we owe it to you to report out on that plan quarterly.
And the equity action plan it already exists, and it can always be changed, as we discussed. Then on 5.3.1, I'm not voting to approve 15 hours of training for everybody. I'm not voting to make it mandatory or not mandatory. All I'm voting on is increasing the number of staff members that attend and receive.
That's what it looks like.
So we might change it to a 4-hour plan, or we might vote on making it voluntary. That's not in here. We're just voting to increase the numbers.
Just as is, absolutely.
All right, I think I'm comfortable with that. I just want to, because again, sometimes these things come back to, and sometimes there's misunderstandings. So I think I'm good.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, then looking for a motion, as you'll recall, you already made that change. So looking for a motion to accept Goal 5 as amended, right? We made an amendment. Okay, Trustee Thigpen?
So moved.
You're waiting all this time for a so move. Okay, great. We have a motion. That's okay.
Second.
Okay, then we have a second by Dr. Nicolette. I don't see a yellow card waving, so all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robust discussion. Good job, Chief. I know, huh? All right, it looks like now we're moving on to the communication plan.
Yes.
Right? Why don't we do 2.03, right? No, 2.02, sorry. Ms. Anderson is right, is in front of us again. We'll go through this, then we'll take a quick break, because clearly we're going to go to overtime, because it's important that we spend some time on the SOUP eval, so. Okay, Ms. Anderson, agenda item 2.02, presentation, discussion, and possible action to provide direction on the communications plan for the response to recovery. That's the strategic plan that we've been discussing for most of our day here today. This is a 2-year strategic plan for the Washington County School District, and this is for possible action. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, President Taylor, trustees, and Superintendent McNeil. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, for the record, longest title ever. I'm just doing a nice 30,000-foot overview of the communication plan. It definitely mirrors, if we were doing a more comprehensive communication plan that was going to be going for, 5-10 years, obviously we would be doing a more robust, but this is a short turnaround, but we want to make it as impactful as possible. So obviously you had earlier today the input that was received through the survey regarding the priorities, so that has been already checked off the list, which is what we would normally do again in a comprehensive one. Today we're receiving feedback from the board, which of course is what we want to hear. And then our next step is to draft a plan, develop those key messages, and then looking at Great Cities schools. Dr. McNeil had obviously shared what some of their suggestions are when you're looking at ESSER funding and making sure you're reporting back. One of the things they recommend is having a web page with the draft plan so that our community can read that, our families can read it, look to see what we're doing, and have an input form so they can provide their input as to what we've come up with as a draft. If they're not tuning into YouTube, that way they can see it with their own eyes. Having virtual events, because as we know, this is coming back to the trustees on June 8th and June 12th. So trying to do a comprehensive, I'm sorry? 22nd. I can read. I just trying to have a comprehensive going out in the community with COVID is not real likely, obviously, in that short period of time, but we want to make sure we are having those virtual events. And then again, going back to the trustees on June 8th and 22nd to finalize that plan. And then, of course, ongoing engagement needs to continue even after the final plan is adopted. So I'm going to give credit to our Office of Accountability. If you guys have gone to WCSDdata.net, they have been doing that with our current strategic plan. And so we are going to expand that and obviously get that information out to the community once this is finalized so that it has the measurable outcomes. So a community member, a family member, a student can go and actually look, where are we at? Have we hit those marks, and how we're going? Doing the visual storytelling. Of course, that's videos, that's social media, that's working with our media partners, and then community presentations, making sure you guys are equipped when you're out and you're talking in the community, making sure our area superintendents, our superintendent, making sure our community partners know what our strategic plan is, making sure we're spending those dollars wisely when it comes obviously to the ESSER funds and obviously the rest of our budget and where we're at with that. So like I said, just kind of a brief 30,000 overview, trying to make sure we're checking all those boxes.
I think that's good. I love putting it on having it on the website so people can. I think that's great. It's a 2-year period. Since I've been on the board, we've had 1 or 2 occasions when we just kind of done an extension of the strategic plan, or we had to do a bridge plan, and so on. And I know this is 2 years; those were both 1 year, but we didn't really have this piece of it. It was kind of like, hey, we could discuss it as a board and approve it. Okay, boom. But this is, hey, here's an opportunity for the community to really. See some things and really have just a little bit more active involvement in it. So I appreciate that.
I think, COVID has obviously thrown a wrench in everybody's plan, but everything that we do ties back to our strategic plan and ties back to that roadmap. And so I think what's great is the community, this will become something that is kind of embedded in as we're getting the stories out, so that you guys are obviously providing that guidance for us with the roadmap and all of us approving it, and then we're making sure we're constantly tying back to that. So it'll be woven in probably more by the end of the 2 years. You guys will hate the plan.
I hope not.
Hate hearing about the plan.
Okay, good.
Say.
I was going to say, I hope not.
No, hate hearing about it.
All right. Any
Thank
questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Anderson. This is an action item, right? Am I right? Yeah, I was going to say this is an action item to approve the plan, this communications plan, for putting this out there. So thank you, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a great, like we mentioned earlier, I think communications are key right now and moving forward. I just have one question. As we are working to get input through surveys on our website moving forward, is there anything that we can do? And, you hear things out in the community and you wonder if it's true, but is there anything that we can do to prevent folks outside of Washoe County from influencing the feedback that we're requesting moving forward? I don't know if it happens, but of course, rumors circulate.
I think it's, of course, I'll have to defer to accountability on how they set their surveys up, and I think it depends. So if you have a generic input form, unless you're asking for a specific email address and their content to be included in that, that is obviously one way. We ran into, in prior years in my previous jobs, difficulty with that, because sometimes people don't want to actually say their address or their name, and therefore they're not obviously being as honest as they would like to be. So I think there's pros and cons to it. It's easier sometimes with staff when you have to be logged into your, account to answer it. But I'd have to defer to accountability on the comprehensive survey.
Good. Dr. Davidson?
Yeah, for the record, Laura Davidson. So for most of the surveys that we send out from our office, we do that through our platform, and they're linked to an email address for staff specifically, so those can't be forwarded along. Once the staff completes that survey, no one else can ever use that link again. So in some ways, that's really helpful. It does raise questions sometimes for staff who don't want, even if we tell them it's confidential, people worry about that, and depending on the nature of the survey, they're less willing to respond if they know that we have their name, basically. So we do send out surveys sometimes as just an open link like we do have on the website, and anyone can access those. There aren't great ways to monitor sort of what we call ballot stuffing. You can look at IP addresses, and if you see a ton coming in from one IP address, sometimes we look at those. I know we've done that previously for calendar surveys many years ago. but that's a challenge too, because at a school site level, those all look like the same IP address if people are completing them at that same school. So there isn't a great way to kind of prevent that ballot stuffing. Some things we do look at is asking those information points about demographics so we can identify identical responses. And if we see someone has clearly just copy and pasted their response over and over again, then we typically take those out of surveys.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson. That's a good question. Any other questions, comments for Ms. Anderson? Okay. If it's the pleasure of the board, then we're looking for a motion to accept the communications plan.
I move that we accept the communications plan.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Minetto. Clerk Minetto, seeing no further discussion, seeing no yellow cards waving at me, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous, 6-0. Thank you very much. So we have a communications plan for the new strategic plan. And remember, this is called Response to Recovery. And just remember, we all recognize this is a 2-year plan targeted towards those next 2 years so we can get on the recovery road in about a year from now. The whole idea is to begin a process of really comprehensive, community-wide strategic plan effort that we know is important for our community and all the stakeholders in our community. So thank you to the team. Well, all been here all day and so on. We said 3 o'clock. That was just kidding. We need to be here a little bit longer because we want to go through this evaluation process for the superintendent. So why don't we take 10, and then we can come back and get going, and then we'll go through that, hopefully about an hour or so, and we'll get everybody out of here. Thank you so much, everybody. Back in.
52 minutes.
That was a little extended, but I was going to say, could we be any further from the restroom? Well, we could, but woo. Well, I'm in pretty good shape, and that was a pretty good run, man. My knee is doing better. Notice I don't have my little machine thing anymore. It's doing better. Now I have to have surgery on my toe, but anyway. Yeah, I'm very serious. But different leg. Back to crutches. I couldn't even return the crutches to the friend I borrowed them from. I'm falling apart, man. I'm old. I blame the board.
52 minutes.
All right, let's get going. The superintendent has said we have 52 minutes to do this. I like the way she thinks. We want that reflected in her evaluation as well. Okay, we'll go right ahead to these two wonderful women in front of us, Dr. Davidson and Ms. Ellison. We're yours. We're all yours.
All right. Thank you again, Chief Emily Officer.
That's about right. That's about right.
That's where we are on this Friday afternoon. You know who I am, and let's look at the notes. By contract and statute, the superintendent of schools is provided an annual performance evaluation conducted by the Board of Trustees, and that occurs no later than December 15th of each year. The process and tool to be utilized for that, in order to accomplish that, are to be determined by the Board of Trustees, and this meeting today really represents the first step in that process. Just as an overview, I'm going to begin by reviewing the document that looks like this, Framework for Superintendent Evaluation. I think that provides a great structure in terms of a process overview. And then we're going to transition to the document titled Superintendent Evaluation. Should look like this. And that's where we're going to dig in a little bit deeper to discuss the evaluation standards. Within each standard, Dr. Davidson will review recommendations of strategic plan metrics and survey results that would be utilized as performance evidence. And then we're going to conclude with action to hopefully finalize 3 key decision points. We'd like to talk today about having a facilitator assist with this process, and we'll get into a little bit more information and detail about why as we move forward. And then again, we'd like to finalize the metrics and survey information to be utilized as a part of the evaluation. I think as the conversation progresses, you'll likely hear a theme that provides the foundation for the recommendations that we're going to make. The the process and the way we're going to approach the evaluation is really rooted in trying to parallel what we do for other licensed staff. So having standards for performance evaluation, providing evidence that demonstrates performance within each standard, having a rating system from 1 to 4. That scale is ineffective to highly effective, is consistent with the approach that we utilize for other licensed personnel. And you'll see too that the impacts of COVID on data and our recommendations will be reflected. So if you wouldn't mind, please grab the document or refer to the document titled Framework for Superintendent Evaluation. And I'm going to focus mostly on the first page, which is the timeline. So again, we'll talk about this from a process perspective. So step 1 is really about finalizing the goals and metrics and the process to be utilized for the evaluation, and that's happening today. So we will hopefully come away from this conversation. We've already finalized the response to recovery plan. Then we will have identified which metrics and survey results we want to use in the evaluation. And then we'll progress to step 2, which is the periodic performance reporting that occurs throughout the school year. The dates for those performance reports are noted there, and I think were reviewed as a part of the response to recovery as well. And then in step 3, we'll collect employee and community perspective. As we talk about surveys today and data to include, we'll be talking about how to accomplish that as well. In step 4, and you'll see some dates noted there, that's when the process of actually conducting the evaluation really begins. So in step 4, the superintendent uses the tool approved by the board to gather performance evidence that's then provided to you and will be used to inform your evaluation ratings. So what that kind of looks like is a packet of information with notations from the superintendent in each standard, metrics from the response to recovery plan, results from surveys, and then other types of performance evidence. And so, when we conduct evaluations for other staff in the district, things like meetings that demonstrate performance in a particular area, or other types of projects or results that may have been delivered are reflected as performance evidence. All of that information is gathered into a packet or a binder that's then provided to the trustees. You all go through that information in order to provide ratings for performance in each standard and provide your own evidence for what ratings you're giving, right? So superintendent provides evidence, you have your own, then you provide a rating. All of that is compiled into a final superintendent evaluation and rating report, and then the public meeting is conducted to review that information. The dates that are noted there, we've kind of back mapped from the December 14th board meeting, which again, contractually, the evaluation is required by December 15th of each year. And so in order to accomplish delivery of that requirement, we worked backwards into this timeline here. So wherever we land today in terms of the tool and what's going to be included, this will be the timeline that we utilize toward the end of this year.
Emily, if you would, will you share why, even though it's this current school year, why we don't do it like in June? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Just so people, because that kind of throws us off. That can easily throw people off if they haven't done this before.
And even those of us that are immersed in it are often like, what are we talking, which year, what?
Yeah,
What's
you
happening
have to be
again?
reminded. Yeah, you do. You really do.
So it's very difficult to, and impossible really, to conduct the evaluation in June for the current school year because the data for the metrics that provide performance evidence are not available. So for example, graduation rates are not finalized until November-ish.
Till November, yeah, and really none of our metrics, we haven't reported on any 2020-21 data. That's all happening next year, so we don't have any of that data available yet.
Okay, well, thank you. That's just, and then one thing I will say, and Emily usually does a great job of this, and as we're talking and reminders are going out for things that we need to do, is a reminder that it is the 2020-21 school year. So as we identify evidence that we put, and usually it's not like we need to have an artifact, so to speak, but it's our thoughts about, this is why I'm choosing this rating or whatever. It's always just for us to remember to keep, wait a minute, that happened in September. That's for the next evaluation. So it's just constantly reminding ourselves that it's the 2020-2021 school year.
Yes, that's an important reminder. And, recency bias is a challenge in any type of evaluation process. It's particularly challenging in one where you're reflecting on a performance period that ended 6 months earlier. So as we get into this, October, November timeframe, we'll be talking, of course, more about the evaluation, and we'll have lots of reminders. So. Yeah, that's a great point. The other thing that you'll see reflected in the recommendations for the metrics that we believe should be included is the availability of the data, right? And so there are some metrics that might be more challenging to report as a part of the evaluation process just because of the calculations that need to happen. And so you'll see that reflected as well. The rest of this packet just describes each step in a little bit more detail. I think it's a great tool for, again, the back half of this calendar year when we get into the process. Certainly, if you have spare time and want to read through it, if you have any questions, let me know. But really, it just provides an outline of the structure that we utilize. So any questions on that?
I think it's real important just to make sure as you take a look as we go through this, and I will say a lot of this will make no sense at all until we actually get in and do the evaluation. Ellen's nodding her head. But what it is important is that when we recognize the time frame and that we recognize that this is the process, exactly how we do it to the detail really won't make sense until we're actually in it. Not because they're making it up as we go, but because you don't really understand it till we get in that piece. But what we're looking for really is still that we all have a shared understanding and say, okay, good, this is a good process for us to utilize and go forward with. And it really won't just be for this year. It's probably going to be the same kind of a format that we use going forward. We hope so, because we've gotten to where we've changed it, way too many times. So.
Yeah, I think for the benefit of the employee, right, the more consistency that we can offer, the better. And I think too, for the benefit of, the employees in our district and the public, the more consistency we can offer, the better. All right, so we will, if there are no further questions on that document, we'll transition to the superintendent evaluation document. Looks like this.
So everybody good on having the general idea of the framework? Okay, all right, great.
Am I in charge of the thing or you? Do you do the slides or do I do the slides? There is a clicker there. Okay.
Or on this one like this.
Yes. All right. It's weird to do a screen behind
Right,
you.
we have the hard copy here, and it's on our computers as well. So.
Perfect. All right, so I mentioned before that we're hoping to finalize 3 critical decision points today, just in the interest of making sure the superintendent is clear on what's going to happen and, as we move forward. We'd like to have the board consider utilizing an external evaluation facilitator. I think there's a couple of reasons for that, and, one, of course, being that an external third party enhances the perceived credibility of the process, which is hugely important in this process. My next point is certainly not a reflection of the evaluation or the relationship between myself and the superintendent or her and any other employee, but I hope you can appreciate the awkward position that it puts us in to be a part of the evaluation process for our evaluator. And it puts her in an uncomfortable position as well. And I think, too, you all are doing work with Dr. Ellsbury, and the potential of using him as a facilitator aligns nicely with the work that's already happening around board governance. And so that's one consideration that we would like to have discussed at the end. And then, of course, again, we have the strategic plan metrics to be included and the survey results to be included within each standard as performance evidence. So the format that we're going to use is to go through each standard, and then I'll talk a little bit about what the standard means, and then Dr. Davidson will talk about our recommendations within each standard, and of course we can dive into any questions that exist. Before we get into that, Dr. Davidson is going to talk a little bit about the options that we have available in surveys to include, and I will turn it over to her.
Okay, so Laura Davidson for the record. So you can see on page 3 here, we've done a lot of surveys this year, which I think have been incredibly important in gathering feedback throughout the year about how our pandemic recovery has been going, looking at things like our budget and strategic plan, our family reopening survey, which was about families' experience with schools and distance learning, staff check-in on well-being, and then earlier in the summer, we did the returning option survey to assess which learning option families wanted. Student climate survey was optional this year, but we did have about half of our schools participate in that. And then, as I've mentioned previously, we're going to send out an end-of-year quick check-in climate survey to just do a check-in on the staff's climate in terms of work stress, so we can monitor from fall to spring to help him with planning for the next school year. So we've done a lot of surveys. I just want to make a quick note here. So the surveys that are listed on this page, I've gone through and aligned questions to where I think the questions align to the standard. There is the option, and we'll probably talk about this later, to send out another survey specifically about the superintendent's performance this year. So none of the surveys listed here ask specifically about the superintendent's performance this year. These were all, again, we don't want to infer things from the surveys that we've already sent out. So in previous years, we have sent out a separate survey specifically about that performance, and that's been to staff, and then we've also done one in years past to the community, so that's an option as well. But the ones that are listed here were not designed for evaluating performance specifically of the superintendent, more just feedback for various other purposes. So we've gone through, and once we have the final document, we'll include links to all these so that as you're doing your evaluation, you'll be able to look exactly at that data point and know and be able to kind of bring that into the standard that you're looking at. So I just have on the next page just a quick sample of how many responses we've gotten from each of these surveys. So lots of data points to consider, which is why we think it's important to include some of the survey data as evidence throughout the standards. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Emily, who can talk about Standard 1.
I want to make sure everybody understands the page that Dr. Davidson just took us through, page 4. And just looking at the surveys that's been done in the past and so on, that gives us some background, some credibility for people really being engaged in this process. I think that's really important, so, okay.
All right. There are a total of 9 standards included in the evaluation, and these standards were adopted by the Board of Trustees last year, and these standards were our recommendations based on research from other districts of similar size and nature, and also from the Council of Great City Schools, the Superintendents Association. So a great deal of research went into compiling these standards. Again, they were adopted by the Board of Trustees as being representative of what's important to our district. And Standard 1 is strategic district leadership. You'll see at the top of the page that there is a descriptor. Really, this standard is about having and communicating visionary leadership, culture and climate building, and rallying others around the big picture. And so with that, Dr. Davidson has some recommendations about survey information to include.
Okay, so for this, again, we're looking at climate as one of the primary indicators within this standard. So we have several climate indicators that we've asked staff throughout the year. So one will be these 3 questions that we ask next week. We're a little bit late on that, May 15th, so it's going to come out next week. But that will give us a sense of whether staff feel like their work is valued, whether they feel optimistic overall about the direction Washoe County is headed. We also did the staff reopening survey in the fall, and then we're doing, again, this one in next week, where we asked identical questions that we've been asking every year for about 6 years now about whether staff are tense, restless, or anxious at work, feeling burnt out, or not having sufficient time to complete all duties required of me. We know it's incredibly important that our staff have the conditions for working that are necessary to allow them to do their duties as staff. And then the student climate survey we just completed administering. We have about 18,000 responses on that survey, and we asked questions about student safety, whether students feel supported by the adults in their building, and then about 40 questions about social and emotional competency. So whether students feel like they're prepared for tests or know how to talk to an adult when they have problems at school. And then finally, we did a survey in the fall about family reopening. So we asked a series of questions about families' relationships with staff and teachers, as well as COVID-19 safety protocols in place at school. So we think all of that speaks well to strategic district leadership.
Dr. Taylor, would it be your preference to go through each standard and then open up for questions and all of that at the end, or did you want to stop in between each?
You know, I'm actually glad you asked that question, because I wouldn't have stopped, but now that I think it is, because as we get a little tired, right, it's going to be hard to go back to, because we have 9 of them. So, standard 3, I had this question. Let's go along the way, and then once we feel kind of good with it, then we can proceed from there. So on this one, right, strategic district leadership, I believe this one's called, right? Yeah.
Yes.
She walked us through it and some of the questions that can help inform us on the superintendent's performance on this. So I think we're good here. So thank you. Good pause, and we'll do that for each of the 9.
Perfect. And just as a reminder, right, the recommendations that we're reviewing today are not the totality of evidence that you'll receive when you get the evaluation packet. These are just the data points that really need to be finalized ahead of this process. There's a lot of other evidence that Dr. McNeil will produce that illustrates performance in each of these areas. All right, so standard 2 is instructional leadership. This is focused on having high expectations for student achievement, improving outcomes, maintaining current instructional knowledge, and really being the subject matter expert in best practices in instruction, and making sure that student outcomes inform decision making.
So this is typically where we include these academic measures from the strategic plan. We didn't do that last year for obvious reasons, because we didn't have much data last year to report on. This year, if we were to include academic measures, we'd include graduation rates, closing graduation achievement gaps, college and career readiness diplomas, CTE graduation, program participation, advanced course access, disproportionality, and then our SBAC results. I want to just note here, as we've talked about all throughout the year, our data is very strange this year and very unlike it's ever looked ever. So in previous years, some superintendents have included academic measures as a weight, but last year, and I think we should do this again this year, academic measures are just included in this standard. So what we'll do is report the data that we have, and we know the data is going to look very strange this year for a number of reasons. So when you as trustees are looking at instructional leadership in this standard, you will be looking at the academic measure data here, but our recommendation is not to do a whole separate weighted measure that would be around academic measures. So for example, previous superintendents might have done a third based on these academic measures and whether we hit our targets, a third on your ratings, and then a third on, say, a community or engagement survey. So we think because the data is very strange this year, and to align with what we've recommended to legislation, where we think they're going to move with student learning objectives, that we think it should just be included as another piece of information with which to review performance in instructional leadership, not its own separate weighted category, because the data is so incredibly unreliable this year.
No, I appreciate that, Dr. Davidson. Vice President Caudill?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just curious on what you all think and what the board thinks about a metric around proficiency data as compared to the state of Nevada average.
Well, for this year, I would not recommend it just because the data is so terribly unreliable and we have no idea where things are going to land. I also would have to really think through what that means. So, and it's also hard to set a target on something that the data's just been collected. SBAC is finished. So there's not much we can do to, shift SBAC necessarily. So it's a little difficult to come up with a target once the data's already been collected. That feels a little strange to me. So I probably wouldn't recommend it for the unreliability of the data this year and because the data's already been collected.
So you're saying you already have it?
SBAC, the SBAC window for proficiency just closed this week. So that data has reading, math, and science has all been collected.
So just to clarify, basically what you're saying is it's difficult to measure Superintendent McNeil's performance against that data because it wasn't previously set as a target for her then to take action on.
Exactly, and the target was not established previously. So we didn't have necessarily the target for this year in which to, set that measure.
I just want to make sure I understand. So we're approving this today, so technically none of this has been set. So couldn't you make that argument for any of these measures?
So these targets have been set in the strategic plan. That's what we're going to be reporting on all next year for the bridge plan. So all this data we will be reporting on throughout the year. And before we do the evaluation, we'll come with all of these results. But again, our recommendation for the strategic plan was to reset baseline for all of these because the targets are going to be strange for next year. So these targets have been set. We're not probably going to meet most of the targets on these just because the data has been very strange. I mean, we've seen how, our disproportionality data, we know our course failure rates are high, so that's going to affect our advanced course access. Things like program participation for CTE, we already know was down this year because of the pandemic. Same with graduation rates. We're predicting that's going to be reduced for all the reasons that we know this year has been a challenge for schools. So there were targets set for these at the beginning of the school year, but we did not know how the pandemic was going to play out. So it's very possible we'll hit some of these targets, but it's also very possible that we won't. So that's why we're recommending that the measures just be talked about within the standard, but not its own separate weighted measure. Does that make sense?
I think so. I'll think about it. I think I understand what you're saying. So the measures, we're including the measures performance, but we're not necessarily using them to measure standard 2?
So the metrics will be provided as a data point for performance evidence that would inform your ratings, right? So we know the data is going to be wonky. The impact that it should have on the evaluation or the rating in a particular standard would be open to the interpretation of the trustee based on the results in the metrics, the results in the survey, and then any other performance evidence that either Superintendent McNeil provided or that you have to substantiate your rating.
Okay, so what you're saying is there was no target established for proficiency. So
as compared to the rest of the state, correct?
Okay.
Dr. McNeil and then Dr. Nicolette.
So just to clarify, so are you asking proficiency as far as for the test itself, for the assessment itself, or for proficiency for as far as met target, exceeds target in the superintendent's evaluation?
So the proficiency metrics that we had just approved, we've seen those before, comparing our numbers versus Nevada, and then we would have to decide what that would look like. But basically, because we're obviously all on the same level for the most part in our state on funding, and so seeing how our students compare to the other counties or the state as a whole in proficiency numbers.
And I think, so I'll try it and then you guys jump in. We will be able to do that, but what the recommendation is, and that's why when we go back to the plan, so for example, on October 26th, you all will be receiving data around SBAC from K-8, ELA, math, science, looking at the achievement gap. So you will have those targets within the strategic plan. But this kind of goes back to what Emily was talking about. It gets very confusing because you all will be evaluating the superintendent this coming school year on this school year. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I just know we
So-
talk about proficiency a lot, so.
Yeah, so let me try again here. So, so these targets, so the way that this data is presented before the superintendent evaluation is I will, or someone will come and talk about our target for SBAC ELA was a 3 percentage point gain for the 2020-21 school year, the one that we just finished. I will come and tell you we met that target, or we did not meet that target, or we exceeded that target. And based on whether we met or exceeded that target, you all would be providing a rating. So if I come in and say we did not meet that target, you all can decide. That's very important to me, and if we underperform compared to the state, I can provide that data as well at that time. You can give her a 1, or you can give her a 4 in this particular standard. Does that make sense? So I'm happy to provide the report. The way that these are set up right now is I'll be reporting, just like I have throughout the year, whether we met the target that we set in the strategic plan at the beginning of the 2020-21 school year. So that's how these are framed. Each of these are met the target, didn't meet the target, and those were all set prior to the 2020-21 school year. But we can bring in supplementary data as part of the performance evidence and say, we didn't meet the target, but we outperformed the state. That's absolutely something that we could consider adding to the performance evidence here. My only recommendation on that is, the data's strange this year. We know testing was a challenge everywhere, not just in our district, but throughout the state. So if, say, for example, Clark County was on distance learning all year and we're comparing against that population, and they really did not have students test at the rate that we would expect because it was so challenging for them to get all their distance learners in for testing, then because distance learners might be higher risk populations, their data is going to look great this year because they didn't do a good job of, assessing all of the students who are on distance learning. So that's my only caveat about that data is depending on the learning model for each district throughout the state, it makes it a little wonky.
Okay, so you're saying you don't recommend it because the unreliability of the data or because it wasn't necessarily stated in advance of the school year, this is something that we were going to want to track this school year.
Right.
Okay.
But that does not prevent you from considering supplementary evidence or metrics or other data as a part of the comprehensive evaluation process.
Good, Vice President Caudill? Okay, great. Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. McNeil. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. I get the complexity of this, and without thinking about COVID, how will you help us decide which data is reliable and valid? I mean, what's going to be the guide there?
Yeah, so we have a sense already, and we'll be getting this data, as I said, very soon. So we'll have a sense of, and we already know how many of our students tested or didn't test or refused testing. So we have a sense already of who we're going to be missing from our sample. We haven't gotten the data back yet, but we know all of that already is going to influence the data, and it could be beneficial for our proficiency rate, or it could not be beneficial. Regardless, it's not representative of a typical census year where we do SBAC or any of these types of things. So graduations, we picked these measures because we thought they were a little bit more stable than things like chronic absenteeism. You'll note I didn't pick chronic absenteeism this year because of challenges with data tracking, because of the extreme disengagement and challenges that we've had this year and every other district in the country have had. So these are the most stable measures that I feel the most confident about including if we are to include academic measures. But again, all of these are going to be a challenge to report on. So I'm happy to, when we do this presentation, talk about all of that and, which ones I feel really confident about and really were stable and similar in number to what we've had in previous years. So all of that will be something that we bring to bear to this conversation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Davidson. Let's go ahead.
Excellent. Did you talk about the surveys? I think we have to talk about the surveys in standard one.
Yes.
Yeah, two, sorry.
So for this measure, we brought in some of the questions from the staff reopening survey about, we asked this series of questions about the in-person learning model and whether that was effective, distance learning model, and then staff's confidence to provide effective instruction to each of these population groups. So all that speaks to instruction. So those are the ones that we wanted to include. And then there's another page. From the family reopening survey, we asked identical questions of families about whether they thought in-person learning was going well and whether distance learning was going well. So all that, again, speaks to quality of instruction. And then the student climate survey, we asked a series of questions about engagement. Most of what I learned in school is interesting, happy to be at this school, and then those adult support questions. So those, you'll notice that some of the survey questions are mirrored on different standards because all of this influences lots of different standards, so it's hard to parse it out. So you'll be reflecting on the same data in different leadership standards because it all, speaks to each other.
All right, standard 3.
I just want to make sure we're good on standard 2. As we move on, we're going along the way. Okay.
Okay, great. Standard 3 is systemic leadership. And so this is really thinking about the sustainability of our organization, right? Data-informed decision-making, having systems in place that support the desired outcomes, systems thinking and implementation, and, in many ways, really the running of our organization.
Okay, so for this, we bring in many of the surveys asked the community for feedback to help with decision making. So for example, in July and August, we asked families about which learning model they preferred, and based on that data, we planned our school reopening. So same with the staff climate survey check-in. Again, that tells us about how staff are feeling like, the leadership went this year. And then the staff reopening survey, just our implementation of the COVID-related safety measures, that all speaks to systemic leadership. And then finally, you've seen the results of the budget and strategic plan survey. So not only are all of those questions incredibly important for decision-making, but I think also speak to our attempts to get broad stakeholder feedback on really important decisions like the reopening.
Standard 3 looks good. Okay.
Excellent. Moving on to standard 4, collaborative leadership. This is about engagement of our internal and external stakeholders, prioritizing student voice and recognizing the importance of that, shared decision-making, effective delegation, succession planning, a focus on the long-term health of the organization, and advocacy for the organization and for public education.
Okay, so again, the climate staff check-in survey and then the staff reopening survey, we had a series of open-ended questions on that survey and received tens of thousands of responses between the staff reopening survey and the family reopening survey. So we're going to bring in some of that qualitative data and the theme analysis that we did on all those because that gave us really rich sources of information about how reopening was going in the fall. Student climate survey, for the first time this year, we did the same. We asked 2 open-ended questions about what our students thought about what teachers and schools were doing well and one suggestion they had. So we are currently analyzing that data right now, and we're really excited to hear what the students have to tell us about this year. And then you've seen the strategic plan and budget survey and the types of questions that were on that. And then I'll just end with many of you were able to see our student town halls. So we've done theme analyses of all the participation from our students on that, and we have these great briefs that are posted on our website about the key learnings that we have from our students from those 3 town halls with over 500 students.
Standard 4, everybody good? Okay.
All right. Standard 5 is professional ethics. You can see from the description there that this is about modeling behavior and really setting the tone for our organization. Transparency is an important theme in this area, and of course, maintaining professional relationships inside and outside of the organization that help to further our mission is important. This is one of those areas you'll see Standard 6 is the same, where there may not be as much quantitative data to point to as qualitative data that will help to illustrate the superintendent's performance in this area. Questions? Okay.
We're
Standards.
good with five. Well, go ahead. Standard 6. We're moving. No one's saying. No
All
one's.
right.
So we're good. We're good.
Standard 6 is organizational leadership, and so this is, again, somewhat subjective with respect to developing a strong leadership team and empowering others to further the mission of our organization and accomplish our goals.
Same there. Not a lot from the surveys, but okay. 6. Good. All right.
Excellent. Standard 7 is board communication, and so this will be, again, anecdotal evidence based on her interactions with you all that speaks to the ability to effectively communicate with trustees, making sure that you guys are remaining current on the issues that we're facing, seeking feedback and input, and of course, bringing any concerns to the table that you all need to be aware of.
Okay. Great. 7. Good. Okay.
Okay, Standard 8 is operational leadership, and so if you think about human resources, capital projects, safety, this tends to be focused on more of the non-academic stuff.
So this standard is really a lot about safety of staff, students, and visitors. So you'll notice that the 3 sets of survey questions are largely related to health safety, as well as students' perception of the safety while they're at school, and families' perception of the COVID-19 safety mitigation strategies at our sites.
Uh-oh. Looks like we have something on Standard 8.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I think that Standard 8, when we're talking about safety, is that COVID is going to drive, I would say, this part. And it was the board that chose to open schools. It was the board that decided to put in certain things in place. Is there a concern that the board's decision will impact these results when the board is the one that made a lot of these decisions? This year's board and last year's board.
I think that's a fair point, and I think it's a great way to illustrate why we're making the recommendations that we are, right, for how we include the metrics and how we include the survey data. We want to be transparent. The data is what the data is, whether it's COVID that influences it or other things. And so I think the degree then that this information, the degree of impact that this information then should have on the superintendent's evaluation is at the discretion of the trustee based on sort of your perspective of how those things influence these outcomes.
Okay, that's helpful, because I'm thinking about every decision that was made this year, the board, even though it might have been recommended, it was still the board's decision. And so
I was just going to say that same thing. For the most part, we were in line with the recommendations that came from staff. For the most part, certainly not 100%, for the most part from that. So I have a little less of a concern just based upon that, right? But I think I certainly think it's a point worth mentioning, and then some of it has to do with execution. Oh, go ahead.
And I can appreciate that, and I do, Trustee Caudill, or Vice President Caudill, I understand. And I think, as far as the recommendation and the board's decision on those recommendations, it's then the how, and, how was that decision carried out from the superintendent and the staff.
Yep, the execution piece, yep. Okay, great. Looks like we're good with 8 then? Okay, Standard 9.
All right. Standard 9 is fiscal leadership. And so that's pretty straightforward, right? But that's about our budget, making sure that short and long-term financial planning is happening in such a way that it protects our district's financial standing. Of course, efficient and effective Resource management is a component of this, and then limiting our exposure to any kind of liability. And there's always the labor management and collective bargaining component to be mindful of with fiscal stewardship as well.
And you've seen the results of the budget and strategic plan survey, so I won't go through that.
Okay. Okay, looks like we're good with the standards.
All right, and so I mentioned earlier that we were hoping to come away with 3 actions today. The first would be focused on approval to utilize a facilitator to help execute the steps of the process that we talked about in the framework for superintendent evaluation. Obviously, the facilitator is not really involved until step 4 when we start compiling things, because all of the metrics will be reported out on by staff. But we do think that for the integrity of the process and interest of employees, that utilizing an external facilitator is a recommendation we feel confident in. With respect to the strategic plan metrics, we'd be looking for a motion to approve not only the metrics that are recommended, but the format for inclusion, which is as evidence to inform your ratings on the evaluation. And then same thing for survey results. We'd be looking for a motion to approve the recommended survey items as evidence to inform your rating. And then there is a component that we haven't talked about in depth yet, but including community and employee stakeholder feedback. The way that was handled last year was a group of individuals were identified and completed a survey specific to the superintendent evaluation. You'll remember that Dr. Davidson talked a moment ago about how none of these surveys are really specific to the superintendent performance or evaluation process. And so in an effort to have a survey that is specific to this process, we would like to facilitate conversation around the way to do that and how many stakeholders would participate in that process.
Okay, so why don't we just take one point at a time, and we'll start with an evaluation facilitator. And Trustee Church, I saw that you're...
Just wondering what the cost is. I do have to go at 4 o'clock, but what's the cost of a facilitator?
Okay, that's a really good question. I will say, I don't know that we've gotten any estimates because we haven't really made a decision to go forward with that as my guess. I would say, though, I do think that it puts staff in a really tough spot to have to collect this data and analyze it and anything like that. And I think that it could easily call into question, as much as we believe Emily has the highest of integrity and so on, as well as Dr. Davidson. I think it could easily call results into question if it's done internally. And I think it's, from a trust standpoint, it's really important for it to be somebody who is objective, who is outside, who certainly has some familiarity, because I think that's important. But just in the time I've been on the board, we've always had somebody external, and I just think it's important to continue to do that. Mm-hmm. So I think that it would be, then do we get some estimates on this, on what that might cost? Do we have some recommendations? I see staff is recommending Dr. Alsbury. We've used him in other ways before. I know that he does superintendent evaluation work across the country and with other clients that he has. He certainly knows our district, but we can certainly have some conversation around that. My biggest piece certainly is that it's external. I think it just puts staff in too tough of a position for it to be done in any other way.
Yeah, and I was just going to comment that the recommendation for Dr. Ellsbury is rooted in the fact that he's working with you all already, so he's familiar with this board, he's somewhat familiar with our district. It can be very challenging, of course, to come into this process after many of these decisions are made and really get up to speed and be effective, and so that's where this recommendation comes from.
Okay, thank you very much.
And of course, any contract with him would I believe, come to this board for approval, right?
Yeah, and although it won't reach to the level that it has to come to the board, but it should. But certainly, yes, but certainly it should, and that's when costs can certainly be looked at, and all the board members have an opportunity to weigh in on it. Vice President Call?
Thank you, Madam President. I thought about this from a personal standpoint, that if it was my responsibility to help the president of the university evaluate my supervisor, I would say, yeah, we're not going to do that. And so I definitely understand why this is something that we should look at. I also think it's good for Dr. Ellsbury, since we have all spent time with him. Bringing in someone brand new that nobody knows, it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know you. And so I think there's some positives there. And I do think that, as he has done with us on other occasions, he will be open and honest with us in a way that will, that I think we would get from staff. But he doesn't have the hesitations that staff would. I mean, it's his contract. He's going to let us know what he thinks. That's why we brought him here. And then when a job's done, he's going to go back home, and that's it. And so I do think this is something that we should do. And it's also a perception out there that if the district is helping the board evaluate the superintendent, that will absolutely get called into question.
Absolutely.
Every single time.
Absolutely. I would certainly agree with that. Trustee Minetto, Clerk Minetto, and then Trustee Thigpen.
Yes, and I think Dr. Ellsbury is a good choice in that he does know us well, and he's honest, and he's very objective, kind of amazingly so. But we don't even have a ballpark figure or anything of what this would cost. I mean, you wouldn't want to put anything in writing, but maybe, where's Mark? You know, I mean, is this
I don't remember what
budgeted
this
for?
cost us. I mean, I don't know that we've used him for SUP eval before, but I don't remember what the SUP evaluation process has cost in the past.
In the past, it's been much more involved, right? So the facilitator did all of this work that Laura and I are doing right now. So I don't know Dr. Osbury or his pricing structure well. I would be surprised if it was more than a few $1,000s because of the depth of work that we're talking about here. Really, it's about, assisting you all in compiling information. I don't know if Dr. McNeil can comment on that, but again, that's something that we would bring back to the board. And of course, Mark left and I said, I'm going to spend money while you're gone, but I want to be a responsible steward of taxpayer money too, right? So if it was an astronomical amount, I think we would bring back to the board a consideration of another option.
Yeah, and one of the things we may do, if we want to go forward in this direction and continue the work with Dr. Ellsbury, who, as we know, is very honest, right? Is that we could set a, we'd like for you to come back with the price, but we don't want, we can set a ceiling, if you will, something that would fill, if it was $50,000, we'd feel uncomfortable. I'm not saying it should be, Tom, if you're listening, we're not saying charge just $50,000, but I mean, I'm talking about, you know what I mean? And he has a model in place. Typically with Dr. Ellsbury, in my experience, based upon the services that he provides, they're priced already, right? This, like when you bring him in for a day, it costs so much per day. If he does a thing where he evaluates, say, like we have him look at 3 board meetings, that's what it costs. I mean, he has a grid already lined out. I've just never asked him about this piece.
And I will say, in case he's watching, right, I'm only guessing based on quotes we've had for other superintendent evaluations that were far more involved. And so.
Okay. We go with Dr. McNeil, then we go to Vice President Caldwell.
I was just real quickly going to say, typically what you would do with a contract is you would ask for a scope of work, and you could make the motion such that, we could go out and get what the scope of work is, because Dr. Ellsbury doesn't know yet what that scope of work, what the work is that the board would be asking him to do. So it would only be fair for him to see what that work would look like and then bring the scope of work back to the trustees at a future meeting.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. Trustee Thigpen, you were waiting to be next, and then we'll go to Vice President Caldwell.
Well, I kind of
and then
wrote it
Trustee
out.
Church.
I'm prepared to make a motion and I rewrote it a little bit, but I'm happy to wait for a moment if needed.
Okay, let's see where we are. Vice President Caldwell and Trustee Church, and I know you're leaving. Oh, you turned yours off. You don't. Just wait. Okay.
Yeah, I do think it's important to us to remember what we're asking him to do, because I remember when I first joined the board and we started talking about the evaluation, the facilitator did everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like a full-time job almost, where it seems like all we're asking Dr. Ellsbury to do is essentially be the person that will communicate with us and who we will submit our scores to and then be at that meeting. Outside of that,
It seems like that's
the
the
work's
bulk
already
of it.
being done. He is just to be the one that communicates with us directly about how we're going to do this to keep staff out of it, and that's it. I don't see anything else in this process that he would be involved in. So this shouldn't cost a ton, and I do think the concern I would have about, and Trustee Church brought it up too, is, as soon as we throw a number out there to say, hey, this is what we're willing to pay, then that's probably what we're going to pay. Because so if that's all we're asking him to do, I mean, that is really not a lot of work. It's maybe a couple of days at most.
I'm looking at some old stuff from him. I mean, I think it comes down to scope. Right, which is basically what you're asking. What we could easily do is say our intention is to secure him. Let's put some scope and in place, get some dollars back from him, and then we can bring that back to the board. And if we aren't comfortable as a board, we don't have to approve it, and we'll reach out otherwise. Did you have something? That he pretty much covered that, Trustee Church. Okay, Trustee Thigpen.
So I wrote it out this way, and hopefully it'll help with the motion. I'll just jump to the part that says we're in collaboration with Human Resources and the Office of Accountability, and depending on cost and scope of work, to include that as part of the motion.
Yeah. I think it could be that because the motion is on the securing an external evaluator and have staff come write up the scope of work, get an estimate from the intention to work with Dr. Ellsbury, depending upon approval of the contract. That kind of puts that in there. That shows our intention, right? But it then says depending. So so if something crazy,
And we're not boxed in.
We're not boxed
our
in.
intention is to work with him.
Yep.
But there's another motion that has to come place on approving
right.
a contract.
Exactly. But at least you can go forward, and it's clear that this is what we like to do. Let's come back and see if Okay, so a motion along those lines, I think, would get us there if someone's willing to make that. Okay, think we're at it, Trustee Thigpen?
I'll try.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves, in conjunction with the district and trustees' current board governance work, the use of Dr. Ellsbury as an external facilitator, in collaboration with Human Resources to gather scope of work and cost for the superintendent evaluation process, and directs the superintendent to work with Human Resources to execute a contract addendum accordingly. I don't know if that captures everything.
I think that captured the whole lot. Yeah, I think. Okay, yeah, I think that captured the whole lot.
Yeah.
Right, which is what Trustee Church is just saying, to bring something back to the board. So it really may be, this is simply about an external facilitator. So what we're looking for is a motion that says that a board approved to bring in an external facilitator to assist with the superintendent evaluation, with the intention of working with Dr. Ellsbury pending approval of the contract from the board.
Madam President, I'll second it, but I'd like to make a friendly to add the Office of Accountability as well. They're a part of this, so it's Human Resources and the Office of Accountability.
Oh, it was on here. I don't know if I read it or not. Did I skip that part?
Yeah, I think he said it.
I think he skipped it.
Okay,
So I just wanted
it's
to-
said now.
I just
for
wanted to
Pete's
add it,
sakes.
so I made it friendly, and I seconded it, so I'm good with it if Kurt is.
Okay, so so did you get that, JJ? It's really the recommendation as written, but it's pending approval of the contract from the Board of Trustees. Okay, everybody good? You're good to motion, seconder? Okay, I don't see any public comments. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion's carried. Let the record show it is unanimous, 6-0. Trustee Church, thank you. I know you're leaving, but we're getting close to it. Oh, yeah. No, I'd have said something if we hadn't. Okay, strategic plan metrics. That's the next one we're looking for, and the recommendation is that the board approves the recommended metrics that we just worked through, and approves their inclusion as performance evidence with each superintendent evaluation standard. Remember, there are 9. Vice President Call?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify, there was a couple of standards to where there weren't metrics, but if I remember right, the superintendent is still going to provide evidence.
That's right.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
That's
So
right.
this motion is really seeking approval for those standards that have metrics, but there will still be performance evidence provided for every standard, whether or not there are metrics included.
Okay, thank
Right.
you.
Is that a motion, Vice President Caldwell?
I move that the Board of Trustees approves recommended metrics and approves their inclusion as performance evidence within each superintendent evaluation standard.
Okay, now-
Second.
Motion by Vice President Caldwell, seconded by Clerk Minetto. Does this, oh, I'm sorry, by her, home chick over here. Dr. Nicolette, yeah. Strike that from the record, JJ, sorry. Strike. It is clearly getting late. Okay, moved by Vice President Caldwell, seconded by Dr. Nicolette. I know, sorry. Okay, but does that cover your concern in terms of, okay, fantastic. Okay, discussion? All right, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show it's unanimous, 5-0. All right, finally, survey data. And so the recommendation from staff is that the board approves the recommended survey data as outlined as we went through each of the questions as they would apply from assessment, and approve their inclusion as performance evidence within each superintendent evaluation standard as appropriate, because some didn't have any.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. This from home chick over here. There's a motion from Dr. Nicolette. As appropriate would be on the end of that, seconded by Clerk Minetto. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. It too is unanimous, 5-0. One more, survey data.
All right, so that last item
Oh,
is
yeah, we haven't
again,
gotten there yet.
the surveys that Dr. Davidson reviewed were not specific to the superintendent evaluation, although they provide evidence that is applicable to performance. And so this was something that we did last year. Selected stakeholders were surveyed specifically regarding superintendent performance. And so if the board wishes to utilize that same format again, we would just be looking for a motion around the number of staff and community to be included in that process.
Will you give us some recommendations? What have we done in the past? What, we know we don't want 500 of each. I mean, what can you help us with?
So last year, we just had, I believe, 11 community members, 9 ended up responding, and we sent them a survey, and it asked about each leadership standard, and they, strongly agree. And then they had an open-ended field where they could provide qualitative data, and so we brought that into the.
Was that staff and community? Did they have it the same?
For last year, it was just those 11 or 9 community members. In years past, when we've had someone facilitate this process, there's been a much lengthier survey that went out to staff. Can't remember if it went out to students. You all would recall it, yeah.
I don't recall.
So it's really up to you all what you would like to do. I would say, just given the number of surveys that we've given to staff, we would want to reduce burden as much as possible, and I'd recommend doing a random sample of staff, or you all can select some from that would represent different types of schools and role types, that kind of thing. But just given the number of surveys we've been sending out and knowing there are additional ones on the way, fewer is better, and a random sample would be my recommendation.
I think a random sample is good. Can it be kind of a qualified sample a little bit so we can make sure we have elementary, middle, and high or something like that? So it's, I know there's an official word. Is it stratified, qualified?
Ooh, stratified, yeah.
Look at
That's
that,
the
huh?
Telling you. I want you on my team now.
Easy. I think that's the extent of what I remember from doing research. Yeah, so maybe a stratified sample, so we do have some representation on there. I think that makes sense. To do that, I think I would want to include the staff, but you're right. Let's not do another whole whatever. So now let's talk about a number a little bit. Any suggestions on the number of staff versus and the number of community? One thing I would say from the community, because of the intricate nature of the standards, we have to make sure we're picking people that have a clue about what we're talking about. right? So we can't just do a random thing of community members, let's say. They have to work closely enough with the district to have some idea of what do we mean by, I mean, and they'll have I'm sure the little definition of what it is, but they have to be close enough to have a clue in a good way, right? Vice President Carlo?
Yeah, I might be a little bit different on this one. I think the challenge I have is when the appearance of selecting, it looks like, we're cooking the books. Whereas if it goes out to all staff, then nobody can say anything. It's like you had a chance. Community, that one I struggle with because, again, it's picking and choosing, and it almost seems like it's based on status. And because it's, generally going to be community members that have status, and the average, single mom of 2 probably not going to be included, and maybe she wants to be. So that's where I struggle with that. So I struggle with the sample of staff because someone's bound to say, well, I wasn't picked, so they don't want to know about me. They only pick people that were going to be, especially, with staff trust and everything, and community members picking, I think that sets us up for challenge. And I think I remember bringing this up the last time too. I just struggle with this one.
So your recommendation is to do all the staff?
All staff, so everyone has a chance. If they choose not to do it, then that's their fault. The community makes me a little bit hesitant because it's like all community, but then there could be organized efforts, and then that's not necessarily fair. But at the same time, when you pick community members, the feedback I receive is that it's based on status.
Well, it just depends on how it's done. I've seen it done several different ways.
So I just think that's something that I think makes me hesitant and cautious. So.
Okay, other feedback? I see Clerk Minetto.
Thank you. I don't know how I feel about the whole community, but I know with the staff, I feel like, how do we handpick? And I think that's just a place we don't want to go. So
Even if it's random?
The random sample would just be, we put them in a random number generator and it spits out.
It's like automatically generated.
It spits out the people that we would survey. So the only reason to do that is because it's just, we have really been surveying people a lot this year, and we have the survey going out next week about staff climate. And then shortly after that, there's another survey on the table that we would be sending to all staff. So we've just been hammering them. And every time we do a survey, we reduce the likelihood of people responding.
Yeah.
And the people who do respond are those who are highly motivated to, provide a response one way or another. The nice thing about having that random sample is we can do a lot more follow-up with them, so we can give them 3 reminders. Right now, I could not. It'd be really difficult to justify sending 3 reminders to staff for a survey, especially when we're about to send, our 8th or 9th one right now. So that would be the only reason to do it. So we would just use a random number generator, and it would spit out the list, and that's how that would be selected.
Which would
The
be,
other, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, which would be great, but there are people in the community who wouldn't believe that's what happened. But I don't know what the answer is, so.
Well, yeah, because I'm sensitive to all of that, because we certainly, one, we want honest feedback. It does us no good to do anything other than that. Why let's just not ask them. If that's the case, quite frankly, shoot, right? And so we certainly know there's that level of skepticism, and I don't know where that middle ground is, because I'm also sensitive to, it's like, survey fatigue is an understatement, and there's been good reasons for all of them. Don't get me wrong. But we certainly we don't want to sacrifice some credibility along the way, and people think, and I don't know if that means you're getting the associations involved. I don't know what that, not for them to pick, but so it's like, yes, it's clearly random or something like that, because I know the answer, the answer to that is random.
The other consideration that I'd like to add is with respect to an all-staff survey as a part of the evaluation. We definitely have had challenges in the past with employees believing that that is the evaluation, and that their results should be reflective of the whole evaluation, when it's a data point, right? It's an important data point, and it's a substantial data point, but there definitely is kind of a challenge inherent with a whole staff survey of helping to communicate to employees really clearly what role the survey plays in the overall evaluation outcome. So just something to
Well,
consider.
that's a good point, because sometimes that's not very clear. What if, do you think it would, and I'm looking at you, Dr. Davidson, do you think it could help to mitigate some of the mistrust? Because I think that's valid, right? If the random sample that we're going to do, if it's a larger number, like let's not just do 20. I'm making this up, right? Because then I think it's easier to be accused of you pick the 20 that you know love Kristen, or or whatever the case may be, her best friends because they work together, or, all the suspicion and stuff that's out there. If it's a larger number, so that it's harder to say, it's harder to say, yeah, they just got. Does that, in your opinion and in their expertise, does that mitigate that somewhat?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could do, 1,500, and that would be a much smaller sample than 8,500. So we could pick a very large number like that if we wanted.
Let's have some feedback on that, because I think it's a valid concern. We want people to trust it, and certainly the communication around it is important, right? As well, regardless of how many we do, that's really important. So what's the feedback on that? If we do a larger number to help mitigate that, they just handpicked. It'd be pretty hard to handpick 1,000 people or whatever. What do you think? Superintendent McNeil, then Clerk Manetto, and then Dr. Nicolette.
I was just going to say, you could do a percentage of each, employee group. So you have 5 employee associations, and it's important to know that not every employee belongs to an
Right.
employee association.
Right.
But, we'll just say support staff. So you can do 40% of support staff, 40% of administrators, 40% of certified staff, 40% of school police officers, something such as that. So it's a high enough percentage, but it's not everybody.
That's why you're the superintendent. Clerk Manetto, and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. And that is a good idea. That would certainly eliminate, her 7,000 best friends. But then we get into but we still have the survey fatigue. Doesn't matter how many we can pick 3, and they're still going, oh, man. No, and they don't have to respond.
But then we have less of an impact if a large percentage, if we send it, I'm make this up, right? If the number decided upon is 40%, and half of them don't do it, you still got 20%. So it's still significant enough from a data standpoint as a whole, right? Because at least you're still talking about the number and it's still random, right? It's that's a real good way to stratify some, because then we have that. So it might be that way. Those who are tired just won't do it, but you still have a large enough number that might mitigate that. Dr. Nicolette?
You actually said what I wanted to say. So yes, I think a larger sample, and I like the stratification, if you will, of the different groups. I think that makes a lot of sense. And as long as I have the mic, I'm sure this is impossible on some level. But what happens if we put a call out to community members in general to put their name in the randomization? We're going to pick this many names, and anybody can put their name in there, like bingo. And if you want to do it, then put your name in, and we're gonna draw. Kurt's gonna draw.
I think when you ask for volunteers, it kind of, in my mind, then you're going to get people that I feel strongly this way, I feel strongly this way, and that kind of taints the data a little bit, in my opinion. Then if it's, we can't do a random sample of 500,000 people that in the community, right? But to me, it's you kind of do that a little bit, in my mind.
Well, but if 450,000 people put their name in, then wow.
Well, we know that's not going to happen.
We did good.
I'm not concerned about the number of people who put their name in. I think that you lose the randomness of it, because your random person is not going to put their name in the thing.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay. It's okay. What do you think, Dr. Laura?
Well,
it could be doable.
We haven't talked necessarily about including families and just having an open call. Previously,
But she's like community, so that's not just families. It's like to get rid of some of the,
right.
big name people, so to speak, right?
Yeah, so the survey for last year was, organization heads, essentially, partners, so from a, wide variety of places. So we've never done something where we've administered a survey like that to families. And again, the challenge there is, how much interaction does the family have with the superintendent to be able to weigh in? And we've done surveys of families already about how things are going this year. And those are things that families can definitely weigh in on because they're seeing their child every day and know that experience. So it just, again, it's the challenge of, the random community member and how much interaction they have with the superintendent in order to be able to evaluate her effectively and fairly. So in some ways, it's nice to have, organizations that we work with or that we know be participants of that who would know the work very well, because as well as you try to explain the standard, they're going to be basing it on their child's specific experience or whatever is most close to them, not on the superintendent.
May I?
Absolutely.
What would happen if, we put a hold on SLOs and SLGs? What would happen if we didn't, at this juncture, include community? We've got family, we've got staff, we've got student. You're going to do a specific. What if we, I can see the headlines, but what if we didn't? It's very problematic, and everything you said is so spot on.
It's tough.
And we don't have to have a survey. We don't have to have one. We had one last year just for the community, but certainly we've collected lots of survey data already that speaks to this, and we have tons of other performance evidence, I'm sure, that will come into the different standards. So there's no requirement to do another survey, and I'm not just trying to get out of work, I promise.
All right, thank you. Trustee Thigpen.
Yeah, I think, I can imagine, the community might get upset if, we said no survey. But I think pulling from a larger group would be good. I like the idea of reaching out to maybe students and different groups of staff. And then one question I have, since there's only 5 of us left, is my understanding it has to be unanimous in what we decide?
4. We need 4.
Okay. Yeah, it's certainly complex, but I do like the idea of whether it's identifying a percentage of staff and community, and that might be an easy thing to approve rather than 1,000, 1,500, something like that.
I think we kind of got our arms around the staff thing a little bit. It's the community piece that we're still, how do we identify a part of that group or what have you that would still, and again, it's still, what's the feedback? Survey or no survey. Based on this, what do you guys think? Trustee Caldwell, I see you leaning in.
Yeah, so for me, on the community, I think a lot of the things that we would hear from the community, we've already asked. Like, we have a lot of surveys from the community this year on a number of different things. And so I think we already have that data, and more importantly, we have the data in real time. And so if they want to know about reopening of schools, that's already happened, and it happened then, not now. And if there's any specific information we want to get from the community for this, I think it's great, but specific for the superintendent, I think that's tough. And I still really feel strongly that, every staff member should get a say, the opportunity to have a say, and because that one person who feels very strongly about it doesn't get picked, those voices will be loud. And so I think all staff should have a say. Community, though, I think we've already got that information that we're looking for in the numerous standards.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Caldwell. You go ahead. No, go ahead, Clerk Manetto.
Is my light?
I can see your light. I can now.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. It's good. I saw your mic was up, so.
Thank you. I was trying to be obnoxious. Okay, brain, come back together. It's gone. No, it's not. I think that we should have a full staff survey, but not worry about the community this year under the circumstances. And the thing about, community not liking it, there are going to be people in the community who don't like anything we do, as we all know. That's been very evident. But we got to do what we have to do for this year, if it makes sense to us. So,
Well, last year there were 11 community members, so it's not like last year we did 11,000, and then now we're doing none if the decision is made to not do community members. I am, from a staff standpoint, I'm comfortable with the large stratified sample because I know statistically we should still get the same results. So yeah, every single person won't have their voice in that, but statistically, we should get the same result. And if that makes it better to get our arms around it, I mean, I can. If my colleagues want to go full, then that's fine. But I am absolutely okay because I've done enough research when I had to, right? No, not my job, right? That I know that statistically you still get the same result if it's done random and it's done well, and that's what you do. Okay, so it looks like, let's take this a piece at a time, right? It looks like we made, from a staff standpoint, let's make a decision around that, and then we'll go to the community. So what we're looking for is I don't think anyone said we shouldn't do staff, so it looks like we're kind of together around that. The question is it all staff, or is it a stratified sample? At what number would you recommend?
I mean, I like at least a third of each of the associations.
Okay, so let's say a third of each of the associations. So that would be so it's either that those, it looks like those are the two things we're discussing. Either we do all staff, or we do a third. And it's not just the associations because everybody's not in it, but a third of the groups, so that all employees have an opportunity to be a part of that. Okay, so I see you, Clerk Minetto.
if we did the whole staff, is that going to make more work for you?
No, it's not more work for us. It's just pain point for staff to send them another survey, but it's all right. I'm sure most of them have blocked my email address already. So.
You're already blocked.
Those who don't want to hear from me anymore, do not hear from me.
Okay, other feedback? All right, looking for a motion on this one. Staff, what's the pleasure? It's 4:27.
I'm going to try.
All right, Dr. Nicolette, this is just for staff. Dr. Nicolette, just for staff.
I move that 1/3 of each association and other groups of staff receive a survey related to the superintendent evaluation for 2020-21. Is that correct?
Yeah, for the 2020-2021 school year.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and you don't want to say associations?
Yeah, thank you. Just 1/3 of,
employee groups.
okay. I'm going to make a friendly amendment to my own.
Well, you didn't have a second, so you don't have to.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
So I move that 1/3 of each employee group be provided an opportunity to evaluate Superintendent McNeil for, no.
Not evaluate.
To complete a survey.
You all evaluate.
Oh,
That's
a good
true.
point.
Thank you.
That's a good point. No, you're good. Come on, stay in there. Nope, stay in there. Nope, stay in there.
I move that 1/3 of each Washoe County School District employee group.
Random. Could you put random in there?
Random.
Yeah, just a random third, so that it's really clear that it's random. We aren't picking people.
A random third of each Washoe County School District employee group be provided an opportunity to complete a survey related to Superintendent McNeil's performance for school year 2020-21.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and there's a second. Any further discussion? All right.
Yes.
Yes.
JJ, would you read that, please?
Oh, shoot.
Got it.
The Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to work with the board president and the Office of Accountability to identify a random 1/3 of each employee group to participate in a superintendent evaluation survey, with results to be included as performance evidence within the 2021 school year superintendent evaluation.
Just like you said it, Dr. Diane.
Yeah, right.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. No discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. All right, so we're split 3-2. The motion does not pass. I think I heard Clerk Minetto and Vice President Cottle. Okay, is there another motion on the floor? It's going to fail 2-3, most likely. Not necessarily, just. Shoot your shot. Don't be reading my mind. Shoot your shot, Vice President Carlo. Because we don't. Yeah, this is not gonna help you. It's not on here. This is not gonna help you.
Yeah, it's not going to help me.
Yeah, that's not gonna help you.
I just want to copy and paste
What JJ said.
what JJ said, but I do believe it should be all staff should have the opportunity.
Okay, so just do the best you can and go at it.
So I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to conduct a staff evaluation that provides the opportunity for all staff to provide feedback for the superintendent's evaluation process, or superintendent's evaluation and performance for the 2020-21 school year.
I'm going to throw in there, you said that they were doing the superintendent's evaluation, so you might want to say they do a survey.
So I move the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to conduct a survey available for all staff to provide feedback on the superintendent's performance of the 2020-2021 school year.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There's a second. We're going to ask that to be told to us again and JJ speak.
The Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to work with the board president and the Office of Accountability to invite all staff to participate in a superintendent evaluation survey, with results to be included as performance evidence within the 2021 school year superintendent evaluation.
Thank you. Just like you said, Vice President Carlo. Yeah, there's a motion on the floor and there is a second. We've already had discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion carries. It's 5-0. Okay, that's a 432 passage of that motion right there. That's 432. And one thing I will say, we still need to talk about community. Okay, that piece. One thing I would say, Dr. Davidson. I'm sorry. So I know you guys are kind of, lobbying. One thing I would say is just do the best you can from a timing standpoint, so that we can maybe try to minimize some of that survey fatigue and get the best participation that we can on that.
Yeah, we'll probably want to get it out as close to the school year that we're evaluating as possible. So, but we know summer is a difficult time for surveys in general. So we'll just need to think through that. And we were just chit-chatting about the design and when you weigh in on the design of that and those pieces.
Okay.
But we'll figure that out.
Right, well, thank you. All right, community. Is there a motion on the floor regarding a community survey? And there doesn't have to be a motion on the floor, but if someone would like to make that motion, this will be that time. Okay, I've seen heads shaking, so then we are moving on. I think that's all, those are all the data points, right? All the motion points, okay. All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. I think that's all you needed from us, right, ladies? Great. Okay. We are moving on to agenda item 3.01. Any public comment?
No.
No public comment. Okay, then we are moving on. Thank you very much, everybody. 3.02. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staff that hung in there. Thank you for Chris for sitting in. And then one more time, we are back at ALOF next Friday. One more work session, and all of these in a row. It's our diversity and equity training that we were referring to earlier. I believe we're back at Aloft.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yep. All right, we're back, and then breakfast is 8:30, and the meeting starts at 9 o'clock.
Training starts at 9.
Yeah, training, not meeting, training.
Training.
It's a training, it's not a meeting. It's a training, it's a training.